Okay, so we're just kind of jumping right into it, so the recording is back up. We get turned to a Pokemon after doing a personality quiz in this one. Well, I'm glad you asked that question. So we are indeed playing Etrian Mystery Dungeon, so people might have played some of the many spin-offs of the Mystery Dungeon series, one of which was the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. And essentially, for people that haven't played it before, what to expect in a mystery dungeon style game. This one happened to be based on mechanics of another RPG series called Etrian Odyssey, which we'll talk about what different moment. But from the mystery dungeon standpoint, it is a roguelike. We are essentially descending into a dungeon that is randomly generated. Every time we move, the enemy will move a space. We will be given unique abilities. We'll be able to party between excuse me, party up to 4 people, but we'll probably only start with one for the time being. And we'll have some stats to manage depending on the mystery dungeon style mechanics. So mystery dungeon is meant to be extremely hard. Usually it's very punishing if you die. And there's usually mechanics such as hunger you have to micromanage as you go through this dungeon. And essentially we just have to be careful not to party wipe at any point. So depending on what type of mystery dungeon game you are playing, death could be you lose everything and you just all of your experience, all your items gone. Some of them go, okay, you gain some levels, some items, you might keep one, and you might keep some bonuses into the town. Like you might build up a town, for example, but otherwise you're starting again from scratch. So no, I'm not becoming a Pokemon. So this one is kind of in between. I'm not sure Pokemon Mystery Dungeon if it was. I'm assuming it's not as crazy difficult as the typical Mystery Dungeon game. But in this one, we'll be choosing different character classes, and if we happen to die, we will be losing all of our equipment, which does suck, as we can lose some of our endgame items and put us pretty far behind in terms of being able to clear. Hopefully, we will not party wipe while playing the game. From the Etrian sides of things, like what does it mean? Why is it an Etrian mystery dungeon and not just a mainstay of the mystery dungeon series? So Etrian is kind of like, you could think of it as a parallel to a Final Fantasy. There's a lot of classes throughout the Etrian series. They just kind of pick a handful here and there. But you will see things like Gunner, you'll see Alchemists, you'll see they have the equivalency of a fighter class, which I believe they call the Landskank? I forgot how to say it. I know it's a German mercenary, but I'm terrible pronouncing it. But we will be having one of those. And essentially, we will be taking a combination of those different classes and using their abilities to buff, debuff, maneuver the map. So, for example, some people can break through walls, some people can run over water. It's pronounced land shark. It looks like Landshank. It's what it looks to me, but I have no idea how to pronounce it. I feel bad every time. I really need to double check how that's pronounced. But also from the Etrian series specifically, for people that haven't seen it before, there's a very popular thing in the series called an FOE, which is, you could think of it as a massive mini boss that will show up in the overworld, and it's optional. It can be challenging, and if you beat it, you get a good item. And similar to that, it will be introducing that mechanic into the Mystery Dungeon series. So as we go through the dungeon, there'll be some normal enemies. You know, we'll get the typical range attackers, some blockers, some status ailment creatures. But then there'll be this big monster that will require a party to take down. It also has a fortress mechanic based off of things that were in some of the Etrian series, where we can actually have backup parties hold different points of the dungeon, and we can actually team up with some of the other characters we have either recruited or have played with in the past, and we can actually have an 8-person battle. So that's one of the few times we can actually have a very massive party dealing with one of these bosses, to give you an idea of like the scale of random difficulty from those things. And one other big mechanic from the Etrian series we will be taking advantage of to make things a bit easier is that this system involves a lot of what they call binds. So I could do arm shots, headshots, or leg shots, and those will cripple certain abilities. So if I headshot somebody, potentially it will disable them from casting spells, for example. Or if I leg shot them, then they can't use movement-based abilities. Or if they get arm blocked, then they can't, for example, do a super slash. So I do have to kind of pay attention to what kinds of enemies we're fighting in order to counter them, potentially. And that's one thing I think that makes that kind of series interesting in general. So hopefully chat will see kind of some things they've seen in other RPGs and have a basic understanding. And with that kind of template out of the way of what to expect in a mystery dungeon, we're going to be walking through in a hopefully orderly fashion through the rest of the game. Let's go ahead and get the game started. So I just have a file just to test out the game, but we'll be starting fresh. That's fine. We can go ahead and overwrite the data. It's asking, are you sure you want to do a new game? Or like, it's fine. Goodbye, existing game data. You are an explorer of Labyrinth. On your way to a new stage of your adventure on a skyship. I just realized I forgot a mechanic, but we'll talk about it in a moment. Well, here we are. Welcome to Ashlarga, where you'll find the best view around. I'm seeing a lot of... Oh, see, there's that word I was trying to say. Chat, I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce it. I feel so bad, but they're the fighter unit of the game. We get to hear the happy music. Because you guys are here for the mystery dungeons, right? Land snakes? I mean, maybe. I don't know how that's pronounced. And you tourists will be here for the Amber Yggdrasil. Oh, we've heard Yggdrasil in a few different games. So that shouldn't need explanation for people that have seen the East playthroughs or played basically any JRPG. They say it's a real sight to see. Want a closer look at it? Sorry, but getting up close to that thing is easier said than done. The winds in the mountains around Yggdrasil are pretty intense. Not even I'm captain enough to make it through. Anyway, the town's as hot as ever. I nearly forgot it's midwinter. Some weather we're having, huh? Tough crowd. Well, you're probably tired from the trip. It'd take us day and night to get all the way here. He's so happy. Chat, look at him. He's like, I'm doing my dream job. You could tell. If you're here to sightsee, rest up at the inn, otherwise get yourself registered at the Explorers Guild. Explorer Guild can now be visited. So one way, I kind of mentioned before about the fortresses, so one way they tuned down the difficulty from a core Mystery Dungeon series game, which is done by Chunsoft, and where it kind of adds in, I would say, the benefits of the Etrian series, which is from Atlas. When I talked about the fortresses earlier, if we happen to party wipe after having captured a fortress, we can actually send a rescue team to go to where we were in the same dungeon and try to recover our items, and I believe also our money. So the game gives you some leniency. It's not quite as cruel. There's also some mechanics that are apparent in the base Mystery Dungeon game, which do not show up until either late game or as post-game dungeons, as it is very common in a Mystery Dungeon game involving collecting items to have curses. I believe we don't really see cursed items until the tail end of the game, if not the post-game. So this game is a bit more friendly, I would say, to get into than a standard Mystery Dungeon game. Let's go ahead and check out the Explorers Guild. We're going to be doing this to micromanage who should be on our current team, what backup people we should have in the fortress, and we could recruit people. And most importantly, chat, I hope you're ready to name some characters, because there are no named protagonists. It is all us choosing the look and feel of some of the characters, as well as their classes. I forget if you can class swap them in this game or not, because that is a big thing in Etrian, to rotate one character through different job classes and to kind of reincarnate them. I believe that mechanic is here, and we'll hopefully have it explained at some point here. Stand and be counted, Explorers Guild. Chat, he's got the purple hair, red eyes going on. He looks like a supervillain. Like, if we had to say, like, which character do you think would betray the village, I feel like this would be the portrait, chat. I'm just saying. Welcome to Ashlarga. I'm the guild master in charge of the facility. On behalf of our provost, I welcome you. I was like, I really do feel like we are looking at a big bad. I like the look and feel of the characters, I must say. So we're going to be seeing more chibi-style dungeon crawling kind of character models, but the in-game portraits are quite intense at points. I do like this character's portrait, even though I don't think he's supposed to be bad. The Explorers Guild oversees all adventurers who stay in the region to take on the labyrinths nearby. Without further delay, I'd like you all to record your name and class in the registry. We'll begin with you. Your adventurer names may be shared publicly. Well, joke's on them, we're not doing this online. Well, we're doing it on Twitch, but we'll refrain from using offensive or infringing language as well as personal information. Yeah, that would be bad. It's like, hold on, let's name our characters after our credit card numbers. Oh, had to think about that for a second. Oh, so we're forced to only pick the melee character. Let's see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 classes at the moment that we'll be able to recruit very, very soon. So we choose between the male and female model. I believe we can also choose their colors in a second. So we can see what they look like both in the oval world, which will be in the top left of the stream screen, as well as the bottom right. It's the bottom screen of the TPS. So we'll go ahead and confirm this. Yeah, we can have different colors. Looks like we have the classic. We have brown, we have red, got gold, got more of the blue. We also have the counterpart for the female, so I'll show it off. So yeah, chat, we now have choices to make. So already we are up to a big decision. So this character, as you can see, will predominantly use swords. I believe it is a big thing for the class in Etrian to do something called a chaser, which is if a character uses an elemental attack, or if another character uses an elemental attack, they'll follow up with an elemental strike as the, we'll call it land shark, I guess, because Rob said it first, and I cannot pronounce that. I don't even know how to pronounce the letters in that order. But they're basically not quite the tank of the game. They're kind of like they're mostly frontline. They have some defensive abilities, but they are not like what would be like a protector or a guardian character. So they will not be able to actively defend for other players or reduce damage from elements, for example. They're mostly focused on offense. So I guess at this point, chat, we can go ahead and pick the first character model. So does the chat have any feelings as to whether we should be playing a male, a female character, or even a color? We have to narrow it down, chat, and I hope you're ready to make a lot of decisions, as we will be doing this at least 3 more times. If the chat cannot think of any names, then I will insert other character names. I don't usually put myself into these games, but I guess if the chat really has no idea what to name the characters, I could make the first character Ziggy. Or alternatively, because I know Kirk is not here today, we could name the first character Kirk, as he does like playing the sword characters. And I feel this is probably the class closest to him. Now, offhand, what other classes should we be expecting, just to give an idea? Well, there's a Gunner class, which focuses on kind of like elemental attacks, but with physical damage. Then you have the Alchemist, which you could think of as just like a Black Mage, or somebody that focuses again on elements and AoEs. We'll be unlocking classes like the Ninja much later on. You'd pick random. I was gonna say, well, you gotta... I was like, come on. Are we gonna name him Rob? The stand-in Kirk sounds okay. Let's see. I guess I'll choose the default then. Chat is unsure. I was gonna say, this is the opportunity for chat to name characters. I don't want to rush the chat if they want to think a name. Maybe they want to insert themselves or others. We're gonna go ahead and type in Kirk. Since he's not here, I'll volunteer his name. Everyone finished? Now, you're no doubt in a remote town for the infamous mystery dungeons. If so, I'm sure you're already aware of the rigors involved in exploring them. If you fall in one, you'll be dragged back here without your belongings and money. Okay, so they're confirming we do lose our items as well, or our money as well as items. Not unheard of for adventurers to leave in despair after losing the gear they've worked so hard to refine. Though this is trying to set up the premise of Mystery Dungeon is not a very nice game. But take heart, the Explorers Guild is here to support you. Now conduct an exploring lesson held in genuine Mystery Dungeon. Please gather at the Skyship port. Oh, we're doing 4 for now, Rob, by the way. We will potentially have like 30-something characters. So don't get me wrong. We have a lot more to go. But let's see if any other functions of the guild are here. Okay, so they will not let us do this until we complete the tutorial. That's fine. Didn't crowd this time. Less than half of what we had earlier. They probably withdrew after hearing they'd lose their belongings. I did mention they'd have our support. It's hardly worth my while taking so few, but oh well. We've got more skyships circulating. There'll be more soon. Now then, let me start by telling you about the first dungeon, which I'll be guiding you through. It's to the east of the town, a man-made wall built for research purposes. Helps keep it form... It's like, wait a minute. I don't know what that word is. Formicary? I don't think I even recall what this means. One moment, chat. Time to educate myself. One moment. Formicary, described as an ant's nest, especially one in an artificial container for purposes of study. Or you know, chat. So it's saying it's like an ant hive. Okay, so it's gonna say it's a lot of zigzags and tunnels downwards. Yeah, it's like, there we go. The Formicary structure is worth explaining, so open your dungeon map. Yep, those are the tunnels. I guess that kind of makes sense. It is kind of like an ant farm kind of look. Note the 2 zones on B2F. This is a unique trait of the dungeons found around S. Larga. Your challenge is to make your way through this first dungeon, by which we mean reaching the lowest level. Once you arrive at the bottom, your skill will be acknowledged. You'll be authorized to form your own guild. Okay, so we're not allowed to form a party until we beat the tutorial. Confirmed. A new dungeon has been unlocked. First branch, Mysterious Labyrinth. You'll be issued a dungeon map, a zone map, a communicator for use during the lesson, and a ration of bread. Oh, it's good he gave us food. I'd prefer not to starve in the first dungeon. That would be really awkward. Is it odd to you that we provide bread? You find you get hungry quickly down there, so we prepared this for you. That's enough explaining from me. We leave as soon as you're ready, so talk to the captain once you're prepared. Can we just chat to him first? Let's speak to the captain. Oh, set are you? Then the only step left is to get you into the labyrinth. Okay, so hit triangle, and that should let us go to system. Let's see. Oh, we are not allowed to view the map at the moment. We can take a look at some of the advice the game has given us, as well as the monster bestiary. That's good to know. So I can see myself in the bottom right, so I'm equipped with a knife, described as a small blade distributed to new adventurers during registration. It is kind of weak. Be expected. We're wearing tweed, woolen clothing that's easy to move in but has low defense. We have 2 other slots for armor, and we seem to have no other inventory items with us. Starting with a grand total of 45 health, 30 TP, and our primary stats are strength and vitality, so we have high hit points and high strength. Tech will be what we use to cast magic. Agility, I think, is our ability to hit as well as dodge, and luck determines crits, as well as I think some item spawn chance. With all that out of the way, do we have any skills? Let's press X to assign skills. We have no skills. Oh, but we do have a level menu. So this is specific to the Etrian series. So we'll go through each of these one by one, but we can see ultimately that there are 3 tiers of skills for the skill tree. We have Novice, which is the only thing we have to worry about at the moment, Veteran, and Master. Now, normally to get these in an Etrian game, you have to go to a certain point in the plot, and you will be able to basically get more advanced units. The same also applies to this game, so I don't think it's possible to reach this tree immediately. So for example, if I take Proficiency here, which is when a party member attacks the same target you did, their physical attack and accuracy are boosted, which we should probably get. We can see it didn't unlock this one immediately. But we can also see that there's some prerequisite skills, so we should just take a look at what we have access to now. Sword Rapier skill, Double Strike. Attack an enemy twice with your equipped weapon. Okay, so I think this just means whenever we bump into an enemy, we have a chance of hitting twice. That's always good. We have Vanguard. For 5 turns, active the leader with increased physical strength at the cost of physical defense, so we can become more of a blast cannon. Power Boost just literally adds to our damage and is a passive. Iron Wall increases our defense, which is a passive. And now we have something also specific to the Etrian series. So we have something called mineralogy. May find extra materials when gathering at a mining point. So there are 3 different types of gathering points typically in an Etrian series, and we will be using these materials to craft new items. So generally speaking, as a strategy for playing an Etrian game, you will have your primary party, which I call like the Explore party, which their only purpose is to push as deep into a dungeon as you can. And then, once you feel you're at a point where you're starting to get into really challenging battles and you can't really proceed without new gear, you raise a secondary party whose only purpose is to max out on material gathering, just so that you can then upgrade your formal party. And what you could do in the meantime is you only really need 1 or 2 characters with boosted skills. You can have part of your primary party kind of babysit your weaker party members. So that's the general strategy of the game. So we could see that there are quite a lot of other abilities here. So I think for now, proficiency makes the most sense, as we'll be doing a lot of physical strikes early on, and that's just 1 point. I think it makes sense to go ahead and do double strike. Yeah, I'm just seeing what else it would unlock. So one thing we have to keep in mind, since this has more like grid-based movement, anything that gives us a range strike is actually pretty strong, because some enemies don't even have the ability to hit things that are more than 1 space in front of them. So for example, this one is listed as Spiral Slice, cuts enemies 3 spaces in front of you. This, I believe, not only is a range skill, but also hits multiple targets. That would be useful for us in the future. So I think most of these I don't care about at the moment. We can do things to reduce their stats. Then we have links. Okay, so instead of chasers where you follow up an attack, you just cause all subsequent attacks to do more damage. That's fine. So I think for now we're gonna avoid the raw stat increases. We're just gonna focus on skills. I'm just looking. We could technically level up Iron Wall at some point. But I think at the moment, we'll just go for damage. So let's level up Double Strike. So it does cost a little TP to use. So we can see little descriptions of like what happens at next level. So sometimes it will just improve the effect, but sometimes you'll see a jump in TP cost, but it'll greatly increase the power. So we basically just improved the base level skill for 5 points. And I think I'm fine as is. We're pretty low level, so increasing the TP cost too quickly is actually pretty bad to do. Even if it does more damage, we'll burn out a TP, because we have to do some resource management. So that's probably the best decision we can do. So we can also do shortcuts to assign the skills. I might as well just assign all of them to Double Strike for now. Oh, I can't assign more than 1. Okay, that's fine. Then we'll remove it. I think I'll do left plus up. So if you're wondering, you cannot mix and match the class abilities. You can only use the abilities associated with the current class. We got the bread. Description: food used to save off hunger, restore some FP. I think it's just food points upon consumption. I think other than that, we're good to go. I'm just curious if there's any other... Yeah, I don't think we can save or do anything else. I guess we'll continue now. Let's enter the dungeon. Proceed to the mysterious dungeon, chat. First branch. Mysterious labyrinth. Saving your progress. Yeah, the game will try to detect if you cheat, so if you try to just, like, rage quit because you died, it will punish you and treat it as though you lost. So, no rage quit saves in this game. So once I'm in the dungeon, I have to actually complete it. Now, normally speaking, we will not see the full map, but you could get an idea in the bottom right, seeing what kinds of things to expect. But we have a lot of narrow corridors in between the large open rooms, which are the darker squares. We also see the kind of aqua color, the lighter blue, and those, I believe, might be rivers. Only certain characters are able to traverse those. Anyway, the game is attempting to give us a tutorial. Can you hear me? This is the Guildmaster speaking. The transmitters seem to be in working order. Let me explain the zone map you see on the lower screen. Normally, the zone map fills as you explore. Oh, you just gotta explain it anyway. Seeing all the rooms like this only happens with a fort built. Though that doesn't change the items you'll see on it. The flashing gold icon is you. The green triangle indicates an upstairs, while a red down arrow is downstairs. Blue indicates the location of items. Yeah, we'll want to grab as many items as we can going in the beginning, because we obviously don't have any gear and we have to arm a whole bunch of different characters. See if there's an item in your current room. Go ahead and pick it up. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the menu first. You can see we could use active skills before we move. You could do some things with the party, but right now, I think we're good. We have 100 food points. Just kind of walk around for now. We picked up the short sword. Oh, you found a short sword. It's an improvement over the knife you have. I recommend changing your equipment. Oh, don't worry, I understand how to change items. We'll skip that tutorial. Let's go to equipment in the party menu. We'll select our knife, switch to short sword. It also increases agility. So we could see that there are certain icons to the right of the description at the bottom. So you see attack 5, which makes sense. You got the sword icon, which I forget what the 99 references offhand. I'm assuming that'll come to me later on. But you can also see that it has little stat buffs. So AGI is just agility. Got extra agility. But we'll continue along this path for now. Did you check your zone map? Make a habit of always checking it as soon as you enter a room. If you take a look at your zone map now, you'll notice an item to the upper right. You reach it quickly with diagonal movement. Hold R and move in that direction to travel diagonally. That's a useful tip, actually. Forgot you can move diagonally. So we got Medica, which you could just think of as a basic herb. He explains that it restores just a bit of HP, making it indispensable for exploration. I'm gonna be real honest, I feel like I almost didn't use that many items when I played through, but I think I found a really broken combination early. So I kind of made the game easier than it probably should have been. We will be eating a lot of food items though, so we don't starve. But other than that, like, hopefully we will not need too many healing items, unless we're like prepping for a boss or something. You can't let your guard down. If your HP reaches 0 and you pass out, you'll lose it without getting to use it. You might regret holding on to it for too long. Use items before getting knocked out. That's the #1 rule. Yeah, like, I can hold diagonal here, but it won't let me actually move there. And we've lost 5 food points so far. Oh, hey, an enemy has appeared in the room. I see you've run into a monster. See it for yourself on the zone map. The red circle represents its position. Before you engage the monster, let me explain turns for you. All actions of the dungeon are measured in turns. Each turn, both you and the monsters act. You always act first. That's also important to know. For example, when you move 1 space, the monster moves 1 space afterwards. When you attack the monster attacks afterwards. Translation, you can make this game one-shot city. If you kill everything in 1 hit, they never get a turn, chat. Gotta think about that. Seen another way, it also means that if you take no action, neither will the monster. Yeah, the game also wants to emphasize that if you do need to think about what would be the best strategy in a complicated room, you can just choose not to do anything, and you can observe the room itself, which is useful in some scenarios. In mystery dungeons, 1 move can make all the difference. That is true. Think carefully, especially when you're in a tight spot. Once the monster is dispatched, head for the downstairs indicated by the down arrow. After that, best of luck to you. See what I mean, chat? You just gotta believe in one-shot city. Check your HP before using those stairs. It's possible you'll immediately encounter monsters on the other side. You were wounded earlier, but your HP is recovered. It must be because of natural HP recovery. I was like, oh yeah, we totally got wounded earlier. Sure, tutorial guy.
Dead already?
I know, even Arngrim is surprised. HP recovers slowly with each turn. Even if you have just to fully recover, you should be fine without needing a Medica. Yeah, this is also a big reason I didn't need too many healing items. Because there is a natural HP recovery. I believe there's no MP recovery unless you are specific characters. Still haven't fully recovered, wait. Hold B and repeatedly press A to pass turns as you naturally recover. Okay, that is something I did forget, so that's good to know. So you can just hold still to think about a move, but you can also just choose to make the enemy move towards you. So for example, if they spot you and there are like 30 enemies in one room, but you're in a hallway, you could force them to come to you one by one. So you don't have to just repeatedly walk back and forth. That is actually useful to know. While waiting, pay attention to the zone map. Be careful not to get caught off guard by monsters as the turns pass. Well, pretty easy clear. We'll take the stairs down. So we could see that we could go down 2 more floors, but we have a chance to go up to an alternate floor. Now, I'm not sure how much the tutorial will cover, but we could potentially stumble upon a whole bunch of random things in the dungeon itself. And if the tutorial doesn't cover it, I'll cover it, I think, afterwards. So it's not just clearing the maps and figuring out the layout as you go along. There are random events that can influence the map, as well as your position. As I feared, you encountered monsters. 2 of them, in fact. This won't be easy. The situation calls for a skill. Skills are special action, blah, blah, blah. You can spend skill points to learn a variety of skills. We already did that. We don't need the skill tutorial. It's fine. You see, the game is also encouraging you to level Double Strike. That's fine. We already did. Yep, we already understand how skill points work. Spending skill points does not take any turns. That's fine. 1 skills. Yep. Am I holding your hand too much? Yes, you are. We're far beyond that. So one thing to denote that he highlighted there in the corner is that you have the ability to disable skills, and that is super, super recommended when you are dealing with AI companions, because they sometimes use skills in really dumb ways. So yeah, we're just gonna take our time, chat. For now, I'll just do the skill manually. Goodbye, butterflies, the true threat to mankind. If you'd like to move I literally was about to say I remembered you could dash to speed up the movement in the game. But here we are, the tutorial told us anyway. Which is good, because some of these hallways are just empty, which are not really very interesting. Okay, so now he's talking about different ways to recover TP. So we've discovered amber tiles. Amber tiles are the amber-colored spaces you see to your upper right. What? Yes, thank you for that very literal, yes. Amber tiles are amber. I agree, yes. Stepping on them restores TP and FP. Oh, we don't even need food, that's right. FP measures your satiety. It depletes as turns go by. If it reaches 0%, your HP will decline. Be sure to be well fed. You don't seem hungry right now, so try restoring the TP with those amber tiles and keep moving. And sure, we've lost 16 points. We get 1 back per touch. There we go. Now we could just zoom along, chat. Look at that. We're a race car. I usually let go of dash whenever we go to enter a room, because sometimes there are enemies right there, and it's very silly to get hit in that scenario. So we're still at full health, so we haven't failed the tutorial, chat. That's a good thing. So I could see there's an upstairs between us and the downstairs target, so I think we'll go take a look at it. He's saying to take note of the stairs. Okay, so that's interesting. So the up arrow just means, like, literally you go up in a column, and then the diagonal means it goes in that direction. Okay, that's a good visual cue on the map. I'll give him that. Yeah, we'll definitely go to the upper right at some point. I just want to... Oh, an enemy spawned here. Can we kill it in 1 strike, or do we need double strike? Let's find out, chat. I think we leveled off of that. Yeah, we are level 2 now. Again, we'll recover health over time. I was just seeing if there's an item over here. Yeah, as long as we're not in combat, we do recover health pretty quickly. We just have to make sure not to get overwhelmed by enemies. Got grass eater leg. That could be an interesting crafting item. I attacked the rock for some reason. Okay, so the only thing I was double checking is whether or not we have to be in the same room to see treasures. I think we do. Go ahead and take the stairs up. We lost a little Sadie. That's not too bad. Okay, so it is revealing all of it. Again, normally you don't see the whole map like this, so let's go ahead and pick up those 3 items. We'll ignore the other rooms since they contain nothing. We don't really need experience. Now, one thing to denote, chat, is my recommendation with the game is to actually play with very few party members when you are starting out, because you could get so much more experience by not splitting it with other characters. There's an optional enemy. I don't want to fight him if he's not going to move. So we got Nectar, which I believe increases our TP. Oh, this enemy woke up. This one could be more dangerous. Let's use our skill on it. Case in point, it was worth 60 experience compared to the 20 we had before. We'll do this one more time, and I think I'll use the shortcut going forward. It's over here. Ooh, a buckler. Ah, buckler, you don't have a shield equipped yet. This is a stroke of luck. No, it's not. It's the tutorial. This area is set. It's just saying sometimes going the extra mile will pay off. I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, anything that leads to us getting a dodge chance or reduced damage is... Equip the buckler. Small shield used to parry attack, +1 defense. Okay. I mean, I guess we could detour to the other place just to see if it has amber spaces. But we've mostly kept our food AD in check. Yeah, we could just briefly look at what's in here. Any amber tiles? Nope. Oh, right here. Well, that was worth coming over here then. Nice. So, even though there's no items, sometimes it is worth taking the alternate paths just to see if you could get healed. I think we saw some things here, which I might as well do to get more food points. So I think we ended with more stats than we started, so that's always a good sign. Yeah, we do move quite fast. We move at the speed of sound. What's actually nice is if you let go of the dash between different locations, it'll actually keep auto-advancing you until you come to a split path or an enemy is in your direct line of sight. So, like, I didn't let go with any kind of timing to stop here. I just held it, tapped it once, and let go while he was still running, and he completed the dash. That's kind of a nice thing of the game. So we're looking pretty good to go. So we can see there's a bunch of items to the north of us and a new icon. Good work getting this far. You've proven yourself worthy of challenging the mystery dungeons. Return to town with the magnetic pole, which is a big thing in the Etrian series, in front of you. The starburst icon on the zone map shows the pole. Press A to return to town. Oh, we'll do that in a second, I think. We got 200 EN, another 200 EN, our gold equivalency. And let's go back to town. Let's get whisked away, chat. Classic Etrian. Dick. Perks parties the pole on B4F and return to the town. There we go. Simple tutorial. You acquitted? Wait, what? Is that the... I don't think that means what he... No, there's no way that word is being used correctly. Wait, no. Are we on trial? I guess you could use it in that sense, but to me that's a very strange use. Yeah, I mean, I always think about it from the trial standpoint. I guess technically an alternate definition of acquitted is it is being used correctly. But that's definitely not commonly used to describe this. Like, you normally say you proved yourself well, or something to that extent. Normally don't use the word acquitted there. It's technically right. Right, as Rob is saying, conduct oneself or perform in a specified way. That's what I say. It's like very loosely. I had to think about that. Gotta think about those alternate definitions. I'd say it's time you had a guild of your own. A guild is a pack of adventurers. Its members share information and rewards and look after one another. The allies you'll gather will operate under the banner of your guild, which is why you must give it a name. Your guild name may be shared publicly. Once decided, it cannot be changed. Refrain from using offensive or oh, loves doing that. I get it, Nintendo. It's fine. Please enter your guild name. How many characters is that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. this work? Oh, it barely works. Ooh, squeezing it in there, chat. The Ziggledy Guild. I think when I normally play, I just name it the best. When I just love it when the AI is like, "Are you the best?" And I'm like, "Yes." I just find amusement in small naming things like that. But I think we'll go with the Ziggledy Guild. We'll make it more stream associated. Then although you have to be careful because sometimes he will start with the, so the statement would be, "Are you the best guild?" Ziggledy Guild. A fitting name for you. I'll make sure to remember it. It's very dangerous to enter a dungeon alone. It's actually not. I feel like this is actually bad advice. So, generally speaking, you cannot deal with the large mini-bosses solo, not this early in the game. So, yes, it would make sense to go in a group. Does it make sense to go in with 4 people this early? Actually, not really. Again, you saw how much experience we got. So if we got 60 experience from a single kill, we would have to split that between 4 other people. So that one monster would have only been worth 15 experience. Don't make fun of his stutter. Yeah. So you really can fall behind in terms of experience. So you'll just have a bunch of low-level party members that might not be able to get good skills because you've been splitting experience. So as I said before, I usually do a couple of solo dungeon runs. We don't have a class that really excels at exploring the dungeon. As I said before, there's characters that can break walls or run on water, or some of them have teleport moves or abilities to otherwise maneuver themselves outside of walking. And we don't have any of those yet, so it's still technically a little risky to do solo, but that's why we have healing items. The only thing we would be in big trouble with solo at our current state is because we don't really have good armor. We could end up in a monster hive. I forget if that's its exact name in the game. But basically, a room that looks empty could suddenly spawn like 8 monsters. And if we are solo and not leveled, that could be an issue. But again, we level really fast solo. So as long as we don't get that on our first solo dungeon run, it's generally okay. Saying we can recruit members by registering them here at the guild or by talking to people you meet at the dungeon. I think we should recruit at least one more character for now. And generally speaking, I either go for a healer or a ranged damage dealer. I don't like to double up on melee this early, but technically it does work better to have another melee character. You can have a maximum of 4 in a party at once. If you find 3 more allies, that's enough for a party. Finding members yourself is too much trouble. I'll introduce you to a few who are eager to join a guild. I don't normally make introductions like this, though. Think of this as a special favor. Okay. So now... Oh, wait, they're pre-mades. Oh, chat, you don't have to name these characters. Oh, Fernardo. I'm tempted to get Fernardo, chat. Oh no, Hugo? We can recruit Hugo? Ooh, okay, so let's go through them one by one. So we already have a fighter. There's nothing wrong with double downing on the classes, because honestly, like, 2 of the melee fighters actually go very well with each other, because they boost each other's attack. But they cannot make use of, I will always go after party leader, unless the party leader is one of the land sharks, I guess we'll say for now. Hey, we have a new class. So we have the melee fighter, we have the defender, which we will probably use at some point, but right now we don't need them, I don't think. Then we have the classic gunner. We have Richard the Gunner. So he will only be able to shoot in straight lines. They have some support techniques, but generally are focused on offense. Oh, there's no alchemist in this game. Okay, they just made it straight up the elementalist. Yeah, this is your standard black mage in other games. As it states here, we employ fire, ice, and lightning as the primary elements of the game. Yeah, we just gun. You just be like, yeah, I just got a rifle. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of characters. Then we have the medic, which is kind of like a white mage in other games. They have some specialties with clubs and staves, which they mentioned there. Like, you could give them a concussive blow, I believe. And you can... I think they have some very minor crowd control. But generally speaking, these are your, you know, single heals, party heals, status clears, and some revives. Play a pretty standard role. Dancer is more of a supportive fighter as denoted by this ability. So you could think of them as like, if you play D&D, they're like bards in a sense because they can do their dance ability and buff all their other allies. It's a very similar mechanic. So they generally will not be attacking too much. They'll probably be using their dances. They can improve their own stats after a dance. But, let's see. They're not a bad alternative if you just want a little bit of melee support power, but also still be able to melee things. They're not bad. Then you have a classic status ailment character known as the Hexer. So, this person is good at just doing all sorts of binds and debuffs. So if you want to deal with certain bosses easier, this is probably the class to take at some point. So I would recommend we at some point either get a gunner because they can bind, as in like they could do a headshot, which makes sense. Or if we just want to shut down a boss, I think the Hexer plus the melee fighter, I think are good enough to shut down most bosses. Other characters don't have really the ability to disable their enemies. Like, for example, the mage will, or excuse me, the rune master, elementalist will focus mostly on damage. Your D&D experience is not giving you much D&D knowledge. Sorry, Chris. So I think we should pick up the Hexer. Now the question is, chat, do you like the male or the female Hexer more? And then would you prefer any other character from this? About which one of the I would want. Technically, I could take a protector, but it's fine. If we were looking to do like a party of like 3 mages, like if we had a medic, the elementalist, and the Hexer, the protector is really good for that party. But because we have a fighter, I don't really want a protector. They should be okay by themselves. Okay, so I don't see anything in the chat, so I think I'm gonna go with the male model for this. And yes, they are like chained up in the center. Let's go ahead and get our debuffer. Now we could still recruit more characters. There's no downside to it. So I'll probably get at least one of each. I kind of like the male design for this, so I'm getting Fernardo, 100%. I don't like the male designs for most of the characters, to be honest. I might like the female protector more. She's got the Jack Frost from Persona on her cap. Nice. I kind of like how smug the elementalist is. Like him. So we'll just keep recruiting. As I said before, we'll get overlap. I don't like the colors of either of these characters. I think that's the problem. This should be good. We need at least one healer for later. Whatever. Let's see, we need some gunners. I'm gonna take a couple of them. I'll take the protector. We still have 3 slots left over. I mean, technically I don't have to fill them all up. And I think I won't. I don't think I want any of these other characters. I think we've gotten our fair share at this point. Lastly, I present you with this blessed skill tome as congratulations on the formation of your guild. Yeah, like the gunner design is not bad. I could go either way on the gunner. And the elementalist, I would say the female one is also not bad. Although I wish I saw them preferring the male medic first. So we got something that's very important to make solo gameplay really, really powerful. See, it says shared between members of your guild, but it also is better just to use solo, and we'll explain it in a moment. Or learn through manuals, and most of the skills are usable by anybody in your party. Activated blast skill, you must charge your blast gauge. 2 ways of doing this. First is to defeat monsters, second is to step on amber. You'll do both things frequently within the dungeon, so don't hesitate to use your blast skills when you need to. If you're thinking of going to a dungeon to test the blast skill, be sure to set your party before you go, that is all. So one thing to kind of denote in general is that for the blast skill, we could do a damaging blast skill, and depending on the class, it could be extremely overpowered. I think Ninja is one of the best solo classes in the game due to their blast skill literally having a chance of insta-death on everything in the room. But we could also use that defensively to some extent. Now, as they stated before, We'll unlock more blast skills over time, so I think at the moment we don't have anything too crazy for solo party. I believe we could just go ahead and get, we could just manually recruit some of these characters. We'll go with male medic. The black outfit, sure. We'll give him it. Who could be the medic? I guess if Chad does not come up with the name, I forget how much you can rename the characters. I'll make this Yantos for now. Now, as I said before, there's more classes left, so shouldn't go too crazy. Yeah, as you can see, there's 3 classes still locked. I know one of them is the ninja, and that is definitely my favorite class, but it takes a while to unlock. Too skinny to be Yantos. Poor Yantos. So we can rename at will. So one thing to denote is if you do mess up your skills or you don't feel like making multiple characters at high levels, you can just reset your entire skill tree. The lolly should be named Steve. Entry will be made public, don't make it offensive. This is a Rob request. This is for Rob. There we go. That's for you, Rob. Yeah, so we can always rename these characters to make them more personable. So if anybody wants to be the Hexer or the Elementalist, like so for example, if Chris would like to be the Black Mage equivalency, we could do that. Don't know who would Roxanne would. I'll think about some of these names later, but I think for now we can go forward. So if there's a character that strikes your fancy, just let me know. I'm just taking a look at some of the skills that they have. Let's see. This one's proficiency recovers TP when hit with an ailment. This one comes up sometimes, but that's a pretty weak proficiency. Now, debuffing an enemy is always interesting. They bind the arms of all enemies in the room for 5 turns. So you just mass disable people, that's always fun. Now, disabling on top of reducing the skills enemies have access to, it also locks down some of their stats. So even if they can still use other abilities, it might lower their defenses, for example. You can also see at the bottom of the skill description, but above where the next skill cost is, it tells you what body part basically is needed to be enabled in order to use these. So since this person's a spellcaster, he's going to be mostly using head skills. Abdomen curse. Yeah, you just cripple them. Poisoning enemies is kind of amusing if you want to do a hit and run. It's more useful in like a solo play, I would say. As you can see below, there's more. We could gather herbs. We have, I think, mining abilities on the fighter. And I believe somebody is a lumberjack for wood. There's elements there. So one thing to kind of cheese certain enemies is definitely the binds are very useful, and also, I believe, sleep. Sleep is extremely useful for stalling. Poison will not wake up a sleeping enemy, to my knowledge, so you could just completely delete them. Suicide word. Order all enemies with fear status in the room to attack themselves. Yeah, the Hexer doesn't really have any real direct way of hitting people outside of, I think, revenge. But otherwise, he's just all about causing chaos and havoc with status ailments. So that would be the best way to describe him. I should probably give him some skills in general, though. I'm gonna ignore his proficiency for now. I'm gonna give him an arm bind in case I need this for later. I could deal untyped damage, but I don't really want to do damage with him. I think I'll do these things. If I debuff a boss, that'll help us a bit more than some of the other things. That's fine. And we'll go to Fernardo, see what kind of skills that he has as the dancer. Any tango, samba, or waltz you dance has its duration extended by 1 turn. Amazingly useful with how this character works. So this guy can act as kind of a mini healer. So for 3 turns, at the end of each turn, restore all health for allies. So this is another reason if you don't want to go medic and you just want more raw damage, this character is a pretty good backup. Physical strike up, so if we have a lot of attackers, that's good. But this guy's also good in like a protector, fighter, maybe ninja party. You can see since he's a dancer, he uses mostly like skills. Increases chance of dodging. We won't focus that right away. I don't enjoy the counter Samba, so I think what we'll do is we'll take the points in the regen and the attack tango, respectively. Which now lasts an extra turn. Instead of 3 turns, I believe it should be 4. Oh, we can also take a look at their blast. And all. For 9 turns, leader controls allies' movements, however, some actions must be taken by the leader. Command all is very useful because I do feel the AI does make some poor decisions when it comes to positioning. So being able to control each character individually is pretty useful. But right now, we don't have any damaging blasts. But we have some basic abilities. So one thing we have to denote is that our allies can get separated from us. So for example, if they're in combat, they generally will not retreat from it unless low on health. So if we're trying to leave into a different room, they could be left behind to some extent. Or there's certain abilities that could arrange us into different areas. So at least now we know what to expect here. We have your classic mage. Proficiency increases all types of attack and defense for allies within the room. Oh, so him just existing is a buff. But unfortunately, by doing that, we only get to choose 3. Fire is probably the most damaging of the 3 types, but it doesn't confer any status ailment, whereas Ice has a Pierce, so I would like to AoE early, and Lightning can Paralyze. I think we'll stick onto those for now. Actually, I don't need to exit each time, I could just hit R to switch characters. Cover some TP each time you take damage from the enemy. This character will always be taking damage, so that's a good thing to have. Revoke increases your physical defense and draws enemy attacks. Extremely useful when playing with a mage party, so we should probably do this regardless. And Shield Smite has a chance of binding arms. Not super high % chance of success, but it's nice that they have an ability like that. They can also apparently cure people, status ailments, but nah, let's give them 1 offense ability. That should be good enough. We have our gunners. We have Medic Bullet, which cures status ailments. I guess we just shoot them to help them feel alive. I guess that's how it works. Gun Skill, which increases damage at critical hits when attacking with guns. Absolutely, I'm taking that. Now we can learn the different snipes, which I would highly recommend if we're going to be dealing with boss monsters. We have an arm bind from the Protector, we have a leg bind from him, and I think we have a head bind from the Hexer. That's good. We'll also increase gun mastery just so he does more damage. As he will be doing a decent number of normal attacks. Now we have the Medic, which I want them to heal. Proficiency to increase the amount healed when allies use HP recovery skills. Sure, we'll take that. Steady Hands increases potency of HP skills for 5 turns. No, I don't really use that. I'll put 1 point in healing and refresh. Yeah, I think we have all body parts accounted for. Now, what I could do is, because we have duplicates of a character, one of these characters should inevitably take up Herbology. For now, I'm going to have them take the same thing so that they can survive. But after this point, the skill points I invest in are going to be very different, I think. We got 2 more points here, but again, we're not allowed to quite go here yet. I don't think any of these I want to boot. Power Break could be interesting. Seeing how much I need from here. Though I could make him go more defensive or more offensive. I suppose I should... I mean, Power Break is pretty useful. I'll take some defense up, so in case he plays solo, so he doesn't explode. I believe that's all the characters now assigned with different skills, so we're good. We have another option that's just all question marks for now. So our current party is Kirk. We have basically the Chaos Mage. We have a Dancer, which improves melee, and this guy gives general buffs. Thinking, do I want to level the mage yet? I might actually replace him. See. I can see what skills he has there. Yeah, I think I have to go to edit party. Yeah, so I could form I can form squads, which is more useful for later. At the moment, I don't need to do that. I think what I might do is I think we have too many mages. I guess this is okay. I guess this is okay, actually. You know, we'll try this team. We won't go for just super OP right away. It's fine. Back to town. Satisfied with your party formation? A slapdash party will only make the going hard for you. It's not enough to pick a team. You must adjust each member's equipment and skill set to be properly prepared. Yeah, going into the dungeon with no skills is just really bad. Don't forget to spend the skill points you earn from leveling as you go. Sumi's Inn can now be visited. Well, let's go visit her. Rest weary wanderers, Kasumi's Inn. Oh dear. Why, you're covered in mud. Look as though you're fresh from adventuring, Our warmest welcome to you, explorers. I am Kasumi, proprietress of this inn. We have a gift prepared for those who stay with us, to bring them good fortune in battle. Please accept this. That is an extremely useful item, so for chat not familiar with it, we'll see if she explains it. Something that allows one to escape safely from a labyrinth. So normally, chat, once you commit to a labyrinth, there is only 2 ways you can normally leave without this item. You either leave the exit you came in, or you go all the way to the bottom and beat the boss to leave. There are no other alternatives. So if you are 10 floors deep in a 20-floor dungeon and you have none of these threads and you need to go back to town, good luck. 1 should be enough per trip. If you have more, we can keep them safe for you in our inn storage. Now then, why don't you let us take your things to your room while you relax? Well, she also acts as the save system, and I would like to save. Happy inn music, No, I would like to... Nope, nope. Don't return me to the starting screen. She's just talking about the inn. I don't think she has anything plot-wise to talk to us about. So she also acts as the storage. So we do have a limit on the number of items we can hold. And if we don't want to lose money, we could put the money in here every time. Honestly, let's store our money. I don't need it right now. Let's see, we have a whole bunch of items. You can hold up to 30. We don't need to hold the knife, so I'm going to store that away for now. Do I need 3 threads? Not really. We'll leave 1 bread. And that's also a downside with playing with multiple party members. I mean, I'll do it in the beginning, just so we can get through Tutorial Alley, I guess. But once we have more of the other areas unlocked, I definitely want to be doing solo. He's saying, are you stepping out? If you're shopping for equipment, food, or sundries, there are many in the market district. Looking for accommodations, I suggest Shando Retail, popular with adventurers. The clerk there, Elizabeth, is simply a dear, though you may be unprepared for her fashion sense. What does that mean? Passing the savings on Shando Retail. That is extremely curly hair, chat. Look at the curls. She must spend like a year trying to keep it like that. Welcome. I do believe this is your first time here. I am Elizabeth. This is a factory outlet run by Shando Industries, manufacturer of skyships and fine armaments. They are hair drills, I agree. Let me explain our system. You'll no doubt come into possession of many types of materials. I like that it's in red. Many types of materials in your adventures. Slain monsters may yield up bones or hides or such like, and the earth will give up ores, timber, and herbs. We will eagerly purchase these materials from you, and in return provide you with wondrous new items based on them. Better materials translate directly into better goods, so make an effort to collect materials, Your bounty will be greater if you train in forging skills such as mineralogy, dendrology, and herbology. Okay, well right now we can't do any of the things that she just spoke of. It says I have 0 gold because I put it all away there, but we could take a look at some of the items we could potentially get. So technically we could get a Kodachi, but it is reserved for the Dancer. Interesting. So the Dancer could actually have the most attack power right now if I felt like it. The regular daggers there. We got the Florent. Different kinds of handguns, which is kind of interesting. For now, nothing I think we'll purchase. It might actually be worth going back for the other area to purchase the Feather Helm. Forget if it's allowed to take from our bank. Rob likes the idea of her randomly just switching to a demonic voice for one word. Okay, so it doesn't just let us go to the bank. That is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. So we could potentially give ourselves a lot of defense. Do we need it at the moment? Probably not. Life Bell, extra health. We can get... Oh, Nectar is a revive. I'm sorry, it's not the TP up. See, there's a whole bunch of things in here, including some scrolls. I'm trying to think. Are the tutorial places hard enough that I need more than one loaf of bread, or should I let them starve? That's the real question I'm asking myself. Oh, tell me, have you met Mr. Megan? He's our town provost. I dare say you should go make your introductions. Well, we'll just keep going. We have no reason to do the tutorial area until we unlock more places.
Oh wow, look at the pretty butterfly.
Definitely look at the pretty butterfly. That is some hat that she is wearing, chat. Look at that face. She says, "Thanks for showing me the flowers in your yard, Mr. McGann. I can't wait to visit again. Bye." Oh, Chad, he's got like the player. Look at that. He's got the collar. He's got the necklace. Goodbye, Sasha. Come again soon. Oh, Guild Ziggledy, I presume. Welcome to my home. I am Magan, the provost of this town. I'm sincerely glad you've come. Here in Aslargo, we've been experimenting with measures to support adventurers like yourself, such as forts, which serve as frontline bases when developing dungeons, or our redevelopment initiative. They're both still in the planning phases, but they'll be invaluable aid on your adventures someday. Is it strange to you that a town would work to support adventurers? Oh, we're getting the frumpy face from him, chat. It is necessary to prepare for the day of reckoning. To gird ourselves for the day of reckoning, we will need many adventurers making extended stays in our town. Well, that isn't just the most ominous thing. We're like, hey mayor, what's up? It's like, oh, we're just helping the place grow for, the day of reckoning. We're like, what do you mean the day of reckoning? Merely developing the town won't be enough. Our developments will be nothing if we are unprepared. The guildmaster taught me that. I wouldn't have ever thought of it. Not even as a town provost. He's like, do you know the world's ending in like a month? I can understand why some believe we'd be better served with him as a provost. If he had the post 1 year ago. Mr. Magan. Mr. Magan, do you have a spare moment to talk? I'm sorry, Sir Shano. I already have guests. Oh, and they're adventurers by the look of them. All the better. They should hear this too. That is quite a mustache he has, chat. We use the bottom of the second dungeon as a quarry, don't you know? And they say a monster's been sighted there. It's keeping us gathering the materials we need, so I'd like you to issue a mission to vanquish the thing. Hello, Mario. Didn't know you were in the game. It's aristocratic Mario. When he's retired from plumbing. Oh no, those sweet Bowser golden coins. The shortage continues. It'll delay work on the fort. Don't you know that'll be a problem, Mr. Megan? Yes, I'm aware of the issues that could cause. However, our coffers aren't full enough to offer a reward. Particularly, Sir Shano, since I've just paid Shano Industries the production costs for the extra skyship. Ish tosh, leave the reward to me. You there. How much would I have to offer you to accept a mission to dispose of this monster? I'm just gonna say 1,000, chat. Done, just as you requested. I'll have 1,000, no, 2,000 ready for you. I'm like, no way am I saying 0 in this game, chat. Well, Mr. Magan, I hope you'll issue that mission. You lot ought to take it. I'll make you rich, don't you know? He never takes no for an answer. This will be your first time accepting a mission, won't it? Accepting missions at this house gives you the right to earn the associated reward. Once the mission is complete, return here to report in. I'll need that report before I can issue the reward. If you'd like, you can accept the mission now, so long as you're here. Are you interested? Yes. So, as long as we beat it, we get 2,000 in money. That could help us with spare characters. This concludes the mission registration process. Like your first foray, there will be traps in the dungeon now. I've heard an unsettling rumor. They say the... I don't think I've ever said that word out loud. Orion thread Has no effect at the bottom of the second dungeon. Indeed it won't. Threads are useful devices for extricating oneself from a dungeon. Ooh, extricating. What a word, chat. Expand that vocabulary. These rumors are true. You will be unable to instantly escape from the lowest level. Bear that in mind. New dungeon has been unlocked. Second branch, Emerald. I was gonna say corpse. It's not quite right. But the cops. Let's see. Please defeat it so the money can return. That's fine. We'll chat to him once. Don't forget to report back at this house once your mission is complete. Some of those, like, it's just like, I've usually read it, but I've never said it out loud. So for people not familiar with the not a corpse is, it just means a grouping of trees, from my knowledge. I was just trying to see if there was anything else that opened up here. Oh wow, we still don't have, we're still missing several options in the town. Well, chat, I think what we should do is, let's see what kind of dungeons we have access to. You're up to the first dungeon. Look out! Someone fooled with the stabilizer and it's played havoc with the place. They're saying the structure's changed and there's traps around now. Excuse me, there's traps around now. It won't be a piece of cake that you remember. Being awful quiet. Oh, I get it. You took the mission, didn't you? Guess you're off to the second dungeon. It's tougher than the first. Better be sure about your party and equipment or you'll run into trouble quick. Well, let's see how our team handles dungeon overall. So let's not go to the second dungeon right away. Let's actually go back to the mysterious dungeon. Yeah, let's go back here. Let's see how the team handles itself. Saving our progress. You're being awful quiet. It's almost like you're silent protagonist. This is the Guildmaster speaking. This is your first trip as a party. I'll explain the change leader function. That's good. I actually forgot what button it is. What button is it? Right, so basically everybody will form the conga line behind whoever I'm controlling, which can be annoying if you want to control a mage, for example, because then your fighters will go behind your mage. So you have to be very careful about who you decide to lead. So that's why having somebody like a protector is useful, just so you don't have to think too hard as who to go first. Leader can be changed at any time. You can escape the tough situation by changing leaders. For example, say that a weaker part... No, I understand that. We're not going to read why we would switch party leaders. Hold L, then press R. Okay, that's all we needed to learn. It does not take a turn. So we'll experiment with that now. So we could see each of our characters. Kirk, with his ridiculous 65 health, is going to be party leader for now. And everybody will just kind of conga follow behind me. Also, I realized I probably should have rearranged the party. Am I allowed to do so here? I am. I want him closer. Oh. I guess because we're in a straight line, we're not going to see it. We're entering our first room. Oh, I think that's a shiny. I can hold R to see the different grid. And you can see I baited that enemy into attacking me. And it's paralyzed. Easy kill. The red enemies are kind of like the elites. They'll just have boosted stats. That's why that enemy took so much damage. But yeah, we could just bait them out with spells. So we'll clear this pretty easy, I think. Just seeing if there's any amber tiles in here. Unfortunately, there are not. So again, the only thing we have to worry about really at the moment is our food meter. We're gonna zip along here. We're gonna take that free money. 113. That could be helpful if we're trying to build a solo character. So we'll also decide, chat, if we want to have a solo character, what solo character we should try first. Because we should spend all of our money on said character. Got a rat fang. That's useful for later. Yeah, let's go to the next floor. Oh, there's a three-way split. Interesting. So as the game warned us, there could be enemies as soon as we spawn in. And the Elementalist just does so much damage right now, I think he could just one-shot everything. The downside of playing solo with him is you will run out of TP without items. Even though he is really good, we just have to keep that in mind. I'll zip over here. There's an item over here, and there's an exit there. I guess we should take an exit soon. Get some gold first. So I'm still not sure which one will lead to the bottom of the dungeon. So for now, we'll go this way. There we go. Just making sure we pick up the gold. Oh, hey, random traveler. Oh, so we can actually... That's right. So here's a random event. There could be random NPCs wandering around the dungeon. They will actually help you to some extent. So if you get into combat, you can be assisted by her, or she'll end up fighting another monster by herself, for example, and we can join in and steal experience. So we could invite her to the guild, which I might do, actually, even if we don't use her, and the reason why we would do this is I'm gonna strip her of all of her items. I'm a monster, chat. We might get rid of Steve and make her Steve. Edith will be Steve. Oh, she said sorry, she wasn't interested? Oh, that does make me want to kill her. Think about it, though. She is kind of high level. I don't think I want to start anything with her at the moment. So the way the game kind of registers detection is every hallway is its own unique room. So you can see along the bottom, I could see the turn order of who would go first. But when I step into a new room, you might see them not listed. It's because they're not technically in the same room that I'm in. Yeah, so she went on ahead, so she found progress. So she went somewhere this way, presumably. Ooh. Oh, Fernardo died. Whoa. That's bad. I thought our allies would assist with that. Well, goodbye, Fernardo. You got absolutely party wiped. Rest in peace. It's okay. Now I'm sharing experience with less characters. That's all I view this as. Poor Fernardo, though.
Oh, this looks bad.
Yeah, he got murdered almost instantly. Yeah, that's the downside, because he didn't have any armor other than his starting stuff. He was going to take a ton of damage. For whatever reason, he didn't attack first. I'm not really sure why he didn't try to strike back. Oh, actually, here's a classic mistake in this game. If I walk over this, the character picking this up will get the TP. I don't believe it'll share with the rest of the party. So what I should actually do in this scenario is switch over to the Rune Master, because he's the only person using TP at the moment. That way he can have more. And then from here, I'm going to switch back. Oh, we found her. Ooh, quite a few enemies in this room. Yeah, I was gonna say, if one of the low levels dies, I don't super care, to be honest. It's like, okay, make me level more. There's an item over here. Got sturdy wood from the chopping spot. Nice. Okay, our blast gauge is very slowly filling up. So one thing the game doesn't tell you is that the more party members you have, the slower the blast gauge fills. It's to the point where I think like every 4 kills with one person fills the blast gauge, but I feel like for every party member there is, it adds another 4. I feel like that's a true statement. Also, we're getting low on food, so we have to be a little careful. I'm gonna specifically swap to him to make sure he's not hit, and I'm gonna move diagonal here. Oh, he hit our other party member. That's fine. Yeah, I just want to make sure that these guys are out of range. Then I can switch back. Ooh, they put themselves in range. That's kind of annoying. At least they didn't get hit, because I don't know if they would have been one shot, but it would have been pretty bad. I didn't realize there was amber tiles there until too late. See, I made the rookie mistake there, chat. Die, butterfly. So we're getting another down arrow, so this actually looks like progress. So I might have to purchase bread, I think, because I'm low on food. Ooh, he walked into a boulder trap. Yeah, that was the first trap we encountered, actually. So we're exploring for items, because it's a little early to leave dungeon. Why, hello there. Yeah, the Rune Master is just so powerful, chat. Sturdy Timber. Now the question is, how much does bread recover our food meter? Let's go ahead and use it now. 50. Okay, that's pretty solid. So I don't think we can explore all the side branches unless we bring more bread. So I think our early purchases are not going to be equipment, but actually just more food items. That way we can explore more of the dungeon and therefore get more money. There's nothing over here. That's a shame. Item in the corner. I'm going to aim diagonal. And I'm going to do this. Easy kill. And our reward is 200 gold. I don't believe bread costs that much, fortunately, so that actually probably paid for like 2 or 3 bread. We can see the trap is now marked on the minimap. Let's not walk on the trap again. There are characters that can see those things, but we do not have one in the party. No, don't use the healing item on me. That's fine. So I'm gonna walk a little bit just so they get some health. Perfect. So this might actually be the exit, as we're 5 floors down. Next floor might be it. Okay, so let's... Since the surge in energy, the monster's power is increased. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and swap to our Rune Master. Go ahead and click this for TP, as he has been extremely helpful so far for us. Also, we're at... Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. That's something else to consider. If we do have more party members, I forgot they had different food meters. So technically, if I just don't control him for a little bit, like if I play as the Hexer for a while, he has a different food meter. I need to also remember that that's a thing. So we could stretch having low amounts of food items as well, just by having multiple party members. But for solo exploration, we need to actually... Another crossroad. So let's go ahead and just give him more TP. Fine. Where does this go? Even more TP? Okay. Looking good if we're playing the Rune Master. Look at this, chat. Excellent. So enemies can spawn in rooms given enough time, so it might be clean like the first time we come through, but on second passes, there could be enemies there, which is kind of nice. It is definitely TP heaven. We've actually maxed so much that I should probably go for the amber tiles with the fighter, so that way he gets more food meter. Oh, we found the exit already? Oh, we're not going to the exit. That's too quick. We got light scroll. Let's see. Do we know what it does? Displays monsters, items, and stairs in the current zone. Does not display undiscovered traps. So that could be really good. So if we wanted to reveal the rest of the map, we could use this here. It might make more sense to use on a different floor. And one thing I want to verify, what are his skills? Oh, he's got Poison Curse. Oh. So if we do happen to be surrounded in a monster nest, or a monster house, I think it's called a monster house, Poison Curse will let us kind of destroy the whole room. So he is pretty good at dealing with a whole bunch of targets at once. As I said before, his food meter needs to increase. Ooh, much better. We'll split our hunger between different characters for a little bit. So this is a good example where there are a ton of enemies in this room. Let's not deal with this room. So yeah, if we just hold still a turn, we should be fine here. Wait, the tree rat healed us? I don't think it meant to do that, but we'll take it. We could choose which target he fights, so we'll hit this one. Wow, the mage just killed that thing off screen. Mage OP, chat. I guess I'll assist since it's not targeting me for some reason. There we go, chat. Nice and easy cleanup. Yeah, the tree rat, I think, was trying to heal an ally, but it was, like, just didn't aim correctly. Not really sure why it did that, to be honest. I guess we could get a little more TP back with this character. Again, poison is useful. Slowing them down as a secondary side effect of that is very powerful. I like enemies having trouble moving towards us. Oh, oh boy, he's gonna get so much TP. Is he gonna cap? Yeah, this is why I think early on having a mage is pretty solid. Oh, I want to flip positions. Now we have playing him for the first time. Oh, I wasn't facing the right way. I thought it would give me a targeter. Oops. I don't remember. Our changes are facing, I think, without me needing to... Yeah, something like that. Yeah, mages can be a little finicky. I don't feel like gaming. We're fine. Something to collect in the upper right corner. Or this. It looks like we've explored basically everywhere. There might be a room in the upper right. Don't think it's worth going to. But if this is not the correct path, we have taken a lot of floors, and I'm kind of surprised it's still going. Okay, so this is the bottom of it. What will you do? No, we're gonna stay here. Let's not go to the bottom floor then. Well, since we have time, chat, let's explore other alternatives. So we know a way to get here now. Okay, so I can hold... Okay, so I can hold what would be... Okay. What would be square on a PlayStation controller. To just rotate in place. I knew there was another button I was forgetting. Facing is extremely important in this game. Man, that is just so unfair how strong we are. You know what, since we have other characters with us, let's go back up a couple floors, see if we can find anything else. So we found the exit, so we can leave without using the thread anytime that we want. There weren't too many alternate paths, so we do have to back up quite a bit. Yeah, and that gives us the hints for the abilities. Of course, I get on the trap for some reason. Yeah, let's back up a couple of floors. We should be fine. Oh? Did it randomize the floor above us? That's interesting. I'm just advancing turns. I don't really want to get into combat there. I mean, I'll go fight more things here. I'm not going to say no to that. Maybe we'll come across more special events. See, now we're probably the right level to recruit the other guild members. And that's also why I feel like if you play solo, you level faster anyway, so you're more likely to get those characters. Wow, Double Strike is so strong, it just basically one-shots them. So they've basically caught up to Kirk's level now. That's good. Or Fernardo. Rest in peace, Fernardo. I don't really want to use an expensive nectar on a level 1 character. No, thank you. Or maybe it just hides the map in general. I don't know if this layout was actually any different, but we'll go up again. Yeah, maybe we do have to kind of memorize the map. It'd be annoying. Okay, we'll take a look around, see if anything wants to fight us. Seems like most of the exits were in the bottom left. Goodbye, butterfly. So yeah, let's check one of the other side paths. See how that goes. And if that doesn't go anywhere, then we'll just leave at that point. So I think we have enough money that we could get some decent upgrades for a solo character. That's the upstairs. No, don't want that. Again, we're just burning the food meter of somebody else. Doing okay at the moment. Love the super speed that you go in the hallways, though. That's my favorite part. It's just like watching them just almost basically teleport to the next area. It's kind of nice. Oh, there's something in this room. That was just disrespectful. The mage just walked up and shot him with the ice lance. That wasn't necessary. Another easy kill. Try this area. And we immediately find the stairs. Let's not do that. Yeah, again, taking the stairs immediately is a big mistake. I never leave until I get at least one item. We're building up the blast gauge again. So if I do want to control each character individually, that's not too bad, or if they get split up. Ooh, an item room. Oh, so he was picking up the items so I couldn't have them. Oh, I see what he was doing there. That's kind of annoying. So slowing him will give us extra turns on him, which is good. Excellent. Now we can actually pick up these items instead of the game using it for us. Drizzle leaf. What does that do? Let's see. Automatically brings an ally back to life with full health the moment they fall. Oops. Well, that would have been useful earlier. Oh, we walked over a trap but didn't set it off. Kind of fortunate for us. Ooh, that was bad move. But it's okay, we have Kirk the frontliner here to fix things. Oh, it's L then R, not R then L. Oops. Wow, he's so powerful, he's just literally one-shotting. Although, the Rune Master has basically been one-shotting since we've been here. Speaking of which, how much money are we up to now? 1,400, that's a lot from 0. Right, chat? We walked in with literally nothing, so this is just pure profit right now. So we can afford one of those power swords. So if we wanted to have a solo character with a dancer, I believe that weapon did cost quite a bit. There's 3 enemies in this room, so I think it would make the most sense to... Oh, maybe I should switch party leader. Makes the most sense to use the poison here. Oh, that was just mean. And the Hexer actually doesn't do too bad in terms of melee damage, surprisingly. I think with that, we're cleared with this floor. I guess we'll go back. So that was worth it. We got an extra healing item, as we're doing solo play. Confronted by Grasshopper. I'm gonna move diagonal so he can't hit our Magician, and that proved to work very well. Also, I just need to not lead the party with him. Plays the Hexmaster for a little bit. Again, hopefully we find bread or something at some point. Another light scroll, so we can reveal the map. Not right now. I think we're pretty good. We're kind of taking our time with things. Oh, hey, exactly what I wanted to see. We didn't waste any hunger. So I could fire off a spell, but let's have our melee character do something. Serve that TP, chat. We don't need to use it. Excellent, excellent. Not seeing any items or the exits yet. A little concerning. I should probably assign this to a skill to make this easier. Some enemy down here is asleep, so that means it's murder time. What did I kill? Who knows? Do I need to know? Nope. Right, chat? Mage OP. Yeah, the Hexmaster, I feel like his power does not really shine unless there's a large number of enemies. When it comes to just, like, one-shotting dumb peons, oh, the Elementalist is so fun. When it comes to bosses, I'll probably rely on the Hexer a bit more, since debuffing the boss and or binding the boss to remove his bonuses, extremely important. I'll just let the fighter do this. He should be fine. Ooh, an item and the exit. Another 200 in money. So it looks like this one also leads to the exit. I mean, I guess we could clear this. I could go through the middle floor, but I doubt we'll get anything interesting. Fighter? Fighter, could you... Thank you. There we go. We acquired a confusion pill. Presumably this is an item we can throw. Fuses for 5 turns. Has same effect when thrown. Makes sense. So we've been playing as him a little bit, so his hunger meter is down, and he can also recover that TP. I just got crazy one-shot. Wow, that sucked. That was actually most unfortunate. Goodbye our auto-revive item, which would have been really good to keep. And that's why it's dangerous to play mage solo, chat. Did you like that one-shot? We would have lost one of the strongest party members. That would have been kind of sad.
Damn.
I know, that other item is worth quite a bit. Shame we expended it. Ooh. Ooh, lots of TP up. We're good.
You're pretty much screwed.
I think if I get 2 more here, that'll give him another spell. Oh boy. He came into the hallway, which is a bit unfortunate. The grasshoppers are not to be trifled with. Apparently, you just will die. There is no ifs or buts. Yep, there. I'm glad we switched party members. That would have killed our mage again. So again, the more we explore a dungeon, the harder the enemies will become. If you're wondering why that didn't happen in the earlier dungeon, is we got a prompt as we got closer to the bottom floor that the enemies are becoming more powerful. And it's not kidding. It just kind of destroyed us. Huh? Wait, was it a dead end down here? Is that why I didn't go down? Plays the root master briefly. It was a dead end. Okay. Streams at this unique game are rare. I enjoy it for what it is. It definitely has flaws with the AI. You kind of gotta learn to work around them. Overall, I would say, like, is this an easy game? Probably not for most people. I find it kind of easy depending on what party combination I'm doing, or just the way I play. I kind of break the game. It's like sort of punishing if you die, but it gives you chances to come back, which I kind of like. Oh, goodbye, our mage. This could be bad news for us, actually, chat. Yeah, this is really bad news for us. I keep forgetting they can spawn in the hallways, which is definitely in my bad. So we're actually gonna thread to get out of here. If that had not one-shot our Rune Master, that we would not have had any issues. That's unfortunate. Goodbye, our thread. I'm not dealing with them at this case. Now that we have money, why don't we go see what we could do to make sure we don't get one-shot by silly things? Break every game I play? I mean, like, essentially when we get Ninja, the game is over. Gunner's a pretty solid class, I agree. I think that's why they ended up nerfing it in the sequel. So both of those classes, I think, hard carry different dungeons. Just thinking about what I would want, if anything. Like, getting this gun this early is pretty silly. I'm contemplating it, going with the gunner. It's a shame we didn't recruit that other character, because I would have stolen every single item that they had. So I think for now, I'm just going to go for some generic upgrades. What gives the most deep? Or mages. Oh, they can't even wear those. Not even a question, though. Yeah, I don't want to go too crazy with equipment, because we'll be getting better stuff later. But if I could just reduce the chance of them getting one shot, I think I would appreciate that. Now, I think the rest of our money should just go towards upgrades. Yeah. Poor Dancer just got one shot on the first floor and didn't receive any experience. Poor guy. I guess we'll save up for a super gunner in a little bit. Let's actually try to make progress this time. Reminds me, let's not go in with no bread. That should be good. I don't think I really need anything else. I mean, we'll take a thread just in case, but I think we're good. Yeah, the Dancer just kind of got one shot. That was unfortunate. So until we get to... I feel like I started soloing around the time you unlock the snowy area. I mean, technically we could do it before then, but then there's like the giant monsters that I would prefer to actually have a team that can deal with them. It would just be such a shame to let them go destroy fortresses instead of just killing them outright. What was I withdrawing? Well, first I should save, then I'll remember why I came. Okay. You know, I guess I could just deposit my money. I have enough to get another item, but it's fine. Oh, the thread. I was looking to withdraw the thread. That's right. Hopefully we don't use it, because that was definitely just a mistake. Oh, she gave us Kasumi's lunch. Nice. How nice of her to give us a free item. What's Kasumi's lunch give us? First grade food meter as well as half your health. Okay. I'm only really scared of going hunger death in the dungeon. Otherwise, I think we're okay. So we just revisited that area. Let's just actually go ahead and make progress. So the dancer, as long as he doesn't die, can heal the party. And we have quite a few medicas, just in case. So I'm not feeling super concerned about any boss. Thank you, Mage, for one-shotting him across the screen, as you do. Let's see, what's over here? Ah. A low-damaging grasshopper.
It's getting interesting.
Oh, I don't think I have showed the cat open. One moment. I think the game is taking priority. We're robbed of the cat. I think it needs to go up here if you want to see it. Okay, can I repeat that? I'll refund you the points, I think. But it should be visible now for the other ones. Oh, I wasn't paying attention, but if I was faster, I could have grabbed that blinking item before it disappeared. Again, we have a really tanky front line at the moment, so as long as this guy goes first, we should be good. Yeah, sometimes when I make a new screen, I don't put the widgets in the right layer, so it's there, that's why the sound effects are playing, but it should be good now. Nope, it's fine. You can always feel free to redeem the Ziggledies. Please don't one-shot the dancer. Thank you. Little extra money, why not? Nothing of interest there. Let's go this way. Huh. Okay, worth it just from that standpoint. Oh, but then there's nothing in this room. Okay, no longer worth it. What a shame. Okay, since we're just backtracking, let me switch to... I guess the Hexer, because he's got the most health of them. Just so that somebody... Oh. Bitch. I was gonna say, switch to him. So that way I don't burn out all the food meter on one character. Spread the love a bit more. Excellent. We have two different paths we could find. Why, hello there, Massive Ambush. How you doing? I think Fernardo is probably dead, guys. I don't see good things in store for Fernardo. I move diagonally, he could get hit here. I guess I could try regen tangoing? Or regen waltzing, I mean. Maybe he won't die. No, don't use healing items, it's fine. I make him move here, so that way he could get health. There we go, much better. See that, chat? Now we're dealing with some strategy. Nice paralysis, poison, and slow on one foe. Nice and consistent takedown, and hey, Bernardo survived long enough to finally get a level, chat. So that's good news. I know. I love that he was like literally in like 2 fights. The enemy's like 45 damage. You're dead at full health. And I'm like, oh, that's nice of the game, I suppose. Hope you're doing well, Charmander of the Night. Got distracted by Mystery Dungeon. Forgot to ask how you're doing. Ooh, I'd like you to not go into melee anymore, Fernardo. You just cannot tank hits at all. Oh, he's got a speed up because he's low on health. Which I guess is good. But yeah, we have to be really careful. As you can see, they're starting to hit for some serious damage. Make sure this guy gets the TP. Excellent. Fernardo should have a little more health to not get one shot at least. So that red circle / tile we keep walking on, as long as everybody touches it, it looks like we get 5 TP for the whole group. That's kind of nice. Picked up the sleep scroll. Take one more look around, then I think we'll make progress. Yeah, this character is so tanky that... Why did our Hexer walk into the... Oh, sometimes the AI kills me. It's like, no, don't walk towards the enemy as the mage. What are you doing? See, he could have walked diagonally downwards, Chad. I'm just saying. Oh, the other exit should be over here somewhere. So are there items in here or no? There is. Recall scroll. Let's take a look at what that does. Summons all allies to the zone to the side of one who reads the scroll. Okay, so there are traps and some abilities that will separate our party members. So having this is useful to regroup everybody. I do have a very high number of items in my inventory. I probably should have sold stuff at the shop. But it should be okay for now. Let's take a side path. See where that leads us. Leads us immediately to money. We're sitting at 570, so we could have 2 probably really strong characters. We might end up leveling... Mage is in big trouble. I wish he did not walk behind me like that. Well, hopefully he doesn't die, I guess. Okay, we got his attention, which is good. No, I'd like him to keep doing. Yeah. He melee struck it? Why would he melee strike this? Is it not weak to thunder? I'm confused. Like the one time I thought he would just one-shot it. He used Death Tumble. Okay. Chad, I don't know why our mage didn't move out of the way. That's unfortunate. I have to remember, I really have to babysit them sometimes. Sure, use Kasumi's lunch on him. That is just really unfortunate. We lost our damage dealer in like a very silly way. Oh well, it's the beginning of the game for a reason. Let's make sure we got healing activated. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't want to use this, but I think we are forced to. Oh, that was nasty. A nasty fight, chat. Fortunately, we are getting some of our TP back. Yeah, these enemy types are not messing around, chat. Surprisingly, it's Fernardo that's still alive of all the characters on our team, and our highest level other than Kirk exploded. Which is a shame, because we did give him defense for the explicit purpose of not exploding, but whatever. Should be fine. Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's what I'm learning, chat. Our support characters are being kind of dumb. We might actually have to leave the dungeon, because they're being too dumb to live. And this is kind of a problem. If they keep walking in the room like that, I don't think we could do this. So I have a new strategy, chat. We're gonna regroup for now. Unfortunately, I have to use another one of these. So I did not want to have to use this early, which is very unfortunate. I think this is the most I've ever used the thread in the early game. We're just getting super unlucky. Like, our allies just keep, like, maneuvering into them diagonally for some reason. I wish we had a little more control over them. As I said before, we can use the blast gauge to tell them not to move forward. But if they just, like, literally walk into the line of sight of, like, the enemy I'm tanking, it could be kind of annoying. So the game might force me to use the protector so that they're not dumb. Because we have, like, a lot of squishy characters. Let's see. What do you think about it? She'll give us a Kasumi lunch every time, I believe, which is good. It is a good healing item. But how do we advance further? Because our party is being very dumb at the moment. Let's think about this. Let's edit our party. Bernardo is just too squishy. Like, even though his defense isn't bad, I just need him to survive a hit, and he just can't. So we're gonna bring in a protector for now. We need somebody else to frontline. And I guess we could start training one of our gunners. Because I feel like the Hexer hasn't done too much at the moment, so maybe putting a gunner in here as a backup wouldn't be too bad. Because once we get to at least an okay level, and we can buy some armor in the store, like we were talking about before, then I want to do some solo. Like, that room would have been kind of difficult as a solo character, as is. But I think once we get more armor, we should be fine. Yeah, so she could get a completely massive stat increase. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Oh, did I put away my money instead of withdrawing? Oop. My bad, chat. I didn't realize I did that. We have more than enough, so we have enough money to be as tanky as we need to be. And we could just brute force this floor until we could get to better items. And then I think at that point we might try to level with the gunner. Once he gets like 1 or 2 levels, just like siphoning experience from the absolute tanks of the front line. Go. Yeah, let's go ahead and equip this. So already way tankier. Hide boots gives 2 defense. Close. So already a very nice amount of health. I would prefer our allies to not explode, so let's just give them some basic equips for now. Oh, we can also give them this for increased defense. Yes, please. Right, chat? Please, yes. That is kind of useful to know. Now, hopefully, if the gunner gets hit, he will not instantly die. That would be the dream. So let's just buy defense for now. I think we're good. Still have enough for the hand cannon, right? Yeah, we do. This should be a pretty big increase. So this character might actually be able to solo as is. If we go back to the previous dungeon, for sure this character could solo. Like, that's pretty high defense, really high attack. So, feeling pretty good about that. As I said before, I wanted to make progress. I'm now remembering, did I take a thread with me before I go any further? I did not. Okay, no items in storage, that's fine. Let's go sell our other remaining items. I don't think we need any more bread or anything else like that. Oh, we can just sell the sword stuff. That's no. Don't need tweed, don't need the knife, don't need... Sleep scroll can save us in certain scenarios. Recall scroll I feel is kind of situational. Roll is really situational. Armory scroll is good. I don't want to use it at the moment. I probably should have put that one away. Whatever. I don't feel like going back again. Light scroll. We'll try to use it in the upcoming dungeon. Otherwise, I'll just never use the item. I usually just don't find purpose in it. Unless I'm, like, doing solo runs as, like, ninja, and I'm trying to find something in the river, then I spam a lot of those. Other than that, that should be okay. Let's try again, chat. This time we have way better armor. We have 2 frontliners, one's actually pretty tanky. We don't really have a healer in the party, which could be a problem for the boss, potentially. But we'll see. The mage might be able to just snipe full screen and we'll be okay. Love to see. Speaking of which, what we should do is we should be leveling their skills a little more. So we could get power break, so I'm gonna go ahead and level Iron Wall, and let's go take a point in... I think I really need any of these. Initiative is really good if you're attacking first, which also often happens if you're the party leader, but it's in conflict with Vanguard, which is kind of weird that both of them require this. I think for now I'll just take the passive bonus. We can always change it later. HP regen, auto, cover could be useful. Cover could be useful. Let's go for the defense route. A gun mastery, which will eventually lead to some of these. Go ahead and improve our damage. And now we can learn Fireball. This character has been spamming a lot of different abilities, but the question is, do I feel like making the TP costs go up this early? Honestly, the answer is no. I really don't want to make our TP costs go up. So I might actually just leave those skill points as is. Him learning new skill is fine, though. We've been getting a lot of enemy parts. Hopefully we can take advantage of that in the near future. What does chat think of the game so far? Out of curiosity. No, we need Fireball. Yeah, we'll take some time to explore because we have a level 1 party member. We might as well siphon some or she's level 2 actually. Might as well siphon some experience. Oh, this is a horrible start to a room. He's using Provoke. Wow, Gunner did 59 damage. That's pretty solid DPS. Yeah, it's kind of neat. It's one of those games where I feel like if you aren't paying attention, it will destroy you. You like the game despite its flaws? Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's just like, if it just had like a little more fine tuning, I would have liked the game a lot more. Definitely dealing with some of the party AI. I have to remember, since it's been a while since I last played it, like how the AI tends to react to things. So we'll be seeing a lot of disabling of skills in particular, because they like to blow like their 30 TP spell on like a rabbit or something silly, and you're like, please don't. So we've lined up the Gunner in a perfect position, but unfortunately, because she used Provoke, that's not helping us. So here's an example where I like Provoke, but if I'm the frontliner, I don't want her to use it. We're actually going to disable it for now. I don't mind her trying to shield smite. Actually, no, she's got limited TP. Let's even just turn that off. No skills for you. Oh, we walked over a trap and did not set it off. Good news for us. Actually, you know what? I've been talking about using them, but I still didn't use them. Let's use the light scroll in this area. Ooh, blinking items. So the trick with the blinking items, chat, is there's a countdown above the item. And I think only when we're in the room does it count down. So we could choose what way we want to approach the room in attempts to get an item. And it looks like the southern door is the best choice. So I'm glad we actually used the light scroll there. It was useful. We're gonna go ahead and circle around here. Hopefully there's not too many things in this. There are not. The blinking items tend to be more powerful items. They granted us. Scale jerkin. And a shirt that I think can be worn by mages. that was extremely useful. Let's see. Well, they can wear both. Oh. Thing. Huh. So I can lower... I might actually do this. Wow, that's so much damage. The gunner actually can just one-shot everything now. Well, I guess I know who we might be playing solo later. I mean... Strength up, defense 16. Don't mind if I do. Why not, chat? Just obliterate them. That also gives us strength. And more TP. But more importantly, less one-shot potential. Our other characters really don't need it. We have Whirl Scrolls. Whirl Scrolls are basically just a short-range AoE. So if we end up in a scenario, of, like, for example, if we're playing a solo character, like the fighter, who doesn't naturally have a lot of AoE, we can use that when we get surrounded, just for extra DPS. So we'll see that at some point, if we start a room surrounded. Yeah, now our party's looking pretty good. Liking this chat. There's another stair to go upwards. Interesting. Let's put us in the previous floor. Actually, yeah, we might as well do it. It's just one floor. Then we could just come back down. And our reward is an item of some sort. What is this? Icicle Sigil. At a... Fires a bolt up to 10 spaces, dealing ice elemental damage. Oh, that is actually useful, because I believe some enemies will be resistant to physical later in the game, so playing as like a solo fighter, you will need some of those to actually clear those enemies in any reasonable amount of time. Oh, Traveling Gunner. Uh-oh, Stefan. Again, this is a character really tempting to recruit, not because I want another gunner, but because I just want his free equipment. Whoa, no need to be shy. We don't have to talk about money. Just let it all hang out. Lay it on me. Yeah, come to my guild, that way I can rob you blind. Invite this adventurer to your guild? Sure. Sorry, I already got a thing going with some other guys. I forget, can you stab these people? No, it won't let me attack them. Sorry, chat, we've been rejected twice. No love. I know. We're forever rejected. Okay, we got extra gold. Not gonna say that. So we're just looking to see if we can find any items. Or no. I'm gonna switch characters briefly, just because I'm running a little low on hunger. And again, the more we get hit, the more TP we recover. So I guess at the moment it wouldn't be too bad to just poke. Like, can the gunner even shoot from here? They can. Okay, they just chose not to recognize them. That's fine. Gotta remember those AI quirks, chat. I'm like, technically they're in range. Well, hello, Mr. Gunner. We meet again. There should only be 1 or 2 more rooms. We don't see the way back up. Oh, now we do. Let's go ahead and step on these just to fill our hunger gauge. So this was kind of worth it. Got some free items. Got another armory scroll, which, again, I don't really want to use on any items this early in the game, but hold on to that for now. It's something that only appreciates in value. Yeah, it mentions the cursed items, but honestly, those don't show up until very late in the game. We have nothing to worry about there. It's 69 damage on the crit and ended that thing instantly. Nice. Our team is looking pretty strong. We have 2 back row snipers. We have a tank, and we have just another frontliner that is also pretty tanky. This is looking a lot smoother, chat. As much as I like the dancer, we need somebody to go second that doesn't die instantly. This is the Guildmaster speaking. Pardon me for interrupting your adventure. I already know, but I wanted to mention spread tiles to you. Did you notice any amber tiles that were a faded red? Those are spread tiles. Oh, we already talked about those. How you use them can affect the result of your excursions, just as much as changing leaders, so pay attention. First, stand on the spread tile and press either L or X to bring up the menu. Then select party, then spread out. I almost never use this mechanic, I'm gonna be honest, chat. Like, I recognize that sometimes it's interesting to do here, but most of the time, I'd rather our mages be in a place that they can't be targeted. This only really makes sense if you have, like, 2 melee people that need to get in. Or, again, if you mess up and your frontlining is a mage and your fighters are behind you. Like, the only scenario I can really think of both of those. Anyway, can spread out if we need to. So yeah, it can be a way to shortcut people into the room, but it's fine. I like just stepping on them for the TP. Back to excursion, remember changing the tiles, make sure to make the use of it. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and use Provoke just to keep our allies safe. Just the primary purpose of this character is to just tank hits all the time. Oh, I just realized there's another character there. They're just ignoring us. It self-destructed and I think took an item with it. That kind of sucks. Character didn't want to talk to us. I'm getting trolled. There we go. Hello, Sonya. There's a lot of medics wandering around here solo for some reason. Solo medic seems kind of horrible. Invite them to the guild. Oh, they actually joined. Hey, chat, look, free items. Yay, free items. Oh, hey, it's the same graphic as our other medic that we're not using. He says, you want to tie me down? We'll play your little game. I'll obey your every last command. Strange character. Add them to the current party? Well, I was saying we did need another healer, but nah, let's not add them to the current party at the moment. Away she goes. I need an adult moment. Let's get some natural health regen back in and fill our hunger meter. What was it saying? It was like saying B to spread out from here. Yes, we could do that. Just because, just to show it. Very questionable characters. Wait, did they step on that and not mind that? Okay, I was gonna say, wait a minute. Okay, so we've recovered most of our health. Let's just switch back to the... Oh. A blinking item. We have to be careful. Ooh, we barely reached it in time. Knife +2. I think it's better than what she's using because she's still using standard equipment, so we'll take that enhanced item. Sure. More damage versus bosses. We'll take that. Picked up another light scroll. You know what? Since we picked up another light scroll and I say I never use them, let's use it again. There is pretty much nothing of worth in the rest of the dungeon. I'm glad we did that. I'm not wasting my time going for one item. But thank you, Light Scroll. Easy room clear. You know what? Let's use another Light Scroll. They are a fairly common drop, at least. And that'll free up our inventory for more items. Speaking of which, there's quite a few items on this floor. Got the stun sigil. I missed one more item. Extra gold. So I guess we could sweep around from bottom right just to get that one mining spot and kill that enemy. I'm gonna take control of the gunner just to make sure he does some strikes. Indeed he did. I plays the room master briefly just to make sure he's a full TP. So I think he's looking good. Now we can see the enemy, so I can afford to play this character a little longer without wasting anything. Does he use lightning on the fireball? Wouldn't ice be stronger? I mean, just logically speaking, chat. Oh, that causes us to self-destruct. But I think I'm okay with that. Lorraine, you asking if you missed everything? I would say a little bit of this playthrough. We were just kind of in between tales at the moment. But yes, this is indeed the tail end of the stream. I think I at least want to show off a boss. And it might make sense to pause. Chat, I just love that full screen sniping. It's like, what did we hit? Oh, he actually did so much raw damage it didn't self-destruct. Nice. Got a recall scroll. So we're running low on inventory space. That's the big thing with this game. It'll give you a lot of just random items. So that's why if you wonder why I keep going to the bank to deposit things, it's because I'm used to the later levels. Ooh, this room kinda sucks. At least a death tumbled. Hope you're doing well, Reen. Eye drops, okay. So we're looking pretty good in the health department. I suppose we could go to the bottom floor now. Let's just take a look at our inventory. We got a few healing items, 1 revive in case something goes wrong. We got a lot of breads. If the boss spawns a lot of enemies, we have a couple damaging scrolls for AoE, and we even have a healing scroll, which heals everybody. So despite not having a healer, we're probably good. Let's take the stairs to the next floor. Oh. This is kind of a terrible room. What should we do? We should make sure provoke happens. That way our gunner is not one-shot brutally. Oh, you could provoke and then still attack? I did not know that. Interesting. So in the meantime, I guess we can use some lightning. Oh, not facing the right way. That would be embarrassing. We're not gonna make that mistake again. I love the gunner just killing stuff diagonally. Thank you, gunner. So again, we'll just provoke just to keep our allies safe. Ooh, 112 damage, wow. Our mage is definitely leveling up there. Got a little extra TP off of that, not too shabby. And a random enemy in the hallway. Glad we did not go forward with the mage. Why, hello there, roller. Let's have 2 characters here so that we could do enhanced damage. Use provoke. Bonked into the wall. Ooh, so we could see a treasure chest that's gonna disappear if we don't act fast. Let's just oh, we can't go diagonal there. Huh. Okay, well, we're gonna go down and then over. We got round shield, which looks like a perfect item for our frontline characters. Right now we're just using bucklers, which is round shield. Shield made for soldiers on the front lines. So it gives us lightning resistance as well, maybe? I think that's how you read that symbol. It looks like the lightning bolt with the line through it. And increases our defense by another 3, so yeah. Make him tankier, why not? I'm otherwise doing okay. I mean, I was just answering the chat. Because, it's just nice to not have work tomorrow. So I don't mind doing a longer stream today due to Memorial Day. I got hit by the Wrecker Trap. Thank you, game. Yeah, I think overall right now we're doing pretty good. We just had to change our party a little bit. And you can already see it's like night and day. Like just having one tanky party member made such a big difference. Let's make sure we get more food. Now we're just looking for the exit, but I believe we're basically at the bottom floor. Nothing in here, so we're just immediately going to turn around. Use the dash to go fast. Why, hello there. Nice, the gunner can shoot diagonally here. Excellent for us. And our gunner has hit level 3. So he'll hopefully be able to do slightly more damage, and our mage has even more TP. We are looking pretty much set for the rest of the dungeon. All it needed was just better armor, chat. That's all we needed. Another item? Button potion. And what is the Glutton Potion? Hey, we're out of inventory space. Raises maximum FP. We don't really need that. Save some of these sigils, but honestly, we're so early in the game, it might make more sense just to sell them. Yeah, it means we can eat even more. We just get hungry and hungry, apparently. You reach the stairs down to the lowest level. The unknown beast claiming the mine should be beyond these steps. You hear a faint sound of running water from below, and an occasional rumbling noise, like a giant treading the earth. What will you do? Okay, chat. I want you to brace yourself, not from the boss. Listen to the music that they give this boss. Like, so far we've been listening to peaceful music, but prepare yourself, chat. I love this boss music. Command all is active on boss floors. Order your members individually. Only the leader may use the stairs. Yeah, it really kicks it up. Let's make sure we get Provoke on. The one thing we want to make sure, don't group our mages too close to the person who's being struck. So this guy's pretty far away. I actually want him to go more to the sides. We're gonna back the mage up one step. I think diagonally over here. That should be okay. Our gunner should go diagonal, and we should be good. Yeah, see that rock right there? That's why I want to make sure they're not lined up with each other. This character just needs to get closer. Now that he's here, let's go ahead and try to use some skills. Ooh, missed the shot. And that's why I moved the fighter. See that, chat? You're just witnessing why I'm making all these movements. Yeah, we're gonna make sure we surround this boss. Ooh, lots of misses, though. We're gonna make sure Provoke is up basically at all times. All of our healing items should just go to this character repeatedly. So yeah, now we have triple DPS on this boss. It should go down pretty quick. Ooh, Gunner keeps missing, though. You're still upset about the Blondie not ending up with the mage. So one thing I think I'll do is that we get Kasumi lunch for free every time. I think I'll pop it very soon. Speaking of which, I need to make sure to assign these to shortcuts. I think this one is. Yeah, like this guy's skills I should just assign to shortcuts, because we're going to be using the mage quite a bit, I think. Anything worth adding to? Not really. Let's go ahead and assign these just to speed this process up. Don't need any of his skills. I think we're good. So again, I'm just going to go ahead and use the Kasumi lunch, since we get that for free every time we come back to the inn. Oh, I didn't realize Provoke wore off, but that's okay. Nice. Easy boss, chat.
No mercy!
We no mercy that boss for sure. So as you can see, Provoke is extremely useful if you're playing with mages, because otherwise he would have tossed that boulder at poor Kajel and Richard. They would have definitely died in one hit. But hey, we had such a tanky front line that it didn't matter. We only used one item for healing. That's pretty good. So thank you, Provoke, for the enhanced defense and all those items we found along the way. Nice. Much better than our first attempt in this area. So now we should probably report the mission as the game is stating. I heard that you vanquished the monster. My father and his craftsmen are pleased as punch. It says punch. Thank you ever so. Did you acquire any materials during the foray? We'll purchase anything you found. It may help us create new goods. Well, we should probably begin selling those since she's mentioned them. It's curious. I just uses I don't think that's a thing. Let's just go ahead and sell everything here. I don't think there's a purpose to keeping these items, to my knowledge. And even if we do need them, I could just get them later. It's so early in the game. Now we've unlocked new weapons. Nice. Let's go see what that actually did unlock. We can now build the short sword, which... okay, I guess we could bring him up to the same level as that. Was that it? That's all we unlocked? That's disappointing. But hey, we could get a really powerful solo weapon for a fighter. Just look at that, chat. Oof. Such a big advantage on damage. If we wanted to solo with the fighter, honestly, he probably could. Green saying there's weave weapons. There are quite a few. You got your category of katana. You have the swords. Have kind of like the rapier or stabbing category. You got your wands, clubs, and guns. So I don't think we unlocked any new armor, which is a bit disappointing. But other than that, I think we're looking pretty good. Speaking of which, things that I don't need. Confusion pill, I'm never gonna use it. We have to be honest with ourselves sometimes, chat. Like, I just look at the items and I'm like, nah. I'll save light scrolls for solo exploration. Do I really want an icicle sigil? Not really. Stun sigil? That is actually slightly more useful. I'll get rid of the elemental ones. Those I definitely won't use. But the rest of these I think we'll put away for now. Glutton Potion is really good for solo play. So it really just depends on when we decide to upgrade our characters. So this other armor we picked up, I actually don't want to sell it. I could just go ahead and give it to one of our other party members. So I think otherwise we're good to go. So it keeps reminding me we need to report the mission, but we're like, We need to make sure to put away all of our extras. We don't need these. I always like to keep one sleep scroll in case I end up in a monster house as a bad character. Really don't need the recall scroll, that's more convenience. Armory scroll, don't want to use it that early in the game. Don't need multiples of these. Healing scroll, maybe for bosses, but not right now. Don't need multiple whirls, don't need multiple stuns, don't need multiple recalls. Sleeping pill, I will use at some point, but not right now. Eye drops, lets me see traps, that's more of a solo item, and glutton potion, I'll put away. I think we got rid of most of the items in our inventory. I mostly just have bread. Just walls of bread, chat, so we don't starve in the dungeon. Oh, also, I don't really need sleeping pill literally right now. I'll put that away as well. Apparently, please, this punch refers to a 16th century Italian puppet named Punch. I was gonna say I wasn't really familiar with that phrase, but I guess that makes sense. Oh, isn't like Punch and Judy? Oh, wait, no, I just thought about that. Oh, never mind, I've heard it before. I was like, it wasn't dawning on me, but now that you said that, that makes more sense. And look, she just gave us another Kasumi meal, which is amazing, because it's basically like getting free bread. So the game is at least gives you a little mercy. In case you have no items, if you go to the inn, you'll always get something that will heal you and basically let you double down in the adventure. Let's go hand in our quest. I think we did pretty well. Chad, he is just so happy to be him.
No mercy.
That's another character that enjoys their job. No mercy indeed. Well, let's report in. We should get a 2,000 EN reward, which could lead to some very silly upgrades. Glance at your monster tomb for proof you'd bested the monster. Only those who defeat a beast can record it. Sure, that's how that works. There's no question that it was Guild Ziggledy who was first to complete the mission. And so here is your reward. 2,000 EN received. Guild members earn 200 experience. Oh, I also forgot, that's a good way to level up your passive party members. And key item Plush Panda. What? Oh, The plush toy was something I wanted to deliver to Niralda over at the Amber restaurant. Who's Niralda? Let's ask about the Amber... Well, I guess we should ask who she is first. She's the owner of the Amber restaurant on the east side of town, where cooking is well known as the best in Oslargo. Seem curious. If you're planning to pay a visit to the Amber restaurant, why don't you deliver the plush toy to her? You see, the extra skyship we put into service has returned. We have many adventurers visiting. Some of them are a type I've never seen in town before, such as ninjas, sovereigns, and wanderers. Okay, so let me break down an order of usefulness. Ninja, god tier solo, god tier. Chat, we will break this game if I play solo ninja. I'm so sorry. I could beat almost the whole game with solo ninja. Ninja's so broken. Sovereign, I didn't really use that much of Sovereign, but I guess they're okay. So it's kind of like the Prince or Princess class from Etrian, where they could give commands to other units to buff them. They're kind of like an alternative to the Dancer, I guess if you want to think about it from things you've seen. And Wanderers are based off of the standard abilities you would get if you were playing Mystery Dungeon. So they have all the abilities used to traverse a dungeon, more or less. I believe they also have things like opening up walls, and they have enhanced movement and things like that. So they're technically another good solo character, but spoilers, chat, Ninja the most broken. At the moment we get Ninja's blast gauge to do damage, it's over. There is no situation in which they cannot solo other than the boss. And by boss, I just more mean the giant monsters. So if we just want to get completely out of control, I will just have one ninja go through and learn all their exploration techniques. Really must begin the redevelopment initiative in order for us to be able to support these new adventurers. It will keep me so busy that I won't have the time to deliver a toy. I'm sorry, but it must be you. The Amber restaurant can now be visited. New classes have been unlocked. Ninja, Sovereign, and Wanderer. We'll be enjoying those, chat. Oh man, so like, to explain what makes the ninja broken, it has a blade dash move that can put it beyond an enemy striking range. It can hit multiple targets. It can be extremely evasion focused. It's called like evasion tanking in Etrian, where basically this thing is unkillable. And the more damage you take, the more evade you get. So you're just, even if you somehow get hit, you then just become impossible to hit. And then their blast gauge is a full screen, undodgeable, high damage chance of insta-kill that hits the whole room. And they are just so ridiculous. They're just so completely ridiculous. Once you get into the flow with them, it's over. Oh, and they can walk on water, of course. So they can get to a lot of items that other characters can't, so that makes them a better explorer by default. Like, they are just the silliest thing. I think at one point I had a character, a ninja, that was like level 30, and everybody else was still like level 8. It's just like, I was like, listen, you just need to heal the ninja in every boss fight, and it's fine. He can beat everything. I'm like, I have one person causing one more bind, one healer, and then I don't need a fourth party member. I'm pretty sure that's how I beat the rest of the game. I think it was Ninja, Medic, and Hex, just to make sure I had the binds. I think that was it. I didn't even bother with another character. It wasn't worth my time. But we'll probably play different classes. unless the chat really wants me to just break the game. Because again, solo ninja, very, very OP. Gunner is also pretty solid for similar reasons. They are able to basically zone every enemy, but they are never within range of attack most of the time. And if they do get surrounded, something like a sleep scroll covers their weaknesses pretty well. Now we have the restaurant. Oh, is it? You make it sound like they're in a simulation. I mean, I like just being a little goofy when they have different highlighted words, just to add the extra emphasis that we should be paying attention to those abilities. Let's see, I believe this is... I already forgot her name. Is it Yolanda? Leave Yolanda at Amber's restaurant. Hey there, go ahead and seat yourself. Want some water, do you? Well, the pitcher's right there. You're in luck, though. In honor of the death of that monster in the Emerald Copse, adventurers get extra portions. It was you who killed it? No fooling, because you don't look the type. Are you sure you're eating it right? Oh, there. Well, don't worry. Just once this kid gets cranky, he doesn't snap out of it for a while. Oh, weird. He's already out of his funk. Ah, a panda doll. He handed over the plush panda. Goodbye, plush panda. My kid and me are both crazy for pandas. Oh, this is from Magan. Yeah, come to think of it, he did mention that. He sent you to deliver it? Thanks for the trouble. She's actually reading our mind chat. Like, our characters are just standing there going, duh. But, you know, she understands. So we do have some different things we could take a look at here. So I guess we should see what ordering does. Order addition, enjoy a nice meal. The dishes effect aid in exploration. Use amber in all my food so you'll notice different effects when you eat it. Check the menu for effect details. The food effects last until the end of one adventure, so there's nothing wrong with eating right now. One dish per customer. If you order more than one, only the last dish you eat does anything, so don't get greedy. Okay, so this also really makes solo adventuring easy. Right now, unfortunately, we can only choose to have max HP up and luck up, but might as well as take it. Yeah, we'll make Roxanne tankier, why not? There's effect has been applied. The effect will be applied upon entering the dungeon. I think we have to pay per character, which is not really worth our time, but we'll give the protector more health. So we can also talk to some of the customers that are at the restaurant. They'll usually give you tips on how to get rare items from monsters, or maybe they'll tell you some weaknesses, or they will generally speak about different game hints. I think sometimes they can lead to side quests, but for now, we'll just see what they have to offer. Let's talk to the sharp-eyed elderly man. You there, youngin'. Those weapons of yours seem a mite hard to handle. See there, how there's an uneven wear on the hilt. That one's got a nicked blade. You can't fool the smith's eyes. You can improve the way a weapon handles by tempering it and making repairs as needed. Come down to Chanos to temper your weapons. I'll do right by you. Oh, that might have actually unlocked a new function of the shop, so that's good that we talked to him. New, 2 regular customers. The usual for me, Neralda. How about you? Yeah, I'll have my usual too. By the way, do you know which guild took down the monster in the second dungeon? No idea. You don't know either, huh? Whoever it was, we owe them. Thanks to them, we're getting these extra portions. Oh, I'm grateful, alright. You can't beat extra portions. So it seems like we're gaining a little bit of a reputation. You can talk with Neralda directly. I've had a sharp tongue since the day I learned to talk. I crack jokes with you guys because you feel like buddies. Probably on account of the kid's daddy being an adventurer too. Gets me the amber I use for my cooking. What? I'm just thinking what amber actually is in this universe. Like, to me, it just seems kind of weird to add to every meal if it is like the real life counterpart. But anyway, last time he brought back a big heap of amber from the bottom of the third dungeon, bottom of the third dungeon. Probably a year's supply. And he says, you won't be needing me to find more for a while, right? Then I'm going on a journey. The nerve of that man, leaving me alone to take care of the kid. But he left a note and poof, he was gone. See if you could guess what the note said. Go on, guess. Oh no, the phrase, I really need to learn how to say this. Well, apparently the land shark. Land shark wasn't for me. Starting over as a wanderer. You see, traveling is a wanderer's job. What kind of bonehead excuse is that? That man. He shows me his face around here again, I'll knock him flat. You go, Neralda. Oh hey, new character. Well, if it isn't Sarah, weren't you going to the dungeon? I'm on my way there now. I just wanted to file a quest before I took off. Oh, I'm sure some adventurer will pick it up before long. There's some loitering over there, in fact. They killed that monster in the second dungeon. What was their name? Yeah, I was gonna say, that's good. I mean, like, I understand you go into the dungeon to make money, but that just does seem like he's the deadbeat father at the same time. The Ziggledy Guild, I believe. It's nice meeting you. I'm Dr. Sarah Stein, a labyrinth archaeologist. I'd be interested in hearing about the second dungeon later. I'm a bit busy right now, though, so... Neralda, I'll be by with Sasha for supper as soon as I'm done with this investigation. Speaking of which... Don't work too hard, okay? You're not an adventurer. That girl's always on the move. He's a bigger bit deadbeat, this dude, or Virgil. Not sure who you mean by Virgil, to be honest. If that's a reference to Devil May Cry, I have not played Devil May Cry. I'm gonna draw a question mark. I know. Why don't you take Sarah's quest? Probably a piece of cake for that guild to beat the monster. No problem. Yeah, I think the problem was, like, I played some of the earlier Devil May Cries, and the gameplay just didn't click with me. Specifically the first game. So I just never ended up playing the later ones. Sarah's request is the one called Fort Construction Test. Ooh, we're getting forts this early. Nice. You've taken missions before. I'm sure you know the drill here. Reward. Wisdom Hammer. Tech increases tech. Okay, so if we had a medic, we could increase their healing ability. That's kind of nice. The description of this is, we finished plans for the forts to be built in the dungeons. Help us with a test on B1F in the first dungeon. So as they said before, chat, building a fort will lock in a dungeon layout and it will reveal the map. So if you just want to farm a specific layout, you could try to use the forts to lock in a favorable section. Having a fort will also help when they introduce the giant monsters later on, as they will destroy forts before they reach the town and destroy it, which is a game over condition. So, kind of mixed feelings on it. We won't be spending a lot of money on forts early on, but when we want to revisit an area, like, again, the earliest place I usually try to lock in is like the snowy area. At that point, I'll lock it in if there's treasure chests in a river or something like that, and I'm playing as Ninja. But we'll accept the quest for now. That ought to do it for registration. All you need to do now is finish the quest. Once the quest's over, come back here and report in. I'll fork over the reward then. Alright, get on out to the first dungeon. Yeah, we could do that. So she can offer more side quests. So we basically have two quest givers at the moment, chat. You can think of the Mayor's Mansion as advancing the story, and also unlocking the next dungeon for us to explore. And these are just more either opening new mechanics or giving us an opportunity to get some rare items. And we'll do a mix of both, I think, throughout. So we attained access to Stein Labs, which is interesting because none of them actually talked about the Stein Labs. I guess we could go there? Research's strength, Stein Labs. Sarah told me not to talk to strangers. See you next time. I believe there is a thing in the game where the more monsters we fight, we report in to somebody. It might be the Stein's lab, and we could get some items that way. But I think that's about it for now. I mean, we'll hand in the reward at some point. That's fine. I don't think he has anything new to say. Oh, he's talking about making a guild card. Don't worry about that. We don't. that feature is only useful if we're playing online, and we will not be playing online. Is there anything else we want to do with our absorbent amount of cash? Any super silly items we can purchase? Nobody really uses the club here, other than the warrior. I mean, I guess we can have more damaging types. So one thing I think I neglected to talk about, chat, and I feel like now that we have the store access, it's easier to explain. If you look at the bottom left of the sword description, where it has like attack but then a symbol there, that's actually the damage type of the weapon. So we have, I believe this is slash damage. We have the kind of explosion icon for bludgeoning, and we have the lance icon for piercing. So some enemies will have different weaknesses, and we just have to kind of figure out as we go along. So it is useful to have varying damage types. It might be worth buying the Crushing Club just to have more damage types. Because as you saw before, we hit the roller, for example, and the roller did not take a lot of damage from us, from our swords, but I believe the club will do full damage to it. We might as well do this. Now the question is, chat, do we try a solo venture at any point, or do we just continue as is? So we could get another piercing type weapon, and it does a lot of damage, but then we lose access to cut. Where gun will do pierce, we already have club. Leave it as is for now. But I don't think there's anything else we can upgrade, to my knowledge. I think we already have the best stuff equipped. So we would have to advance the dungeons a little bit more to get extra. Oh, this person doesn't even have a feather hat. Sure. Just go purchase that. Full party for experience distribution. I was gonna say, I almost never care about experience distribution, to be honest. But it's whatever the chat wants to see. I'm just like, I go for OP. I'm like, I'm distributing all the XP to myself. Gunner, gonna do Gunner things. Oh, we unlocked the guild cards. Guild name, party member names, register adventure names, and custom message will appear on the guild card. So we could talk about if you'd like to see other characters in the party chat. I will vary it based off of what you say. I will try not to lock you into any given party. I'm going to make sure that you get to see what you like to see as we do the playthrough. More details, select to ask advice than guild cards. So we only have 10 roster slots. We will get more as we get further into the game. I want to say it goes up to 40 at one point. But right now, we're actually almost at our limit. I want to take a look at one thing. Didn't we get a new character? Oh, we did get a new character. It was Sonya. Actually, they're pretty close in level now. I don't think it really makes a difference. I don't know if I need this many medics. I'm gonna do one thing real quick. Manage the party, I think. So we'll take a look at our party order in 1 second. I'm gonna get rid of one of the medics. Just so, I was just thinking just from a recruiting standpoint. I think I'm gonna get rid of Steve, but we'll make Steve the other character. Steve will live forever. It'll be Steve 2. Good with that. Like, how did we rename the character? Is that in the Explorer skill? We did it earlier, I just forget. Yes, we can rename this one. But goodbye, Sonya. Your identity is being destroyed. Apparently you can just random the names every time. Rename the Steve Clove Rob. I mean, if you want. But I'm gonna get rid of Steve, though. That's all up to you. I don't need that many medics in our party. Two is way more than enough. Sorry, Steve. I believe I'm gonna remove you. We're gonna expel Steve. Goodbye, Steve. There's only you. Sure thing, Rob. Let's go ahead and edit the party. So, chat, what characters would you like to see? True Mystery Dungeon Canon. True. So, we could technically recruit another character, but I just... Even if we don't end up recruiting them, I just want to show off their icon. So Ninja is just, Ninja goodness, chat. I think when I played the game, I think I liked having 2 of every character class, just to have, like, the male and female versions. And then if I really liked a class, I would do every color of a character. So I had, like, every variation in Ninja. Rob is best medic lolly. Oh, sure thing, chat. We get to see the Prince and Princess, blue-blooded royal heirs whose natural charisma and abundant confidence allow them to pile victory upon victory. We have the Wanderer. Wandering in search of secrets in every corner of the world, these adventurers know life without travel. So again, this is another pretty solid solo class. Not the best, though, in my opinion. Like, they have a lot of abilities. Uh-oh, I see it has attracted the attention of Reen. So we could definitely recruit a Wanderer. We might come across them naturally at some point. But for now, we can take a look at those. So if Reen would like to name a Wanderer, I can make it male or female, and I can showcase the colors, since I'm assuming there is a lot of interest in having it. We got the standard, kind of like blue and yellow kind of combos with purple accent. Then you got the black, purple, and red. Then you got green and purple. And you got a mix of red and blue. And you have the female versions. I'll just cycle through. We haven't seen that yet. Not too shabby. Also take a look at the other colors of each of the characters. Give each of them a fair chance. Black and purple are your favorites? I think which one I did. I think I did this one for the Sovereign. I think I went blue and yellow and then purple. I think I just chose the same color. I'll take a look at the ninjas as well. I still think the default ninja is probably my favorite overall color combo for both characters, but the others aren't too bad. Just showing it off. I like that the mask looks better in this one, but I don't like the rest of the outfit, unfortunately. Not a big fan of blonde ninjas. No thanks to that, chat. Same black and purple. Are you referring to this one? I don't think there was another purple with black. Yeah, presumably. I guess we can make another Wanderer just to show it off. So what would you like to have the character named? Second male ninja's outfit reminds you of Luna from Final Fantasy III. The hair is wrong. Oh, Reen is entering the battlefield. Sure thing, we can add you in. There we go. Confirmed. You're now officially in the game. Got one slot left. As long as we can recruit somebody, I think I'm okay. I'll hold off on making any of those other characters. So we'll give this character class a shot. Are witches in the game? There are. We have a... Oh, I didn't take the female elementalist. That's right. Yeah, there's... We could do, like, the Rune Master as the female. I'm thinking, do we need Reen and Roxanne at the same time? Or do I even really need Kirk at the moment? I might have Kirk take a break for a bit. We've been using him a lot. We can... Because we have two frontliners, right? We have Roxanne... We'll have her as the leader for now. We'll have Kirk sub out so we could show off more characters. Robin Reader in. Guess you should throw your name in the hat too. I was gonna say, what character class were you interested in? Because I will add you. Thinking about if I want another mage or not in the party. Another mage could be interesting. Or I could have another gunner. I'm honestly fine with either. I'm waiting on Chris's reply. Let's see if we can talk to him about anything else while Chris thinks it over. I want to know about. Guild card is like calling a card. Oh, we already know about the guild card. That's fine. We don't need to trade. No, we're not using Street Pass. Don't worry about that. Or QR codes. Don't worry about it. Rune Master, Hex, or Ninja? That doesn't narrow it down. You still have to pick one. Oh, look at that. It tells you how to, like... It's trying to tell you, like, how to form a party. Oh, that's so nice of the game. We're not going to listen to that advice. Let's chat with the Guildmaster. More adventurers arrive every day now that we... Oh, excuse me. More adventurers arrive every day now that we've added skyships. Have you been recruiting more members to your guild? Members not in the party are on standby and receive lessons here. It isn't much, but they improve day by day. So, again, as long as you continue to journey out, the other characters do receive some experience. I believe they will get more experience if you put them in a fort, which is why it's good not to have too big of a party, but the game will explain that later. You might find they level up before you know it. It's best to add members whenever you can. So yeah, we definitely have room for one more. Or technically, if we're going with almost all melee and the only mage is Rob, could get away with not using Roxanne. I'm gonna need a decision from Chris. Want to be the Rune Master? For the look of the Hex. Oh, you're gonna go with Ninja? Oh, most broken class? Congratulations, you did it. A good choice. The other characters are pretty good. I like the Rune Master early in the game, but I feel I use them less as I get towards the end of the game. And Hexer's one where, like, I don't use them super often, but when I'm fighting bosses, I usually just have one to make it easy. So did you prefer a specific color with the ninja? If you get Hex, they must be named Emma. Oh, you missed out because we chose the male Hex. I mean, we could get a female Hexer at some point, and a female Elementalist at some point. But that can be done. Just right now, I think this is the last party slot. So, Chris, which color did you prefer? Did you prefer one in the first 4 rows? Not bad. Got a little bit of purple going on there. A little bit of standard flame. See, this reminds me of, like, the Disgaea Ninja. I think that's why I like this color. I think more than the others. I think there's a bias from other games I've played. The Lunith option will do. Was that number 2 you said? 2. Okay. Sure, you're in the game. So we have all these characters using samurai swords. We're just like, yeah, this is fine. We're now out of room to recruit characters, so we can't get free people at the moment, unless I boot somebody from the party. It's tempting to boot Yentos, because we don't really need that many medics. Tempting. Well, to honor the chat, we'll have Chris, Rob, Kirk. This should be good. We have, like, a pretty nasty front line. Let's go ahead and rearrange our party. Oh, I hit cancel by accident. Yeah, we could get rid of everything. I'm like, do I need Roxanne? Not really. Do that. Not quite the formation going. What I can do is I can make this a formal squad, so I don't need to remake this later. So if I need to do my one that we won with earlier, I could just reassign it here. I think was something like this. This would be like our boss killer, where we just have like such a tanky tank taking everything, and then just 2 mages blasting away. And we can also assemble a dream team, I suppose. Yeah, I feel like Rob maybe should be and he isn't targeted. I think like this would probably be okay. Let's go back to town and arm the new party members since we're playing as the chat. Make sure they don't die instantly, or chat would be very sad. It's like, you stepped into the dungeon and perished. Like, that's pretty much it. But we'll get the Kodachi. Equip it now, awesome. Oh, you already come with the Kodachi. That's ninja privilege right there. Don't need any of those. Actually, do we have any piercing now, or is this all slashing? Maybe it is worth taking the other sword. But we should probably focus on armor so the front line doesn't die. I thought we had a spare one of those. Let me check our inventory real quick before I make any other purchase. Yeah, we had some of these. So we'll make sure to purchase the super armor upgrades. Rob might be the glass cannon. You will probably not receive too many items, because honestly, Rob doesn't need it. The whole party needs to protect Rob. Rob is MVP. He can make any character survive any fight as long as he's not focused. So that will help with that. So ninjas cannot equip shields, which is fine. I mean, Rob's too good. He answered the quiz questions without having really played the game. It's too good. Oh, you can also equip this. Interesting. Oh, Rob's actually pretty tanky now. Good job, Rob. So you can't equip those, you can only equip shirts. Interesting. Wait, what is this saying this replaces? Oh, the hide boots? No. Oh, thick gloves. It's better than thick gloves. Oh, that was a purchase mistake. Whatever, I'm not increasing it for 1 defense. But what we should focus on is this. There we go. Again, we have a fairly tanky front line. Expect our lolly girl, apparently. Well, I think in terms of weapons, we are actually good to go. I can't afford this weapon after the defense increases, or else we would have had Pierce, Bludgeoning, and then 2 slashes. We have really aggressive frontline characters. Let's see how they do. I went to hit triangle, like that's how you save the game? I don't know why I thought that was it. The equivalency thereof. I guess it's X on the Switch controller. Or the 3DS. Sure, why don't we go to forts, chat? Why not? Fort construction test. It's at the first dungeon. The guildmaster should be waiting for you there. Sure. So again, if we have backup characters, because we have a pretty sizable guild, I don't usually cap it this early in the game, but fortunately, because they're sitting there, they're going to be gaining some passive experience, and then we can afford to put these people into forts for enhanced experience. So even if we play solo, just keep in mind, chat, the other party members will still get experience to some extent. This guy says, "Oh, you accepted the quest. That's good, since I know I could trust you with the fort construction test. Some adventurer destroyed one of our forts, which means the dungeon layout may now shift and warp. But seeing is believing. I've decided that you will build a fort in B1F, which should kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Under ordinary circumstances, the layout of the dungeon changes each time you enter it. But once a fort is built, the layout is frozen in place, and your dungeon map remains fixed. That's the biggest advantage in building a fort. Next, I should explain how to go about building one. First, select the zone in which you wish to build in from the dungeon map. You can only build forts in zones you have already visited. This time it will be here at BF1 on the first floor. After settling on a zone, order a fort. The only one available now is the basic fort, so it should be an easy choice. After that, construction will begin, shown by building ... on the zone in the dungeon map. Construction takes time. You should go explore B1F. The fort should be finished by the time you reach B2F. Thanks to the zone detector function, you should see zones adjacent to the fort, helping you find new zones. I will return to Aslargar and await your report. But first, let me give you enough money to cover a basic fort. Yeah, this is the reason I usually don't mess with forts. I prefer our money to go towards equipment rather than forts. Now, the fort test can begin. Press X to select map to open the dungeon map, which is good. I actually haven't used the dungeon map. I forgot how to do that. Then order a basic fort. Okay, it's just at the bottom of the menu. Got it. So it has a scan radius of 1, no other special functions. I forget if they go into more detail. Chris is asking about if they give an universe reason. I forget if they give into more detail, but presumably the stones that they work with stop the dungeon magic from functioning. But I don't remember how much detail they go into that. So one thing to denote here is they're saying, like, if the characters are in the fort, they're given certain basic equipments, and this is what you would get if they had to protect the fort. The construction is underway. Due to the fort's presence, the dungeon layout is locked. Again, we won't be building a ton of forts unless we're backtracking. Then we'll probably build some forts. Use the lower screen to select a fort. There we go. I believe the team is now ready to go. I'm just going to position Rob out of the way. Oh, also, I realized Rob is level 7, so Rob is probably one of the his party members here. Jeez, Rob, you've been absorbing all that experience this whole time. What a monster. We're all ganging up on the butterfly. Die, butterfly. Oh, well, that did no damage to Kirk. I think Kirk might not let you have a turn, but we'll see. Oh, hey. That's okay. You guys can just soak experience until you're the right level. You know what? I'll even move diagonal just for you. And I'll even pause my turn here. There we go, doing decent damage. Oh wow, it can only do 4? Oh man, chat, you're already too tanky for this dungeon. Just zipping along. Oh, dead end. Got trolled. Goodbye our food meter. I was gonna say, Rob will make sure we don't lose any party members. As long as no one gets one shot. I think the only character at risk of getting one shot at the moment is Chris. But he also has much better armor than he went here the first time. So even then, I'm not super concerned. Uh-oh, showing the power of the 8 leaves. Take the stairs down to the next floor? Sure. Fort is complete. This is the Guildmaster. It seems the fort in B1F is complete. It is now yours. If you have any guild members on standby in Aslarga, I suggest you deploy them to that fort. So yeah, so we can send 4 party members, I believe, to the fort, but we can have 10 total in our guild. So 2 characters will always get reduced experience, but still basically feed on experience just sitting there. So he's just explaining, guild members on standby gain experience through lessons they receive at the guild, but if you deploy them to forts, they will gain that experience much more rapidly due to the hands-on training. So basically, I buy the bare minimum number of forts in order to make sure those characters receive constant experience boosts, and by having at least one person in a fort, it means we could get into 5-man battles, or at least more than 4-man battles against any giant bosses that might be trying to make it to the town later on, which could be useful. I usually just leave like a medic in there and then they can heal because I tend to play a very aggressive party. Let me teach you how to deploy guild members. The deployment is done through the dungeon map. Okay, that's good to know. After you choose which fort you want to deploy them to, select a slot for the member to occupy. Once that's complete, choose a guild member to deploy. Each fort can hold up to 4. Well done on the construction test. Your reward awaits you at the Amber Restaurant. Well, we're not going to teleport out of here. We're going to walk out of here. So it's saying we can hire 4 guards, so let's make sure. Let's give our gunner enhanced experience, because that's always fun. Put the Rune Master in there as well. Bernardo could use some, and maybe the Hex. We'll take Yantos, I think, at some point. Actually, just for that. I'll remove the... Yeah, let's send Kajal back. Let's actually send, let's send Yantos just so that there's a medic there. That might be better. So that way there's a Hex person which can deal with anything. We got the Dancer and the Gunner. That should be good. Yeah, it should be basically a stomp all the way through. Speaking of which, I never actually checked our abilities out. What am I doing, chat? I'm so silly. Let's see. Greater chance of dodging attacks and inflicting ailments as HP decreases. Yes. Concealment increases dodge rate. We'll be maxing that, I think. Impo daggers may put the target to sleep. The most important thing about this is that this is actually a 5 ranged attack, which is very high for a melee character. And this also means that if we have a lot of melee characters in our party, that the ninja can always at least get a dagger out while in the hallway. So while I might not focus on this, it is nice to have a point. Shadowbind is extremely good if we're just looking to get number of binds increased to deal with certain bosses, but at the moment we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, one thing that's also kind of nasty about the leader is if you don't have a protector per se, you can use Nimpo Divert to make them focus on your tankiest party member. So even if you don't bring the protector, you could basically force somebody to do the protector. Yeah, I love that there's just a skill called Beheading, by the way. This skill is so dumb, chat. We're definitely taking points in this, by the way. Your normal strike can just insta-kill. And yes, chat, it works on every enemy in the game. So silly. Not bosses, though. But any standard dungeon enemy. Yeah, this character is just dumb. Oh, and anytime you dodge, you get TP, so you basically have infinite TP if you're soloing. Very silly. One thing we might end up doing is getting Water Beetle eventually, so we can walk on water. I think of the other ones I usually use. Sometimes I do Poison. I don't really rely off his status ailments. Now, this is the one I'm looking for. Hawk Strike is the one that makes this character, like, beyond unfair. So it's available at level 10. Okay, so as long as we hit level 10, we unlock it. Nice. We'll keep that in mind. Increased dodge rate? Sure. Just get hit less. I'll take that. Rob the Medic has already maxed out Refresh. He's mastered healing, got a point in Herbology. Fortunately, he didn't put a point in Heavy Strike, or that would have made me sad. Undo all debuffs for a selected ally. I think I'll leave it as is. Now we could take a look at what this character has. So, natural HP recovery rate up. I'm going to say yes, because we don't necessarily have a healer with us all the time. We could do Rock Toss, which is not a really great move. Binding Strike is useful. We'll do that, so that way we seal their hands. And we can do things to increase our odds of finding new items, which isn't too bad. Yeah, they also get Water Walk. What we're essentially looking to do is probably level up the killer moves. So we're going to need more levels in Binding Strike. They'll eventually learn Haste Self, which is really good for solo play. And they can eventually just go through walls, like they're the Hulk or something. So I think with how this is now... Well, I don't like Rock Toss. I'll pay points into it so we could get things like Airstrike. So we might as well increase the bind chance. Because if I'm using this skill, I'm using it not for the damage, but the bind chance. There we go. If you could just disable the chance of an enemy using a skill, that could be nice. Oh, Kirk's already still doing okay. We'll lead the team. Actually, with a slightly more health character. Not have Chris die randomly. Sure, he would appreciate not exploding. We have the stairs down, which I might take in a little bit. Well, let's go down the center. I think we avoided that one last time. Yeah, once you get a level or two, you should be fine. Kirk steps into the boulder trap. I'm sorry, Kirk. Let's zip on through and see if anything can challenge the squad. I mean, we got quite a powerhouse duo going on. Oh, you tried using the daggers, Chris, but it missed. So right now, you're kind of like our melee sniper. Which is good, because we don't really have any ranged attackers at the moment. What's nice about it is it's a chance to put the target to sleep, which is very useful. There we go, we're having teamwork. And again, the lower health you get, Chris, the more your dodge chance goes up. Like, to the point, it's basically like you get like an 80% dodge if you're actually low on health. It's very silly. We're doing very well at the moment. Green is pretty tanky, so I'm not too concerned about him losing health. Chris, put the poor butterfly to sleep. Green will finish it off. Tag team combo. Yeah, the party's not too injured, so Rob is just kind of walking along like, yeah, you guys deal with that. This doesn't require me yet. So far, not too bad. Chris is a little low on TP, so if I see any more amber tiles, I think I'll be stepping on them. Yeah, easy Labyrinth, because we are way overgeared for this area. Let's see. Some items? Sleeping Pill. Collectibles, Light Scroll, extra money, why not? Hello, Steve, hope you're doing well. This is indeed a mystery dungeon. You were in the game very briefly, Steve. Also, I just realized I walked over amber tiles. It's too late. Ina's finally leveled, nice. Yeah, I think the ninja can also focus on counterattacks in general, which is rather silly. So that same kind of issues there. The ninja is basically unhittable at high levels. And because of the fact that you can get a lot of experience solo, they will always outlevel the dungeon at that rate. I was gonna say, I don't even need a tank. This is 1 damage to us. I might even have to just let Kirk leave the party for a bit, because we don't even need him at the moment. Like, Kirk is a good character and all, but, like, we could use, like, another gunner or something. Since the surge in energy, the monster power is increased. That's good. They kind of need it. It's getting a little one-sided, chat. Make sure Chris gets some TP back, as he's the only one actively burning it at the moment. Our allies are trolling us by taking them. But Chris has enough health that he shouldn't die instantly, but we'll see how it goes. Oops, I ignored the enemy. Chris's natural evasion means that anytime they target him, they're not likely to hit him anyway. Oh, and I got hit by a trap with Chris. That's not the best. It's okay, we'll walk it off. It's just giant boulder in the face, we got it. Poor Chris. Oh, whoa. This room. Okay. Green's a little hungry, so we'll take these so he's not as hungry. That is so much sadity. Look at that. All the way back up to 65. Nice. Is that like 30 or something earlier? So we'll give each character a fair chance to shine. We'll eventually just like solo a room with Rob, just because. Oh, this room will actually involve every character potentially. Chris is throwing daggers, and he put the enemy to sleep. Easy combo. Yeah, I think Rob might actually get to do something. We'll see. Chris is using his daggers to attack diagonally with his 5-space range. He's just going crazy with the projectiles. I didn't even get to do that much. Chris is too good. Let's see. Ah. Nice. That quotas. The downside is that the ninja will burn through a lot of TP, and they don't have a lot of TP for themselves. But the flip side is that anytime Chris dodges something, he will essentially get TP back. That's like, the ninja strives best when it's in a smaller party. But we can also force him to be the frontliner. Ooh, that did quite a lot of damage. Back up slightly. Your turn. Ah, Rob is cast healing. Thank you, Rob. That grasshopper did some serious damage. Oh, Freena's leveled yet again, hit level 3. Let's keep Chris alive. Took some damage there. Let's back up. Yeah, use healing on Chris. There we go. Rob is gracing us with his powers and presence. So this is definitely a much more dangerous area now that they've powered up. Prior to this area, they were way too easy. Well, I think that's all we have to explore, so let's actually just try leaving this place. I'll switch back to Rob for a little bit. At least we didn't keep our food meter higher. Oh, and that's the bottom floor. Oh, that's it? Well, that's a little sad, but we'll leave, because this area is too easy. Maybe we'll have the squad try out the second floor, just to see how they feel. Yeah, nice and simple. Chris probably took the most damage, as to be expected, as he is the lowest defense of the party. But also, he still did a ton of damage. So, I think overall pretty good. Rob did just like 3 heals, and then he's like, my job is done. Rob's party used the geomagnetic pull to go back to the town, saving progress. We got a little extra cash, but there's nothing we really want at the moment. As I said before, at some point we will be making a different party to just gather materials, because those materials will be used to unlock new items for us to purchase. We did get a few of these. I'm thankful there is a select all feature here. Fortunately, we did not get anything new. Let's see. What do I want from this? Don't need the tweed, don't need the wand, don't need the knife, tweed. Or honestly, even the leather vest. We might keep the knife +2. Infused scroll can be entertaining. Probably use that at some point. We'll keep the light scrolls on us, and we'll just use them in the next dungeon. Let's go report a quest. I'm like... Well, duh, go to the restaurant. They told us that. I was like, who is the quest giver? Hey there, how's Sarah's quest coming along? Be sure to report back here when you're done. Wisdom Hammer attained. Hey, that's a good item for Rob. Rob has leveled. He's now level 8. Chris has leveled. He's now level 3, so he's much less likely to die now. Yeah, Chris's defense is 15. The rest of the party's at 20 and 29. Yeah, that seems fair. Again, just as long as you don't get hit and killed in one hit, it's fine. Then you'll just evade everything. Wisdom Hammer increases tech can now be used. Good work. Whatever the details of the quest, everyone is something client wants bad. Bringing them happiness by granting their wishes is a good thing, even if the tangible rewards can be lousy. Translation: we don't always give you good quest rewards. Suck it. That's how I translate that, chat. Poor Chris is so frail. Yeah, we should probably take an armor off of one of the other characters, because we did get better than Tweed from one of those disappearing items. So if we want you in the party longer, we could get you with like an additional 10 to damage, but then also have like 10 more attacks. So even your kunai will do more damage, for example. Sarah will be happy, which reminds me, her and Sasha haven't been found yet. Or haven't been by yet. How long is she gonna spend in that dungeon? I'd head back to the inn to rest once you're done stuffing your face, so you're in good shape for the next trip. Oh, we just obey obediently and go to the inn. You find no beds at Katsumi's inn. Instead, you sleep on the futons atop what is called tatami flooring. Oh, Etrian. Yes. It turns out to be more comfortable than you expected, and you feel you'll sleep well tonight. Translation: the Eastern philosophy of sleeping is much better than Western philosophy of beds. Enjoy the floor. Foolish bed users. Good morning. Have you recovered from your adventure? I see you've completed Sarah's request. Congratulations on that. Wonder if she's back at her laboratory. No. He's probably at McGon's house. She said she would report to him after the results of her trip were compiled. When you hear Etrian, you think Etrigan. That's fair. I think more people would probably know that. An Etrian Odyssey. Let's see. I don't really need a sleeping pill. Let's put that away. Otherwise, we're looking pretty good. We have a revive. We got the stun sigil, which I'll probably use at some point. That's also useful if I'm looking for a wounded party member to participate in battle but not get close. I just use the stun sigil. Let's go ahead and save our progress. So it seems the chat is enjoying the game so far. Definitely at some point we can continue this. I might do a bonus stream of this on Thursday, I'm thinking, because I have off that entire day. So I might just book it in and we might just play it more. Or who knows, maybe we'll play this instead of Valkyrie Profile 2 first. I still want to do Valkyrie Profile 2, don't get me wrong. But I think the game's going well so far. But for now, let's advance the plot a little more. At last, we can start on the town development project. I was just doing some gardening as a break. Even in midwinter, plants will bloom in such warm weather. Perhaps they are under the impression spring has arrived. By the way, you have some time to spare. Could you perhaps have a look at the details of the redevelopment plan? That does look like a monolith in the distance. Good eye, Saray. Glad he's here with his detection skills. Redevelopment has been unlocked. Okay, so we now have a new mechanic to touch base with. So let's take a look at what that does. Help with developing each district enables various adventuring benefits. The redevelopment project is a plan to develop Eslarga and improve its support for adventurers. We have plans for the hotel, market, eatery, and guild districts, all 4 of them. We welcome financial assistance to carry out the development plans. There are incentives for adventurers who pitch in. For example, take the guild district. When it reaches 3 stars, you may construct search forts. A search fort can detect zones in the in a radius of 3 on all sides, and its geomagnetic pole allows for fast travel. So that's where I'm kind of talking about, chat. I believe the forts do come with a geomagnetic pole, and that's what corrects the dungeons, I think is the explanation. I don't remember if they explicitly state it, but it's implied. Each district has its own bonuses, but are all useful for adventurers. You can review each district's plan for details. So that's what I kind of like about the game. Every time we come back, we're just going to be slowly building up the town. And you know what? I want to give control to the chat as much as possible. I can give suggestions having played through the game at least once before. Generally speaking, when I play, I will maybe build up the guild if I think it'll give me more slots or something to that nature. Otherwise, I usually just focus, either the equipment store or the eatery, because the eatery actually does get some really nice bonuses if we build it up. Yeah, the hotel right now, if we upgrade it, it just gives us 50 storage slots. This is not something I'm going to rush this early into the game. Improving the market means we get new goods and new forge potential, which is very important for us. We can get new quests by unlocking the eatery, so that's why I also like to do the eatery. But we can also improve the guild to increase the number of slots that we can have. So as we go through the game, we'll want to increase this eventually. Will it be our first purchase? Probably not. So I'm thinking if chat does not have suggestions, we have enough to make 2 upgrades. I would probably lean more towards the market because I always like having new goods unlocked, and the eatery because I do think some of the recipes are really good. I believe, for example, you could get enhanced experience or rare item find or other things that impact it other than direct stats or in addition to direct stats. But as a nice perk in general, you also get access to quests. So even if it doesn't directly give me something that I can purchase, like the market, we can get quests that enable us to get rare items earlier. We can, I think, get most of them from the market or just by traveling the dungeons, but it just gives early access. I'm not seeing the chat respond too much to this, which is fine. There's a lot of choices. So I think what I'll do is I will, for now, go forward with the market. But if the chat thinks we should have more people to the guild, I will definitely take that up, I think, is the next suggestion, because that's where it's opened up. Because once we have more dungeons, we'll have more forts, which means more passive experience. And some of these abilities are useful to us. But I think at the moment, our dream team of 10 is looking okay. At least for 1 dungeon. Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's good, but I don't want it at the moment. Thank you. I'm sure the Shano staff is pleased with the development progress of the market district. As a bonus for your help, Shano is unveiling some new stock. More types of forging are now on offer, so consider tempering your current gear, buying even stronger equipment. Which reminds me, have you been investing in gathering skills such as mineralogy, dendrology, or herbology? With high enough levels in gathering skills, you could gather more materials per attempt from various gathering spots. The benefit will be apparent when you're able to sell more and better materials to the shop. I highly suggest it. Yeah, this is a pretty common thing to do in the Etrian series. We'll basically have, as I stated before, you could think of the A-team. We could call them the boss slayers. All of our DPS, maybe a medic in there for safety, clearing out every single hard boss. But when we already have a decent amount of gear and we're looking to get something further beyond our current gear level, we bring up the B team, and the B team can handle their own to some extent, or maybe they have to be babysit by one of the A team members, but they will be focusing on all the gathering. Now, I think if you want to simplify that down, I think the Wanderer has access to almost all of the these search skills that they're talking about here. So I think if you pair them up with the medic or something like that, then they themselves could be the only members of B team, as an example. I have to double check who knows what. I'm a little fuzzy on who knows what, but I'm pretty sure the Wanderer had 2 when we looked at it earlier. So he also makes a pretty good guide for that. R&D is a new product. Started, new forge effects can be applied. We haven't really used the forge. We won't use the forge, I think, until probably late game. It's not really worth increasing gear if every single dungeon we're just going to swap out weapons. Unless we find a really rare item with an open slot, which really doesn't happen often. So now we can see specifically what new forge potential does. It potentially lets us add the ceiling of attacks. Now that is really interesting and is actually extremely useful. So we're going to keep that in mind, chat. Or we could pay only $760. Oh, you need 2K for it. So at some point in the game, we're going to need binds in order to disable bosses. So if a character naturally has a bind, let's say your Wanderer or your Ninja, both of them can seal 1 attribute. You can now put a bind that you don't have on your normal attack, and you can actually solo bosses. Translation Ninja broken. But Wonder is also pretty good because of that. Any character that has at least one bind can now solo any boss, and if they're relatively tanky or have some other way of dealing or mitigating with damage, yeah, we don't really need a party for bosses. Also, chat, I feel really bad because I would sometimes go back into the guides, not while playing, but after beating something, just to see what people say, and I feel really bad for the people that write in the guides that are like, you have no chance against the bonus bosses, avoid them at all costs. I'm like, oh, I don't think they understood the game. I feel kind of bad. I always wondered if I ever decided to write a guide, I might write it for this game, but I would have to probably detail the items a bit more, because I'm very fuzzy on it. But in terms of strategy, there's some really easy things we could do that I feel really aren't discussed online. Hopefully we'll show off some cool things that way. As I said before, things like mobility skills are really, really highly valued. I would almost put them over binds in general. Anyway, enough with that tangent. Thank you. I'm sure Neralda will be pleased with the progress we made in the Eatery District. Each time this district is developed, we can provide funding and ingredients toward the creation of new dishes. The Amber Restaurant will be one of the beneficiaries, of course. I believe the Eatery District Chairman is also preparing a quest in celebration of the district's progress. That may take some time to set up. Give it a bit before checking the notice board. Take a look at what we unlocked. Sadly, because we did 2 researches, we probably can't afford the dish. But we can take a look. So we have the little crown icons that's turned in, but he has nothing else to offer. So let's try leaving. I'm sorry to interrupt while you're with visitors, but I have urgent news, Magan. There's a confirmed monster at the bottom of the bottom of the third dungeon. Another unknown type. What? First that monster and the emerald cups, and now the rising temperature? What is going on in the underground? Did you hear this from Dr. Stein? If so, we should pay Stein Labs a visit to learn more from the doctor. Actually, she's still in the third dungeon. Third dungeon. The escorts assigned to her were defeated and have just returned. According to one of them, the doctor is stuck on the lowest level, hiding from the monster there. She was stranded there when her thread didn't work, and there's been no distress beacon from the lowest level. If she had the Nather dust they've been selling, she'd have an escape route, but it was deemed to be too pricey for the trip. See that chat? See that subtle tutorial being slid into there? There's like, P.S. there's other ways to escape the dungeon. At any rate, let's hurry and rescue the doctor. Issue a mission on the matter. What do you intend to do for the reward? We've just expanded our skyship fleet, and our funds are still... Sell whatever valuables I can find around the house. Astoria's necklace. That's sure to fetch enough to cover a reward. But that's... Understand, Guildmaster, that Dr. Stein's life is priceless. She's no adventurer. She's no guarantee of survival. Well... I guess technically true. She's not a player character. Besides, if Astoria were here, don't you think she'd be the first to volunteer the necklace? Understood. I'll notify the guilds of the mission immediately. There we go, chat. We could potentially go straight to the third dungeon, but I think before we do that, let's go one time through the second dungeon, just to get a little cash, as we might need to build another fortress. Then I think we'll progress to the third dungeon. Plus, we'll get used to the party a bit more. You know Dr. Stein. She's an important figure in Eslarga. Her work is critical to the town's safety. Given your accomplishments, I believe your group has what it takes to rescue Dr. Stein. Please accept the mission. Sure. We'll accept it eventually. Yeah, early on I like to repeat some of the dungeons, just to kind of get some cash flow, but as we get further into the game, I will basically only be playing them once. Maybe the first 5 or 6 I'll repeat, because again, I do think money is important, and we just completely swapped around our party. That did burn through a lot of cash. Thank you. It's very reassuring to know that the group who slayed the monster from the second dungeon will handle this. This will be a harder task than the last mission. With that said, there's something I should inform you of. The communicator you were issued will emit a distress beacon should your party be annihilated. The downed party will remain in the dungeon as long as the beacon is active. They will not be returned to town. So here's an important aspect of the game, as I mentioned before. So it is good to have 4 really solid party members at all times in towns as a safety precaution, because we could bring them into the dungeon to regather our gear and save our other party. It's kind of neat. During this time, those above ground can form a rescue party to save the other team. A successful rescue, meaning one in which the rescue party reaches the down team, prevents the loss of any money or items. However, a weak rescue party might have a low chance of success. If you'd like to strengthen your guild's reserve units, deploying them to a fort is a way of accelerating their growth. Please take advantage of the fort and distress beacons to complete the mission. I wish you the best of luck. We will actually take advantage of the forts, but we need money to do that. We need money for everything in the game. We need it for equipment, the development, potentially rescues. We've unlocked a new area. Actually, I wonder if Pristine Stream is the place where I started doing solo, because if that's the snowy area, 100% chance I've farmed that area to death. Because that one wasn't too bad, and it was like one of the first early areas with okay items, and also river treasure. River treasure is really good, chat. Are you getting accustomed to exploring as a party? If you learn more skills, they may become overwhelming. To narrow down the skills you want to use, try the off setting found in the skills menu. Most importantly, chat, it stops the AI from using it. I don't know if the game is making it clear with the tutorial. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, if he didn't mention that explicitly, that's the real purpose of it. Don't do it just because you feel overwhelmed. Just don't use it. It's not like it hides it when you turn it off. Though I don't like that initial piece of advice, but this is important to do, because your AI companions are dumb, chat. So if you're hyper-focusing let's say a fire mage, and you have like weak level ice and thunder, you might not want to use the fire magic if you're in a low level dungeon kind of thing. Or vice versa, maybe you're just a one-trick pony and want to delete everything. Maybe you run around with a party of 3 mages and a protector. They just cover all the different elements. Narrowing down the skills you use makes it easier to specialize in different skill sets, such as attack or support. Sure. We're at the max number of party members here, so let's go take the stream team to the second dungeon floor. I think we still can't go to the lab, but why don't we take a look at both the restaurant real quick. Any new quest? Oh, there are... Oh, chat, there are so many quests. Oh, no, there's so many quests. The infinity symbol means I can repeat the quest multiple times, but do I automatically complete this if I've already sold these items to them? Oh, we have so many quests to accept, chat. Give you a Landshark manual if you can defeat the 3 Fang Vines in the 3rd dungeon. No, we don't want to do that. Oh, these are the solo challenge quests. These are actually pretty much worth doing. Because we don't have any damaging blast skills yet, we will probably do the solos just for these. So maybe that'll be the only time I do solo for the chat, without cheesing the whole game. And show off each solo class. Not too bad. Like, we can honestly do this one right now for the Aegis Shield, which I think makes us immune to damage, but I could be mistaken. Develop the Market District. Did we already do this? Oh, they went into a 3-star status. Okay, I mean, we have a Cleric, so that could be used. Give me a Hopper Wing from the Demon Hoppers in the 3rd dungeon. But they keep asking for the 3rd dungeon. In adventure sending to the 2nd dungeon, we need to get the Fiery Rind from a Fireball. I think we need elemental damage for this, but I can accept this anyway. I requested this myself. See, I have a new menu in mind with the recipe using Fiery Rind I wanted to test. A lot of my regulars are probably sick of eating the same thing every day, so I wanted to whip up something new. If you get the chance to go to the 2nd dungeon, maybe you could pick one up. Don't go out of your way or anything. Yeah, I forget if we need to do something specific for it, like if I have to use Ice Magic, because I think we did Ice Magic before and that granted it to us. Again, there are some little secrets to get the rare items. Some of them just need to be killed in specific ways, like while sleeping, or with fire, or with slash or something. Some of these are not really worth picking up at the moment. A lot of these we don't actually have to accept, so I might not just accept them. Because we can always come back with these items without taking the quest. Yeah, most of these are not worth it. I'm just curious if we auto-complete this one or not. Beth over at Shadow Retail told me they're short on materials because they use what they're putting together on a skyship. Have you seen need more written on some of their stock? That's the stuff they don't have materials for right now. If you sell them those materials, then they can turn around and sell you the item. Sell them a lot of stuff, and maybe they could put some out. I mean, they can put out some new stock. So sell those materials. Well, let's go talk to her. So for now, I'm not going to touch any of those quests because it'll just clog our log. When we actually go to the dungeon where it requires different kills, we definitely will enable it, but right now we don't need to. Forging has been unlocked. This is your first time forging, is it not? Forging can add new effects to any weapon or shield with an open effect slot available. It costs nothing, but you will need materials, so sell us those ahead of time. New forge effects added, can increase strength. So if we really wanted to, we could swap some things out, but as you can see, the only thing with an open slot is the short sword. And they want some things that are not really worth it. Actually, we have a lot of sturdy timber. Wait a minute. So we didn't auto-complete the other quest, so she must want more grasshopper legs. But apparently we have the sturdy timber already. Sure. This is an easy item. This one comes from, I'll just call it Land Shark, named Red Wallen. She's an odd girl whose highest level skill is mineralogy. But if your gathering skills are high, you'll never have trouble with materials. The truth is, her sword was pretty nice. Won't be a hard request if you have anyone with advanced dendrology. High levels means more materials every time. You ever tried chopping? Chopping spots are covered in branches or tree stumps you could get by stepping on them. Gunners, dancers, ninjas, and sovereigns can all learn dendrology. I'd leave it up to one of them. We already have this, actually. Right? It said we had 7. Or maybe we sold... Oh, we might have sold them already. Never mind. We'll still take that quest, I suppose. That's a shame. I was like, wait a minute. We did pick up a lot already, but we sold it already. That's a shame. Did we get any new weapons out of this? So we could purchase the quest item for 2,400, so that would be a pretty good reward for us. Note the damage and the empty slots is actually pretty useful. Oh no, come on, a gun with sleep element this early in the game? Oh, this is just straight up cheating. Chat, this is cheating. Every normal attack can just put the enemy to sleep. Just sleep loop them. Man, gunners are so unfair and broken, chat. Shake your head. Be disgusted. Leaf Tunic gives tech, but lowers health. I think I'd rather have the health right now, to be honest. We didn't get any new accessories. Did we get any new items? No. Oh, Large Loaf. No, Large Loaf was there last time. One thing I didn't notice if we had in here or not. Did I put another thread in here, or are they all gone? Want to take a look. Oh, we have exactly 1 thread. I think the game will give us one if we run out. I think. But we'll have to see, chat. We only really need 1 per dungeon, so we don't really need to hoard them. Those will generally be found in areas that might be either heavily guarded by monsters or require an ability to reach. So if we start focusing, for example, on alternate movement skills, like if we get the Wanderer's ability to go through walls, or the water walking, for example, we might be able to get some of those early. Which does help if we're looking to kind of skip town. So we're going to ignore this area. Once frigid water is now so warm the fish cannot inhabit the stream. For now, we'll go back to the second dungeon. But I believe we're getting close to the game introducing the big bad bosses. So because we are poor... Ooh. The one thing to denote is you could switch who the party leader is to give yourself an advantage to reaching this item, which is probably for the best. Got a staff. Gives TP. Also, I thought we got a wisdom staff at some point. We should double check if Rob still using the wand. But hey, this is pretty strong too. I mean, sure, Rob getting like almost 10 extra damage. Sure, he's a meleeer now. Oh no. Kirk stepped on a trap and everybody got damaged. That Kirk. He got Rob injured. We can't have that. Physical resist down. Not a fan of that. I'm gonna swap character positions real quick. There we go. I'm gonna move our front line a little closer. Oh, okay. Good. So everybody took a little bit of damage there, but I think we're doing good. Dismiss it from your barracks. The punishment is death. No one injures the Rob. Actually, I should have Reen go in first. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Kirk got hit by another record trap, and he got hit all the way to the upper right-hand corner of the room. Poor Kirk. Just getting wrecked by random things. I know, that is pretty unlucky. Another item in here. Let's take it. Roll scroll. Okay. Not too many enemies so far. Chris's daggers are doing enough damage to one-shot the rats. That's good. Saves me some time. Multiple choice. Guess we'll go down this way. Chris has had enough of the poor enemy. Green has leveled to 4, which will help with his tankiness, as well as overall damage, so we will definitely take that. So we can see his health is now 78. And stat-wise, ooh, 18 strength. He's at 28 strength. Rob, for some reason, has the most attack damage, because of course. Other than Kirk, who's got a decent weapon. Another Medica. That will help in case Rob falls for whatever reason, but hopefully he does not. Ooh, we have an enemy kind of floating around over there. Rick got the kill and did level, so he's even tankier. He's probably our tankiest party member overall. Love Reen lead the way. Chris will enjoy the free 5 TP from entering the room. And use that TP to one-shot the butterfly, because of course. Just call that ninja things. They're like, oh, are you meleeers walking forward? No, thank you. Stay back here and kill you. So now everybody's back at full TP, thanks to the changing spots, which is a nice feature. It is a way to kind of recover enough that you could solo. Ooh, we have a chest that has a time limit. I'm gonna move to the side, because the chest is more important. Oh, another staff. That's a shame. See, that could be armor, or it could be a weapon. So we could have gotten, like, a samurai sword, for example. And I feel like a fight would have broken out in the chat, and who would receive the samurai sword? Oh boy, let's go down another level. But yeah, we're looking really solid. I mean, the enemies are not really able to do too much to us with this current state of gear. Always good. Another item that disappears. And it's a new kind of outfit, so you know what that means. Or Chris over here with his 15 defense needs to get improved. So he'll get another 4 defense, but most importantly, a ludicrous 10 extra to strength. So he's going to be hitting like a truck with those ninja darts. Now he has a lot less to worry about. Oh, there's a lot of enemies here. So here's where a club would be very useful. I'm going to swap who's there. Make Rob go closer so he can heal Kirk. And pass some time. We mostly just need to get into this room. That's the problem. Oh, we got a hard skin, which is the rare reward. Anyway. Rick walked into the room like a dummy. I actually did not want him to do that. Please walk backwards. Yeah, that's one thing you have to watch out with the AI. They will just kind of derp out sometimes. So we're just letting passive regen happen. The Reen's just recovering some health, and hopefully we could kill the rat so other people can come in the room. Alright, now it's safe to come in the room. Oh, and then he blocks the passageway. Sorry, Kirk, you're gonna have to tank this for a while. Okay. So once we find a slightly better armor for Reen, I think he could be the placeholder tank when that happens. But yeah, do you see what I mean? Like, a lot of the times, it's just like, make sure not to enter a room if there's a lot of monsters, or you will just lose characters needlessly. So we just took advantage of the fact that those 4 enemies cannot fit in the one hallway all at once, and we abused it. Try to protect Chris as he enters the room. It was successful. We got another glutton potion. All these upstairs, but no downstairs. I mean, I might as well just take this one. Whatever, we're already here. So much murder. Yeah, I want to make sure to spread out our hunger as well. So, for example, Rena's been walking around the most, so we'll make sure he absorbs these. So we can have him as a frontliner more often. Then we'll put Kirk in the front. Item with limited space. So this is another good example where if the ninja or the wanderer had haste, they could grab this treasure chest in case we came in a bad exit. We had just enough time to do it. We got a new helmet. I might go ahead and equip that to Reen, because we were just talking about if he had slightly more armor, he'd be a lot better in terms of defense. Ooh, 4 extra defense? Ooh. I think that also gives fire resistance. It's a cute hair clip made from a bunny's tail. Well, we'll take the stat increase. So he should now be a whole lot better at tanking, comparatively. That's good. We're going to be looking for rare blinking items like that, as those are, I'm not going to say more powerful than some of the stuff we could get in the store, but they're a lot better than the basic items we get from the store. We didn't have to pay any money for it. At this point, I think I'll put Chris in the front line a little bit. Oh, Chris one-shot it. Thinks it's dangerous like a cute bunny hair clip. Exactly. Ooh, I didn't realize there's a time limit on the chest. Got a scale jerkin. Yet another armor potential. That could be another upgrade for Reen, but I want to see how it looks on Chris first, because this is his only armor type. So it's weaker than what we have now, but it gives strength and TP. Is losing 1 defense worth 5 attack? I would normally say yes, but I do want tanks. I'll think about that. I can keep it in the inventory in the meantime. Okay, we could go back up here, but we don't want to. So far, this has actually been a pretty good dungeon run, just because we got a lot of upgrades without needing to unequip other characters. Yeah, see, now Reen's only taking 1 or 2 damage from the grasshopper. He's already so over-leveled. Oh, hey, Chris gained a level, so hopefully he will not get one shot. Let other people come into the room, and we'll just kind of gang up on the one bird. Chris did 76 with the daggers. He apparently had enough, and he got a rare item from it, gold quill. Nice. Like, you're not slapping me with wings. Get out of here. So far, Reen is doing a great job at being the frontliner. Because when Kirk is out of FP, we definitely need somebody to take the role of leadership. So we'll also spread the... Poor Kirk. Every time, chat. It's just every trap. Poor Kirk. Fortunately, he is tanky enough to survive that. Okay, I think the bottom right we didn't explore at all. Let's go this way. Let's go back this way. Yeah, it is. Chris is using his ludicrous extra 10 strength. Your daggers were only doing like 50 damage earlier. How are you doing 70 now? Stop it. Damage scaling, why? Okay, so we have an enemy in the corner. So Rob is safe. That's the important thing. Rob can just kind of chill out. Ooh. Bird debuffed us. The whole team is going in. Chris also had enough. Let's make sure Chris walks around a little bit and gets some TP back. He's been going a little crazy on the daggers. Walk him around just a little more. I also want to make sure that if a character uses a lot of TP, they have some time as a leader, just because it will burn some of the FP, so I'm kind of double dipping how much it gives us. Pretty solid. Now, I don't think I learned any mining skills, so I don't think it matters who picks this up. The only person that might have something, actually, but I don't remember if I did it. No, I didn't take it. So we can learn mineralogy and herbology. So if you had somebody good at chopping, then you would cover all the bases. Cleric, the one that... Oh, apparently a ninja plus wanderer cover all the bases. That doesn't seem fair. Taggers are how you say hello. The social reading skills need some improvement. Okay, we're gonna burn your FP just a little bit. And I think I'm gonna bring... Ooh, we're actually getting kind of low on FP in general. But that's okay, we have a lot of bread for this. Ooh, what a nasty room. And hit that enemy while he's asleep. I'm gonna lure the rat towards us just by attacking the air. Okay, let's bring in the squad. Okay, there's no blinking items, so I can afford to bring in more of the squad, and then more of the squad. Make sure the healer is closer. Just in case. Did not need the healer that time, which is... Small flower, don't care about that. We're just looking way down. Chris regains a ridiculous amount of health, as does Ian, whenever they're... Now, I'm not sure how much self-destruct will do here, so this is a little scary. Quite a lot. Rob has decided to heal us, at least. Chris will continue to get a little more frontline exposure. That did no damage. Oh, the crit for 91. Nasty. So we're getting all sorts of scrolls. I think the next time we're at a different floor, I need to make sure we use a light scroll. Oh, that's not where I thought that was going, but sure. I guess we'll go around this way. So far, easy dungeon. Speaking of example of when to use scrolls, look at this room, chat. Okay. this room is a big nope. Yeah, let's whirl scroll them. Anyway, room over, chat. I save those for special occasions, but when I just don't feel like dealing with the room, you just go, no. No. I felt like the ninja should use the ninja scroll. But we'll spread item usage a bit more evenly. Oh, speaking of which, let's use a light scroll. We have a few of those. Ooh, there's a lot of enemies ahead. Yeah, let's use another world scroll in there. Why not, chat? This time we'll give the honors to Reen. Oh. I stepped on a slowness trap. That's awkward. Hey, we're gonna get more FP back. The downside to this is I have to be able to enter the room, which could be a problem here. It death tumbled into another creature, which is... Yeah, they're not gonna let me enter the room. So this is where if I had some kind of teleporting ability, I would have been able to do a bit more. So I'm gonna switch who's in the front line gradually. Or I guess I could bring Rob up to heal. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, that should be okay. There we go. As long as you get healed, I think we're okay. Now, I want to be careful here, because that could do a lot of damage to us. I'm gonna have to switch who's in the front now. There we go. Switch who's in the front again. We're good to go now. Now, what you just saw there was an interesting effect, which I was hoping to showcase there. So certain things can destroy walls. We'll get bombs as a consumable item. But, for example, if we make that other enemy explode, we just open up the map a bit more. There's also enemies that are so big that they just naturally destroy terrain themselves. We'll be seeing a few of those later on. Oh, Rob healed us. Rob is the caretaker for the party. Oh, the boulder trap. Lots of mining things, but nothing overall. Rob's still doing excellent when it comes to TP. Rob has stopped the party from dying, so that's all that really matters. Oh, hey, another light scroll. Okay, we'll go ahead and pick up this item. I can't believe we're almost maxed on items again. We've just been picking up so many random items. Oh, it's the auto revive. Well, that's good, just in case one of us gets one shot. I know, Rob is making sure that every man returns back alive. Like, nope. He's like, look at my 40-something heal. It's like half your health at this point. Wow, pretty easy dungeon so far. We had like one maybe scary-ish room, maybe. Got another grass eater leg, which I do believe we need. I know, thank you, Rob, for gracing us with your medical presence and attention. So again, we're getting a sizable amount of TP. Actually, let's have Rob recover it. Let Rob walk around for a little bit. He hasn't been party leader. It's like, it's all mine. I've earned it. Everybody else needs to step up. There's some enemies in the next room, so let's swap in for Chris for a little bit. Oh, just a single enemy. Easy kill. So again, we're mostly looking for any room that has a blinking treasure, as that will end up being quite rare. Things that restore our hunger. Excellent. Well, let's make sure Reen also gets it so he could be party leader without starving. He would appreciate it. We still have a Kasumi lunch, just in case we need to backtrack anywhere. Like, see this really long hallway? Like, this better lead somewhere interesting. Like, that sucked. That hallway right there, chat, sucked. That's just a big food waste. Winning. Where is the next room? Okay, this is ridiculous. Well, I'm already here. Oh, that was another NPC. Oops. Talk to them. Ooh, there are a lot of amber spots here. Let's swap out with Reen, using the Binding Strike. Nice. We're gonna have Rob do his thing. Honestly, I think I can afford to bring people a little closer to this area. I'll actually move him one more space in. I have no concern about depth there. There we go. Rob gracing us with healing yet again. On another quick salve, which I think gives us haste, if I'm not mistaken. Increases speed by 1 for 5 turns. Yeah, basically we can move 2 times in the span that an enemy can use 1, but that also means we can reach the countdown items faster. So that's actually pretty useful. There's another thread. We were just talking about those. I got Rectus Chris on the trap. Let's not do that again. So is that the conclusion of the dungeon? I mean, I feel like this dungeon was pretty thoroughly conquered, chat. I don't know about you. Like, there wasn't really a super close call. Oh, hello. Unfortunately, we don't have any room in our in our guild to recruit her, as she is the Hex character, and we could have renamed her. And that would have been useful. She did come with a Brilliance belt, which we don't own. Would have been nice. So we can invite her, but it's full, so we can't do anything. So I'm glad I ran into you. You don't seem like your usual self when you're here. You're more awesome than usual. So we'll gain a little bit of popularity, I guess, in general. So they'll recognize us as we go through the dungeon. But unfortunately, our guild is too small to do anything. So there's an example where having another guild slot would have helped. So yeah, we're looking like we're the right level to go deal with the next area. Because everybody went up a level, everybody's armor's a lot better. Let's hand in that other quest. Art skin attained. Thanks for helping out. Sorry about the cheapskate reward. After all, you probably broke your back getting this for me. How about I make you a cheap, yummy, super effective meal in return? That make it up to you. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I never looked at where our other meal is. Max TP up, tech up. Oh, this would be great for an elementalist. Since we're doing a more serious area, let's give ourselves health up. There we go, chat. Everybody gets health. You're more likely to crit, and you're less likely to die. A great combination. We can get another upgrade here. I'm thinking we might actually put money towards the guild slots, just so if we come across NPCs with interesting items, we can snatch them at this point. Let's go do that, actually. Thank you. I'm sure the Guildmaster is satisfied with the development progress of the Guild District. As a bonus for helping, you may now register more guild members. You can improve your party even more by adding adventurers of different classes, giving you more options in the field. I also have a new manual for you, so I hope you find it useful. Got the full retreat manual. Calm Breath I don't think I really use. Again, most of these ones I don't end up using. But if it gives me more character slots, I'll do it every now and then. We have a little bit of cash, but let's just make sure we're not selling anything we need for quest rewards. Oh, we have to sell it to them anyway. Oh, that makes things easier. Let's accept any third dungeon quests. That request is from a lady over at the pharmacy. Her kid's a new medic who's good at healing, not so good at fighting. But she thinks her son isn't strong enough to settle the score himself. Seems like he's a real pacifist type. So we're apparently looking for clawed moles, and we could get revenge by killing at least 3 of them. Let's see what else we could do. This one's from our district chairman. A funny old man. His motto is, money's only good when it's spent. You mustn't stop the cycle of money. You have to put back what you earn to help others, but giving it away isn't enough. That's what he says. And that's where this quest comes in. Just have yourself some fun while you make some money. Yeah, I think we'll... And it's possible we have this quest, I should just accept it. The shop manager requested this as a regular here. Made a big batch of jewelry and now he's short on supplies. Never mined before. There's these things called mining spots. They're flat stone tiles with ore in them. Step on the tile and you can mine it. Only mine once, but this request only needs 1. It's easy work. Apparently we don't have it, unfortunately. We're already at the max number of quests we can accept. Just a bit unfortunate. Now, what the game will do is if you have an item that should be handed into the restaurant owner and you go to the shopkeeper, they'll mention that the other character wants it. So it will try to inform you not to sell certain materials. But I think this should be good enough. This should actually unlock quite a few things for us. And we get a little extra cash. New weapons now available, new armor now available, and it should complete a quest. Thank you for selling us your excess items. We can now sell whatever we need to... let's see. I left our quest reward with Neralda at the Amber Restaurant. You can pick it up when you port in. Alright, so we have a ton of things that we really don't need. Let's get rid of the tweed shirt. That's just useless. Am I really going to use knife plus 2 again? Probably not. We could just sell that. And we have so many scrolls. We have to make sure to use these scrolls up. As you saw, Whirl Scroll is really good. We might put away those armors for now. What new weapons did we get? Ooh, a broadsword. That would be a significant damage increase and would make the next dungeon easier. So we're missing one more ore from dungeon number 2, or else we would have been able to get a weapon that's 3 times more powerful than the current Kodachi, which would be really strong. Again, we have to return to the second dungeon again at some point, but I feel like we just did it. So if we're gonna do it again, I'd rather do it with a solo character or something. Because right now, that dungeon is way too easy with 4 people. Yeah, I can't believe we could get the sleeping gun this early, because you can't even normally smith that. Just every time I see it, I'm just like, why? Ooh. So because we just got a lot of hard skin and small flowers, we can actually get a significant defense increase. It's very tempting to do. I might purchase it in a moment. Armor made of small overlapping discs. From detail. Oh, we don't have enough dolomites. We'll do that. Leaf tunic only gives 1 more defense, but no health, so I'm not going to take that. Iron gloves are extremely good. Whoa. Hold on. We might purchase one of these for the team. And the team split the kettle hat and the iron gloves, because that would be awesome for us. So if I give this to Chris, he's suddenly extremely tanky. One lets a hard pelt mixed with chains for even more protection. And I'll use a dolomite up for that. I'd like our front line to survive. Now, can I give Reen an upgrade? Everything kind of mediocre. That's... Oh, see, he already has a good helmet. You give Rob a small upgrade. It does increase tech. Yeah, I should give it to Rob. Rob is slightly tankier now, in case Rob has to go on the front line. What else can we do? So the only other thing I can think of, chat, is we might sub Kirk out for another character. I'm not sure we really need 3 frontliners at the moment. So who would the chat like to have supporting them? Because right now we have a healer and we have 2 frontliners. We could technically build another protector as well if you just really never want to get hit. But I'm just saying, if Kirk ends up being swapped out, I would be able to give the round shield over to, I believe, Reen. I think I could get rid of hide boots for that. I think Reen can equip armor. Or by armor, I mean shields. Double check. Yes. So he would be able to take advantage of that item. Actually, I'm just thinking, we haven't cleared the boss for this area. We should actually gear up as though we're doing the boss. Let's bring a protector in, actually. Let's get rid of the round shield for now. Inventory is too... Well, let's go deal with that at the Kasumi Inn. We have way too many items here. So I'm gonna keep... I don't think we need 3 breads. That's a little excessive. Let's put 1 away so we have 1 extra slot. Antidote pill can be useful. I want 1 of each scroll and no extras. We're gonna put away these items for now. We'll deal with them later. Do I need more medica? No. Don't need that. Don't need a staff. Don't need the feathered. Yell jerkin. Don't need it at the moment. Quick salve is good to have exactly 1 of. Need any of those. Is that a second thread? Oh yeah, we did pick up another thread. That freed up our inventory a little more. Let me put these away, because there are characters that don't even have items. We'll give them the hand-me-downs of the hand-me-downs of the hand-me-downs. We'll be using at least 2 light scrolls, so we'll be down to 14. I think this is okay for now. So let's go back to the other party, so that way we can equip items. Yeah, because we just need somebody that's really tanky, and if somebody heals the tank, then it's just a question of how much damage can we output. Let me think. Yeah, we have to go back to the... So I think this will be the last one that we do today, as we've gone extreme overtime on this particular one. Let us go with Kirk's items. I'm gonna remove his round shield in this inventory. And I want to give it to Green. They're only using hide boots, so there should be a pretty significant increase. Yeah. There we go. So he's almost as tanky as Kirk was. That's good. We're gonna tell him to... Well, I mean, we could rest or expel him, but I prefer not to. We're going to edit the party. The Kirk, we don't need you at the moment. Let's get Roxanne. Who's only level 4, but honestly, we don't really care what level she is. She's the protector. She's useful at all levels. So we have 2 really offensive characters. And 2 bludgeoning weapons. Interesting. Continue with this. Is there anything else I should edit while we're here? Might be easier to manage party. Did she get any simple upgrades? Because she has some decent items, but there might have been something we picked up here. Oh, she's... Scale Jerkin. I would say only because she literally can raise her own defense. I will take her up with this. She could do more damage. Wait a minute, Crushing Club does just 15, or she could wield Staff, which gives increased TP? Oh, okay. I mean, that's more useful for me. Sure, she could do more shield smites now, without me needing to worry about running out. Got a pretty tanky front line. We have some characters that are still pretty much equipmentless. Like, we could give Yentos the Arctic Gloves, because maybe he'll help out at some point. This poor guy, he just dies so quickly. That's a little better. So I think with that, we can just go ahead and get started on the next quest. We have enough gold. It's not enough to get a fortress, I don't think, but if we do pick up money along the way, we could lock in the place in case we end up in a really horrible situation. So if for whatever reason the big monster appears in this one, we can actually leave members behind at the other fortress to stall the boss. And as I said before, we only really need to get 2 different binds most of the time. We can do all 3, but it's not usually necessary. And we can help complement the binds by having our spare characters that do have binds left behind there. So we could potentially have, for example, Yentos, Kirk, and I think the Hexmaster would end up in the fortress. So we can have quite a team protecting against any boss. I'm not feeling super concerned at the moment. Let's go ahead and explore the 3rd dungeon. Pristine stream. Found a stream winding through a forest of bamboo. The once frigid water is now so warm the fish cannot inhabit the stream. Oh, that reminds me. Did I accept a quest reward before I go any further? I don't think I did. Let me go back. Yeah, I think I missed one. So we got another thread, and I just want to make sure we accept as many quests as possible. Good job. I bet Beth was happy to see the load you brought in. She takes pride in the craftsman and the adventure's success like it was her own. She's a good egg, that one. Let's see. Yeah, we don't want to give up the Avenge the Sun, but is there something else we could take that's easy? No. Okay, that's fine then. Oh, actually, because we did the district increase, we could do one that gives us 2,500. Oh, this will potentially just pay for the next upgrade. Oh, I gave that up by accident. So we'll keep that in mind, chat. So I have 1 free quest, but I don't think there's any of these I want to pick up at the moment. At some point, we need to go back as the Rune Master just to get the Origin Rune, because I think this one is actually useful. I think it's high damage, elemental damage to the whole room. So we have to go back to the 2nd dungeon anyway, so we'll have to keep that in mind for next time, chat. I mean, our Rune Master is already pretty strong. You saw he's capable of one-shotting everything. But if we need to do AoE, we could take advantage of the Whirl Scrolls, for example. I'm feeling pretty good about our team. And again, if I need to make inventory space, I'll just eat the bread that we have. I'll save the Kasami Lunch for the boss, because that is a useful healing item, because it does heal everybody. Let's continue forth then. Now, have the third branch. Saving your progress. Please do not turn off the system. We have the Protector with the most health by far. We'll start with her. Front line. Venom Spider used Paralyze. Would not have called that, but fortunately Rob is there to get rid of the status ailment, as that would have been annoying. Let's try to bind this thing. Must be using leg, which would make sense. Spiders are mostly leg. It's got many of them. Oh, dead end, but I can go ahead and recover our food here. So thank you, Rob. You got rid of a status ailment that would have been very annoying as a solo character to deal with. So we found the next exit there. We don't have to worry about that. Let's explore a little further. Get more TP this way, and another consumable. Oh my. Rob is making sure I have a turn. Oh my, just give me a turn. Oh my gosh, I was taking so much damage there. Is there anything I could do to take less damage for a little bit? Yeah, let's get defense boost so I don't die to this nonsense. Chat, let's not die to the nonsense, because there's just all sorts of things happening. I think the enemy got like 6 turns on me. Let's use Provoke to increase my defense. Again, the reduced damage will help us significantly. The downside is I can't tell Rob to just heal me. So hopefully she doesn't die from this. Please let me into the room. Yeah, can I heal? There we go. Nope. Nope. Let me switch targets. If I could kill the spiders, I think we can finally enter this room. I'm gonna have Rob manually just constantly heal, because this room is kind of nonsense. I don't think any of the other party members would have survived. If the Protector wasn't here, I don't know what we would do. Or if Rob wasn't here, I don't know what we would do. Man, those spiders have a lot of health too. So the downside is because Rob is not able to heal us, we have to just kind of rely on the Protector to kill one enemy. And then once we do that, Chris will be able to throw daggers, because I could force him to do it. There we go, we finally dealt with one enemy. Now I don't have to worry about this as much. So I'm gonna go ahead and use the defense increase. That way I can survive more hits. And then I will take a step into the room so the other characters can. Or not. Or not, I'll just get like bound. Get trolled forever, chat. Thank you for healing me, Rob. One day I'll be able to move without being like bound or paralyzed. Oh no, chat. I'm not in an infinite, but this is really draining our resources. Goodbye, our resources. Alright, let's use a skill because I keep getting hit so many times. Use Shield Smite. There we go, I can finally enter this room without the party members all just dying instantly. Much better. And I can force them to attack the Protector, Provoke. That way the rest of the team can do what they need to do. Yeah, let's heal him so Ring can move. What a nasty room, chat, jeez. If we were able to... No, don't use refresh. If we were able to use a scroll upon entering the room, that would have been awesome. But we couldn't even get in the room in the first place. Okay, so if I reject the refresh, he'll automatically heal. Okay, that's good to know for future reference. Again, that's a lot of experience we're getting a kill. Each frog is worth 70. Oh, Rob, no more refreshes. You're low on TP. Chris has leveled, thank you. Now we need to be looking for more ways to get TP, I think. I'm gonna keep an eye out for any other amber tiles, or that'll help. Or make sure Rob just eats all of that TP, because that is the only reason we cleared that room. Another item. Another light scroll. I'll make sure to use light scrolls on the next floor. I think this is just gonna loop. Oh, it didn't even loop around. That sucks. Rob's eating TP. Uh-oh. Don't think that's good for you, Rob, in the way that you're using it. We'll make sure Rob goes a little hungry. Oh, no. Suddenly became very bad. Run, Rob, run! Chris uses daggers, assassinates that poor grasshopper almost instantly. Yeah, Rob lost about half of his TP. I'm glad we got the TP boosting items. Also glad Roxanne has the ability to use TP in general, because she was absorbing a lot. This is another really horrible room. I think it's time to end this room, chat. Just stop. Scroll. That is enough to level the protector, which is good. Oh, there's still more enemies in here? Whoa. Chris picked up the light hardwood. He assassinated, I'm presuming, an evil tree off screen. Let's go ahead and use a light scroll. See what we have in store for us. Ooh, another really nasty room, and we have no choice but to go through it. That's a good heads up. Let's make sure Rob gets some TP. Looks like he will be burning quite a bit of it. Rob stepped on a trap and got everybody but him hit. Good job, Rob. You dodged the real danger. Oh no, Chris was slowed. And we'll just take a little bit of TP. We'll have the protector go in first. The enemy blocked us from entering the room. Oh, we got the crit. Okay, we're actually able to enter the room this time, so our team should be able to do something. Because we are able to enter the room, I don't think I need to use any scrolls. But we'll use Provoke just to get more defense. Oh, that is a nasty-looking enemy coming over to greet us. I believe those are the barbed vines we were warned about. Oh, I think Chris is just out of range because Rob hasn't entered the room. I was wondering what was happening. We killed the lead enemy, which gave us a lot of bonus experience. Sure that the healing is used. I'm not sure how much damage this monster is going to do to us. I prefer to err on the side of caution. Oh, only 10. Oh, that was like nothing. I thought that was going to be so much worse. I tried walking out of the way of the other characters so more people could come in the room. Get trolled. Oh. We apparently picked up a frog cheek, which I presume we sliced off of said frog that we just killed. Have Ron pick up even more TP. There are so many traps in this room. Excuse me, game. Come on. Okay, let's go and collect some of the other items, because we could see there's no enemies here. We got another spare thread. Awesome. We don't have to worry about that later. Another 5 TP to everybody. I smacked something as Rob, then Chris darted the thing that I smacked as Rob. That seemed fair. Yeah, we'll just collect these items, since we don't really see any enemies here. Might as well take our time, right, chat? Got another sigil. Extra gold. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see the sigils. They're only worth like 70 now. And we're getting almost 200 per pickup. So not worth it to us. It hit Rob for like no damage, so I think this is okay. Just using daggers, and he put the enemy to sleep. Nice, we skipped its turn. We're just wailing away at it. Speaking of which, how much do we need to level? Oh, if we're getting 70 a kill, oh, that's gonna take a while. But Reen might level again before we get to the boss. Take the stairs down? Sure. So we have enough money, I think, now to get a fortress in case we need to panic buy one. Oh, no, we're still a little shy. We're gonna have Rob walk around a little bit more again. It looks like his TP's back to normal. Now, that did a lot of damage to me, so I'm gonna move out of the way. Got the Hopper Wing, cleared the first Appreciation Fest. That item is now worth 2,500 due to the quest it's tied to. Oh no, there's a spider in here. Protect us. I definitely want to hit the enemy with the attack boost. Seems like our team is dispatching them quite nicely. Good job, team. Got another sleep scroll, so we're running out of inventory space again. How many light scrolls do we have? Well, we have at least 2. Let's use one right now. What else is here? Ooh, blinking items. So, I think it's easier to go from... I guess we should head south to fight that enemy. Then we can hold off on going to the exit, and we'll go to the east. I want to approach that easternmost room from the south, so that way we have the most amount of steps in order to attain the item. Because it would be so silly to not get the item, because I went through, like, the west exit or something. So far, not a lot of enemies to stop us on this floor compared to the other floors. I'll definitely take that. Speaking of which, we might as well use the Glutton Potion. Rob will down it. Nice, and it put him at over 100. So if he ends up gobbling down all the amber tiles, then at least we can overcap. So this is the most chance we have of getting this item. So that would have been a little tight, maybe from the north entrance. I don't think we could have done it from the western entrance. We got something called a poison knife. Interesting. I wonder if that's stronger than what we're using here. I feel like it's very ninja themed, but the ninja can't use it, really. Kodachi does 1 less damage. Or Kodachi does 1 more damage, but this causes double poison. I'm thinking about that. Poison is really good. I think 1 attack is not enough to sway me from that. I was like, they can't use poison knife for some reason. I guess it's just a knife that has the poison stats enhanced onto it. Oh, this is a real easy one to gather. What's in this one? Leaf jacket. Ooh. It sounds very ninja-esque. I'm assuming you can use the leaf jacket. Only 1 more defense, but it doesn't have the 10 strength. That is not a good ratio for me. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that armor. That's like something I'd put on a mage that doesn't need the strength. Well, speaking of which, Rob is now gonna gobble all of that down for extra FP. So again, our party's looking pretty leveled. Chris is gonna be level 6, or not Chris, Reen will be level 6 pretty soon. The stats will be pretty good. So he'll definitely be doing some damage at them. Speaking of which, can we do anything with our skills? Oh, I'm still only using the basics here. See, I want to make sure not to burn everything at once, because I definitely want Hulk Strike, but how do I get Hulk Strike? I need level 3 of Shadow Bind. Okay, well, I need this for later. A new ability for Chris. We have yet another bind, so I think in our party, we actually have 2 different binds, because Skill Bind does count as a different bind. So that's pretty good. We should be able to deal with bosses if they show up. Binding Strike. Yeah. Might as well make your TP do something. So let's increase power and bind chance up. And then we'll hopefully unlock the killers, because it's just free damage against enemies that are not resistant to it. I don't really like Rock Toss as a skill. The reason you might do this, I think, is to trigger items, or certain enemies that are like really low in health, you just need to hit them before they do something. Other than that, I'm not as interested. I might actually just put another point in Strike Boost, just to get more damage. That'll make up for a slightly weaker weapon. Oh. You got another point. Eventually I want to do things like hover. HP regen is okay. The lower your hit point, the higher your physical defense is boosted. That's also extremely useful. Aegis is really good. Definitely want that at some point. Diversion is extremely good. Full Guard is okay. That's like boss only. Otherwise, there's really no point to it. Resistance to all damage and all allies. Like, Divine Wall is probably better than Full Guard. Should probably learn the walls at some point. So let's go ahead and increase her defense more. That way, when she is targeted, she'll take less. Let's see, it put us near a blinking item. What is the blinking item? Got a new weapon, the Floret. Is it better than Kodachi? Significantly so. See, I would have preferred the Poison Dagger to be on the Ninja, but I don't see why I shouldn't do this. Yeah, because only the Ninja can use this. Maybe the Wanderer can as well. Do I give up Poison for more roll damage? I think I'll leave Poison Dagger on Reen just because we don't have Cut. And then Chris would have Pierce, Rob would have Bludgeoning, and Roxanne would have Bludgeoning. I think that's a better rotation of elements. Or Roxanne. And that makes Ninja Dagger do a ton of damage. Now, if I try to move while I'm bound, it advances time. So I'm actually not using the skip time there, but because I'm bound, I can't do anything. Speaking of which, do we have any spare light scrolls? We might as well burn them. Going through quite a lot. Got exactly one left. Whatever. Right, chat? Whatever, we'll do it. Ooh, blinking item in the middle. Okay, well, we'll continue to the south, I think. Oh, time to feed Rob. There we go. Oh, that beautiful FP. Seems there's a adventurer in the dungeon. We might be able to recruit them. And as I said before, mostly to steal items. Not that I want to use them. Oh, you're a gunner. Hello, do you have an upgraded gun? Your gear is kind of mediocre. Yeah, you're only level 5. Get out of here. We don't need that trash. Never mind, get out of here. We have enough gunners. I got exploring to do. Here it ain't safe around these parts, so keep your eyes peeled. Disappointed, chat. Got a healing scroll, which will help for bosses. Or Roxanne's getting destroyed. Oh, that's a rare monster. Oh, put it to sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna advance the whole party towards the enemy. Have Reen swap places with the medic. Hopefully we can finish this thing off, or poison it, because it has a lot of health. Got there eventually. Yeah, that natural HP recovery is quite silly. Reen does make a good backup tank. We got one item here. Ooh, actually, that's not the best way to enter that room. Change our minds here. Let's have Roxanne go first, just because there are a lot of enemies here. In case I get paralyzed right off the bat. I would like to be able to do this room. We have one sleep scroll, which I don't want to use in this room, although it is tempting. We have one whirl scroll. Sure, we'll use it here. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and provoke. That way nobody else has to worry about being attacked. But he's starting to enter the room. Perfect. Reen has now leveled, so Reen's damage is gonna be pretty high. Chris is sniping people with daggers. Perfect synergy. Chris is a little low on TP, so I'll have him triggered the record trap. Perfect. His TP is looking much better. Let's go this way. Hopefully that blinking item is fairly strong. This is almost back up to max TP, which will be good if we're fighting a boss, as I get to choose to possibly do binds or other useful abilities. Yeah, see, that was 6. From the bottom left, I don't think we would have gotten this one. So we just got another weapon increase, which I think is even better than what we just picked up a moment ago. I mean, if the game is just gonna give us, like, the 2,400 item, I'm not gonna say no to the 2,400 item. And honestly, at this point, does poison even outweigh this thing? I would say probably not. So we might as well just have Team Pierce and Bludgeon. There we go, tons of damage for the party. The extra hit, I think, will help for the Wanderer, because I think he has slightly lower agility. Another thread. Ooh, I need to start putting those away. Those are not things I should sell, as they're not easy to get. Like, from, like, a shop, I mean. Take the stairs down. Ooh. All the way on the 5th floor, still not quite at the exit, but we're getting there. Some enemies are saying hello. You sense a surge in power. The enemy monster power has increased. So what I can do in this room, chat, is I can provoke while really far away, and that'll stop Chris from being struck. Yeah, see, because they're trying to rock throw me. So the team is just going in, stabbing away. Good job, team. Just immediately get attacked, sure. Use provoke, that way I can leave this area and let the allies come and attack. Oh, that's just unfair. Whoa, Chris's damage to the frog was almost 90? Wow, easy kill. Picked up Sky Iron Nail. Jeez, we're getting all sorts of nice items. Another Glutton Potion. I might as well use it. I don't need a ton in reserve. Massive frog violence going on. Oh, I should have given the Glutton Potion to Chris, actually, just so I can have him absorb more FP. Oh well. Yeah, we're doing extremely well. We don't have the light scroll, so hopefully we don't enter a room that requires us to move a certain way to grab an item. But if we do think we're going to miss an item, we do have the quick salve in order to reach it. Now, this enemy's not taking a lot of physical damage. So if we had instead taken a mage, I think it could basically just one-shot this enemy. So the game is punishing us for having all melee, no magic. You know what? That's okay, chat. It happens. There we go. Not a little injured, but we'll walk it off. You know, we just got stabbed in the face repeatedly. This is one of those things, you know, it's just an inconvenience. Missed an amber tile, but I don't feel like walking backwards, as that would waste more time to pick it up than actually do anything else with it. Make sure Chris gets this TP. Perfect. We'll lead the charge for a little bit. If I feel like there's something really horrible, I'll just switch to the Protector. There's a room of like 20 enemies. I prefer not go in. Oh, hey, look, a chest. Bone Staff. Okay, and what does the Bone Staff do? Is this a massive damage increase? Oh, Etrian Mystery Dungeon, you shouldn't have. Double strength up on our Protector? Okay. Well, I have a feeling this boss is gonna die really quickly. We've gotten 3 weapon upgrades since we've entered the dungeon. This is kind of not going to be fair when we get there, chat. I'm just gonna declare it. Gonna be a... Oh, what a shame. Yet another consumable. How much inventory space do we have left? 29, jeez. What else could I use? I mean, I don't want to use a healing scroll if we don't need it. I guess I can use Icicle Sigil more? Just to use it? Infused Scroll's not bad if we come across another large room. I like Sleep Scroll for solo play. Oh, the enemy all comes in. let's go ahead and provoke. The way our allies can come into the room safely. Or Rob will be in the way, and Rob will not enter the room. As he should not, as he is the mage. Or while they're in, I might as well tell the rest of the party to come inside. We're seeing a lot of elite enemies kind of showing up every now and then. Kind of interesting. Now, let's go ahead and see how useful a sigil is on the thing in front of us, because I did say I would show it off at some point. Ooh, 77 damage in the pierce. Very nice. So even though it's a consumable item, chat, that actually did decent damage. And again, because we're gonna pick up another item, I'll just keep burning it. Another sleep scroll. Okay. Might use one of those soon. Floor 6. Ooh, lots of blinking items. Can I reach those in time, though? Let's not risk it. This is the purpose of the quick item. So we got another really strong weapon, which we can sell for a decent amount. I'll go ahead and... Can I just consume the bread here? Because we don't really need this bread. Have Wonder come over here with his double move and easily secure a ring mail, which looks like a very big increase for Reen. Even if we don't get health, I imagine this defense is absurd. Yeah, this is absurd. I lose 7 health but gain 9 defense. That is a trade I am more than willing to make. The other item normally gives Heck, which we don't need on the melee character. It also gives us resistance to piercing and resistance to fire. So now you are just going to take 1/3 damage. Or not 1/3. You'll take half damage from 1/3 of the physical damage types. So yeah, why not? Just become tanky. Excellent upgrade. What a great use of the quick salve to make sure we don't miss that. How's everybody doing on food? Oh wow, we're pretty much capped. Well, I'm gonna have Reen go first for a while. Okay, let's go ahead and journey through here, chat. So we're just looking for spare treasure. As you can see, the items here are just like so far beyond the store. Taking a little bit of damage. Should be able to assist in a moment. There we go. We served as a very hardy distraction. Spider is the biggest threat. I do not care about the frog. Now that the spider is dead, we are pretty much home free. Oh, missed the binding strike. I wanted to see how much damage that actually. Speaking of which, how much damage does she do with shield smite? Ooh, 92. Nasty. Unfortunately, we're a party of almost purely arm binds, so we have a bit of repetition with the binds. But it is what it is. Inventory is full, cannot use the light scroll. Jeez, chat. We are just swimming in items. I don't even know what to do with all this. So many threads. Guess antidote pill doesn't matter. What if it just falls on her? Oh, and then repicked. Oh, that's right. If you walk through, they pick it up again. So annoying. As I said before, I want to keep the Kasumi lunch for the boss, so that's something I definitely want. Delaying sigil's probably not useful, because it doesn't outright disable an enemy like a stun sigil would, and it doesn't do damage like an icicle would. Let's go ahead and provoke, just so we take less damage, and let's go ahead and use an item. Oh, it won't let us use an item on the same turn. Got it. This is good enough for them to come inside. Also, there's a blinking chest I just noticed. Need to head to this. Rob, no! Why are you meleeing? No! Doing not what I want you to do. Ooh. This is a tough choice. I'm not sure which one to hit. Maybe the middle one. Ooh, that was a good choice. Want that item. Okay, we got 4 turns. Yes, Rob, use healing on Rob. Don't die, Rob. Rob's like, I'm a white mage, but I got a staff. I have to use it. We're out of inventory space. What can I use? Oh, we could just use this. We need to free up space on a countdown chest, so this should pick it up. Oh, can I not pick it up on the same turn I use an item? I didn't know that. That sucks. That's me not knowing how the mechanic works. Oh, chat, that felt bad. I would have used that item before coming here if I realized that. Darn, chat, my bad. You just have too many items. I'm gonna throw this. I just don't even want to look at it. That way we don't have that happen again. So many threads. So there's some stairs downwards. Probably that will be the last blinking chest. But these enemies are giving us so much experience that I have no reason to not just keep murdering everything. Yes, please use healing on me, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Now the team's coming in. We're just stabbing away. And we gained so much that, wow. We're at 3 6s and Rob's at 9. I just love that Rob is just so far ahead of the rest of the party. Like he's got more health than everybody. It just doesn't make any sense. That Rob. Let's see, what else could we do? I need to conserve some points for the next levels. But I guess having an increased dodge rate doesn't hurt in case he does get attacked. Is there anything I want to do here? No, I want to probably... Desperado needs... I'll get more hit point up, as well as improve tankiness. And I guess we can start learning Rock Toss, but I'll probably disable it. Because again, I don't find the skill extremely useful. It's just more like if you don't have a turn to take, because allies are in your way, it's something you turn on. But otherwise, most of the time, I just leave it off. Like, it's better than nothing if you really just can't reach them for whatever reason, but most of the time, there's no point in using it. Rob got hit by a boulder. Poor Rob. Let's walk into the room. I think with Provoke active, Rob will naturally walk into the room without me needing to do anything. I think that's how the AI behaves. No, don't use the rush. Nothing else will force Rob to come into the room. I think that's the only thing I might need to rearrange is our party order, so that way if I'm the protector, Rob is not second. I think that's what's happening, and it's the issue. Let's see if we can fix that. So, if... Oh, I wonder why our party order doesn't clean up. I guess I could use the spread, because it does have Reen second, Chris fourth. I guess I should swap them? Yeah, maybe that would fix it. I believe there's only one potential room here. Looks like there is no other room here. We'll just go ahead and clean up. Well, they're attempting to attack Rob, but joke's on them, I have Provoke. Let's refresh on Rob. No, Rob, you sit it out. We'll let the AI handle it. I think we got this, chat. And it's taking decent damage. This enemy should be dead soon. Just coming in with the sneaky stab. Green leveling up to 7. I think almost in time for the... Basically in time for the boss. So that's actually pretty useful. So any additional attack we can get is awesome. I can't believe our attack scores are this high. Like, this doesn't make any sense to me at all. Do we even have a staff in? No, they both have TP ups. So we have at least, I think, one more floor after this. Each dungeon will get progressively longer, and then to some extent it'll reset as it introduces more gimmicks. Chris going in with a hefty 100-foot leg bind. Oh wait, we have an arm, leg, and a skill bind? Wait, we have three binds. Never mind, chat. We're so good. We don't even need to change this party for any boss happens to try to fight us. Definitely over for them. Yeah, we're gonna make sure Rob's always at max TP. He is gonna be keeping Roxanne alive. Don't you throw a rock at me. That's better. Provoke. Retaliate. Chris is using his dagger. Rob heals us. Over to the side. Enemies falling asleep. I'm gonna move the rest of the party forward. There we go. Now everybody can join in on the wailing action. Awesome. Cleared Avenge My Son. We did kill a third clawed mole. So we could just immediately exit, but there's no point to it. I know, we're having... Rob is carrying the team when it comes to tankiness. It's hard to say who's doing the most damage, because I feel like Roxanne weirdly does a lot of damage. But Chris and Reen are definitely showing their use with their different abilities. The Sealing of Arts has been very helpful. Took a lot of hits there with Rob, but we'll swap him out so he can recover health. Why, hello there, creature in front of me. She should not be doing like 100 damage. I love that we got that item so early. Got Demon Breath. That could be an interesting item. That enemy sure hit me a lot there. Rob healed us. Thank you, Rob. More enemies are coming over. They're attacking Reen. Chris is coming in. I think he's deciding who to stab. I'm gonna go ahead and confuse them with the Provoke. And we'll just get a nice little stab going. That way Chris can enter the foray without worrying about being hit. Ooh, multi-hits to people even though I'm provoking. That's kind of nasty. I have to be aware of that. Chris and Reed are cleaning shop with that last guy. Inventory is too full to pick up Demon Breath. Man, chat, we have just picked up so many random items. Like, we just can't even deal with them. We'll use a light scroll, I guess. What else is in this room? Ooh. That seems like a fun thing to use. Chris has been burning TP. Let's make sure he gets some TP. So we want to enter that area from the south. So I'm actually going to turn around here now that we have that knowledge. I can pick up exactly one more item. We could detour here. Maybe we'll get here. Sleep scroll. What do we not really care about? Eye drops. Sure. This is briefly clairvoyant. Again, like, we're just looking to burn items that aren't as important. We'll probably use a sleep scroll in the next room. I just want to make sure we have one free item slot so that doesn't happen again. But I'm, like, thinking about what to even use at this point. Too many items. Takes untyped damage. See, Demon's Breath seems like it would be fun, but there's no enemy to use it on at the moment. I guess Paralysis Pill is the least useful. As our allies pick it up again. That is annoying. I would say from the allies. I wish they had an option to just say don't auto pick up. I mean, technically I should just throw it full screen so they don't pick it up again, but let's see. Okay, so they're gonna be in a pattern where I can slip in without them interrupting me. What I can do, since we have a lot of time, why don't we use one of the sleep scrolls? We don't need this many. Worked on basically everybody. And let's go see what this item was. We got a hand cannon. Okay. Let's go deal with the spider, because the spiders are horrible. But thank you, Sleep Scroll. Extremely useful for getting out of bed scenarios. And again, as long as we're in the same room, Provoke will just draw enemies away from our other characters. So I might as well just walk forward to draw them in. Jareen's able to move, so he can stab. That spider has to come to us because it can see me. Again, the spider is the biggest threat, so any damage we could do would definitely help us here. It's all the stabbing right now. Goodbye, enemy. Going in with the Binding Strike and finishing the final enemy. Another really clean victory. Again, we're just going to try to get a little bit of TP back here or there. That final room that we need to advance to the next area is now swarming with a lot of creature. We're going to have to brute force this room, I think. I'm going to step into the room. Immediately get attacked, sure. We're going to use Provoke. I'm going to take another step inside. Man, these things are persistent. Let's see if the untyped damage is good at nuking this thing. It is really good at killing the dragonflies. That is good information to learn, chat. Sometimes you just gotta experiment with what you're given. Like, we don't want to deal with this enemy, delete them. Chris going in for 90 damage and a sleep. What a nasty dagger. All those weapon at 120 because he was sleeping. Okay. This poor clawed mole is super dead, chat. There's no way it's surviving the stabbing army. Chris is a little low on TP, but this should be okay. Reach the stairway leading into the deepest level. Past here, the stranded Dr. Stein hides from an unknown predator. You hear the sound of running water from below and smell an odor reminiscent of fish. Ooh, if we had ice magic from that sigil, that probably would have helped us. It's the stench of a terrible beast. What will you do? I'm gonna stay here for a second. I want to see if there is anything else we could consume before we go in there. We got a hand cannon, which is okay. I think if we have a second gunner, we could get that to somebody else. But I think we already purchased that earlier. Also, we just have so many inventory items. So we have Kasumi's Lunch, I think, to deal with a bad boss pattern, and 2 Medicas as a backup in case Rob's not able to heal as many people as he needs to, and we have 1 revive. So I'm thinking we are in a pretty good shape, actually. I don't think I need to do anything else. As long as Roxanne starts the battle with Provoke, I think we're okay. Again, the strategy will be to separating our characters from the Protector. There we go. So this time we started on the side, which is excellent for us. Let's go ahead and just Provoke and walk out of the way of everything else. Yeah. Oh, you see it moving towards us? It wants us, chat. Hey, it moved diagonal, so that means we could just do this. Binding Strike. Time for Chris to walk in melee. You know what? Rob's gonna get on the action. Let's club him. Oh, it does the close range melee hit. Ooh, that's good to know. Rob needs to back up then. That is extremely dangerous then. Let's back up the other characters. I didn't realize it could just keep doing that every move. Now that is a problem because we don't have a lot of ranged characters. But let us do another Provoke because I don't want this thing leaving her attention. So she alone can tank this. This is fine. And what we could do with the other characters, because we have TP... Oh, it was where I was facing. My bad. Let's go ahead and use our special skills. That way we can still do some DPS. Rob, meanwhile, can heal our other characters. Actually, let's make sure Rob doesn't die by something random. So this is actually going to be pretty tough with our current team, but we'll try to make it work. I mean, 26 on a rock toss is way higher than I was expecting, to be honest. Also, don't face downwards. But we're definitely going to try to take advantage of any kind of range attack that we have. Roxanne's kind of injured. Let's heal her. Oh, when I just tap neutral X, it makes me face inwards. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Speaking of which, I don't have these skills on shortcut, because that would save me some time. Go to self. Need to take advantage of shortcuts. Dodged. Okay, Rob also doesn't have any shortcuts. Let's have some shortcuts. Healing and refresh. Well, I think Chris is going to run out of MP or TP before Green will, so let's make sure Chris has some health. Because he's going to need to melee at some point. Let's get a Reprovoke going. Again, we could technically brute force it with just her, but I prefer not to. Didn't assign the shortcut for some reason. Try this again. Binding Strike. I'm curious if it just senses if there's multiple characters, it'll do the spin. That I'm not certain about. But we'll keep Rob here. He's got a lot of TP. Oh, it didn't do the spin this time. We'll take any advantage we can get. Okay. This is working out. We're in a nice rhythm now, chat. Our only concern is when we run out of TP on Rob. Then the strategy is panic. Ooh, I didn't realize Provoke wore off. Should have been paying attention to her color. You know what? We're all kind of injured. I might as well just do the Kasumi lunch. I don't think Rob needs to do anything this turn. I'll make him swing in the air. Let's get the Provoke going and strike him in the back. It's now doing a triple hit. This is kind of bad news for us. Uh-oh, chat. Have we been countered by the boss? Chris cannot attack anymore or he'll die. I'll wait turns with Rob. So at this point, it's just down to if the Protector has enough health to survive this nonsense. Because we don't really have any other ranged options with our party. That is the downside. Now, if I had more sigils, I think we could do more damage. Do I have anything else that would help in this scenario? Oh, we have an Icicle Sigil. See if this helps us. Better than nothing, chat. Throw a Blast Seed. I mean, it feels like I should. Oh, wait, it's Ice Element. Oh, I need Thunder. Oops. Misunderstanding of elements. We're almost out of Rock Throw, which is not good for us. But we'll do any kind of damage we can. Better than nothing. Okay, her Provoke wore off. We need to make sure that this is up. Well, it actually missed quite a few hits. So we do very slowly recover health over time in here, so that is good that there's some natural HP regen. I'm hoping Reen doesn't die from taking that step forward, because I need him to just do like 1 or 2 strikes. It's because we really need the DPS. To make sure if the Protector dies, I think it's over. So as long as the Protector's alive, I think we have a chance. Reen survived, that's all I needed him to do. Well, chat, this is going to be a close one, given that the boss kind of counters our normal strategy. As you can see, our TP total is looking pretty bad. Ooh, a single target. Excellent. Glad we got the healing there. Yeah, we might be able to do it. If I have to panic heal, I can healing scroll Chris. But it's going to be really, really close. Because Rob's almost out of TP, and once that happens, we're in big trouble. So I'm just hoping we could do enough damage. Here's the scenario I might have to use the healing scroll. Actually, I want to do damage first, and then I'll do the healing scroll, I think. This thing has to be getting low on health, because we are slowly whittling it down. Oh, we have one heal left. Okay, maybe we're okay. She has to provoke. Thank you, enhanced weapons. Huh? It targeted nothing and missed? Oh, we'll take a free turn, chat. We will absolutely take that free turn. So I think we're out of projectiles we can throw after this. So now we are on our own. Is there anything we could do for more TP? No, we only have revives. So I think... This is gonna be something, chat. Rom, I'm just gonna leave there for now. If the AI is trying to hunt us down, I'm gonna leave them spread out so it has to waste its time. Chris is very injured. I'll do the heal scroll now, because that's our last AoE heal. Because I want to make sure Roxanne survives a magic spell. That should be okay. Oh, we barely got it. Oh, okay. Because we were literally out of healing items, chat. If we could have healed 2 more times, and that would have been it. The rest of the team would have had to have suicided it into the boss to deal damage. So that is definitely definitely an inherent risk of having 4 melee characters. But we did it, chat. It took a lot of items, but I'm glad we made use of what we still had. Unfortunately, the rest of the team had just enough health that even though we were taken by surprise by the spin attack of the boss, we still cleared it. Yeah, it's like... The other character would have been able to heal twice, and I think it would have out-healed a claw swipe. We would have taken more damage from an ice shot, and if it had spun around in a circle, that would have been the worst-case scenario. That probably would have been the party wipe. There we go, chat. We did it. Interesting. So the geomagnetic pole that was placed here is restored once the monster in the depths is defeated. This is valuable data. It could explain why the threads don't work down here. Oh, we're at the Amber Restaurant. The Ziggledy Guild, right? You really saved me there, thanks. You were amazing. My escorts were no match for that monster at all. No wonder you beat the thing in the 2nd dungeon. Oh, chat, we are definitely going to redo the 3rd dungeon at some point just to get more armor. Because we've been getting a lot of weapons, but just imagine if we had gotten super armor for every character slot. Would have been so good, chat. That fight would have been way easier if we had 12 more defense per character. But fortunately, we did at least get weapon upgrades. Tell me, did you find any amber on the monster's body in the 2nd dungeon? I knew it. You know about the amber tiles already, right? When you break the amber and absorb its energy, it boosts your metabolism. Same thing happens for the monsters. Those little amber tiles don't give off much energy. Take a look at that. See that huge slab of amber sitting where the groundwater's pool? The monster absorbed a chunk that size. I think it would either collapse, unable to withstand the energy, or it'd become a monster unlike any we've seen. The latter scenario probably applies here. These enormous amber chunks were only found recently. I suspect it's due to rising groundwater levels. The temperature underground is increasing, resulting in more meltwater. Didn't it seem strange when you walked into the dungeon? It's supposed to be dark and dank, but it's bright and warm. It's the dead of winter, but it's warm all the time, like we're living on top of a stove. I'm investigating it, but I still haven't come up with anything. If I don't get the results, I can't show my face to Magan or to Sasha. Oh no! I forgot all about Sasha! She's probably worried. Hmm? You came here on a mission to rescue me? Oh, I've really done it this time. I have to apologize to everyone. Can I go back to town now? Give you a proper thanks for saving me later. There we go, chat. We scrounged every item possible and we beat it. It would all help if we were Rob's level. If we were all level 9, we probably could do it. We can't all be as good as Rob. Maybe one day we'll achieve his tier. Saving your progress. Please do not turn the system off. Sarah, I was a good girl and waited like you said. I told strangers to go away. Good girl, Sasha. I'm sorry if I worried you. I got stuck in the dungeon. These people helped get back home. They're from the Ziggledy Guild. Say hello. Hello, I'm Sasha. Thank you for helping Sarah. Now, Sasha, I caused a little bit of trouble for everyone, so I need to go say I'm sorry. Wait here for me, okay? Okay. Come back soon. There's so many things. So what we're gonna do, chat, we're gonna hand in everything. We're gonna make sure all those quests are cleared because we earned a ton of money clearing quests while there. On top of that, we have a story mission to hand in. And then we'll stop. So let's start with the story mission hand in. What's wrong? I hope you're not here to tell me the rescue mission has failed. What? She's on her way. Doctor? Let me humbly apologize, Provost, for making you worry, for having you issue a rescue mission to save me. We're still... I couldn't find out what's causing the rising ground temperatures. I'm so sorry. I'm sure you'll figure it out someday, Dr. Stein. Put it out of your mind for today and rest up. I'm only glad you're safe. So let's go hand it in for 3K, chat. Absolutely worth it. So we could get some upgrades. We can check to see if there's new armors. That opens up a lot of possibilities for us. The guild members earned 300 experience and leveled Roxanne and Reen. Thank you for rescuing Dr. Stein. As town provost, I am deeply grateful. Which reminds me, I've heard rumors of a shop operating in the third dungeon. Do you know of it? Ooh, let's say I don't, because we didn't come across that. It's indeed a monolith. I see. Then perhaps it's a fanciful rumor and nothing more. So it sounds like there is a new random event to look forward to, chat. So going forward, we might come across, I believe the name of the merchant caravan is the Red Lions? We'll come across the Red Lions merchant caravan. And instead of a room filled with monsters, it'll be a room filled with items. But make no mistake, chat, if you try to steal an item and you don't have a plan to get out of there as soon as possible, because I believe she locks down thread usage, so you can't just instant teleport away, you will be mauled to death by guard dogs. They are like equivalency of like level 60. They will absolutely one-shot our entire party. It will be brutal. We might show it off. I wish I could show it off without losing progress, because we would just lose all of our items. But yeah, we would die so quickly. And she will hunt us down to other floors, I believe, as well. So you can't just escape her by going to the next floor. Also, she has boosted movement speed. It is possible to beat her, but and the guard dogs themselves. But we'll take advantage of that once we get, I think there's an item that causes water walking. Like boots of water walking, for example. And if we have a gunner, we might cheese her out a little bit, chat. Just a little bit. You can imagine what that entails. But right now, we don't have the ability to deal with that. We could still use it for its intended purposes. Also, a nice feature about that particular area is that it puts a kind of merchant blanket down, and we could drop any spare items we don't want onto the ground, and we actually can just get money for it immediately. That's also kind of a nice perk. Before we do any kind of upgrades... Actually, let me think about that. Wasn't there a quest that required market level 3? Let's go accept that quest and then hand it in. Come on. Go to Amber Restaurant first. Damn it, Sarah, what were you thinking? You're gonna give us a heart attack. I'm sorry, Noralda. Were you in there the whole time? Looking kinda gaunt. You need a good meal. I'll go fix you one. Oh, it's fine. You already have a lot of customers waiting for their food. What, those guys? Psh, they can wait. No, that wouldn't be right. Really, it's fine. Well, I'll be back soon. Let's go hand in some quests. So we did the upper wing. I'm assuming because either it's a common drop of the enemy or we used cut on the kind of purple looking grasshoppers. We could get another 2,500 and we will gladly take that. So that dungeon was completely worth it. Look at our money total, chat, the most we've had so far. Chris has leveled up via the bonus experience of quests. Brought some good materials back. A few adventurers managed to go after the wrong target. Man, there were a lot of dopes who brought us grass cedar legs by mistake. Must have been daydreaming of the reward. They could have easily checked the request details from the dungeon. I mean, that's what you bums did, right? The game also giving us tutorial speech as we finish quests. Let's do Avenge My Son. Hopefully we could just put that in the share bank and we don't have to make room for this, or this will be annoying. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. If nothing else, we got rid of the icicle symbol. You went and got revenge for him? That was nice of you, bombs. Keep it up, okay? Ravine Fork. Ooh, is that the one I'm thinking of? Where I would just go for solo play? Yeah, we definitely want to try to get the other quests, not for completion of the bosses, but just because if we get something like Aegis Sealed, this will give us a huge advantage on boss fights that do use the Protector, or if we're playing a more offensive team and we bring in the Rune Master, having the Origin Rune early would help us out quite a bit. So for now, let's leave. I don't think there's anything else I could do here. Check out the retail. Dr. Stein, I'm so glad that you're well. Everyone was worried about you. Sorry, Beth. I'll make it up to you next time, I promise. Tell the craftsmen I'll bring some snacks for them. Oh no, perish the thought. Please don't worry about it. You are greater adventurers than I ever imagined. Thank you for coming to Dr. Stein's aid. So she's in the Apology World Tour, but I don't really care about that at the moment. We're instead gonna go ahead and get rid of all of these. Don't think any of these are needed for a quest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure none of them are. Let's go ahead and mark them all, and look at that cash total. New weapons are available, new armor is available, new accessories are available. Well, let's go check out what the store offers now, so that way we could distinguish what was from our items versus what was from the upgrades. We could get a hatchet, which is not really all that impressive damage-wise. Broadsword's much better. Poison knife, we received that earlier. Ooh. An in-between sword. So we have the Mumitu? Katana of unknown origin but surpassing sharpness. Then we have the Dotanuki. This rough katana is known to pierce through chests with just one strike. Okay, not too bad. Light mace is much weaker than what we picked up earlier. Don't care about it. Staff is weaker than what we have. Don't care about it. Yeah, we picked up a hand cannon before. Don't really care. Round shield is a pretty big defense increase. That would be nice to include on as many characters as possible. Oh wait, the medic can wear a shield. I didn't realize that. Oops. Well, I should probably do that. That way Rob is slightly tankier. More kettle hats. I think that's better than what we can have. That's stronger than hide boots, which is why Chris could get 2 defense. But let's take a look at the other items before we go too crazy. Light muffs. Oh, not really. Ooh, HP up on boots. That alone might be worth taking, but again, we'll see what we could get for upgrading the store. We can now get more Brilliance Belt, which is TP and not tech, which is a little surprising to me, but sure. And a Power Ring, in case we just want 10 to damage, which at this stage of the game is pretty high. Are there any crazy weapons we're using for easy upgrades? Not really. So for now, what we should do, let's go to the inn and put away most of our items. Because again, we might need to equip some backup party members in a little bit. And then if we see anything that looks like junk, we'll sell it for cash. But we won't gain a lot of money from the early equipment. So I think right now it doesn't matter if we hoard it for a little bit. Let's see, they're in mid-conversation. I'm sorry for making you worry. Kasumi, there's something I need to ask you. Certainly, what is it? It's about cooking. If I asked Aralda for help, she'll just tell me I should be eating at a restaurant, so... I see. You want to make it for yourself again. Simply use the recipe I gave you and it shouldn't go wrong. But don't use your research materials. They may be adventurers, but they are not immune to stomach problems. And don't keep them too long. They're clearly worn out. Well, we will go ahead and store our many spare items. Though I really don't need this many Amaritas, which recovers TP. Good for bosses, though. When we're looking to make progress, we'll do that. I'll put the hand cannon away for now. The super armor, the other weapon, the staff. One of the many threads. There's so many threads. There are so many threads we picked up. Okay, let's put 3 threads away. Put away some Kodachis and the poison knife. We'll deal with it later. We can always sell the item directly from storage anyway, so it's not a big deal whether it's on me or not. I'll get rid of 1 stun sigil. That should make it a bit more balanced. So we have 1 quick salve, 1 confused scroll, 1 sleep scroll. Lots of sleep scrolls. We really don't need that many. Get rid of 1 thick glove. Now we're down to just 11 items. That's a bit more manageable. And again, I plan on using a lot of these in the next dungeon anyway. Just like we've been burning through light scrolls pretty consistently. I would say the only real downside to the scroll items over something like the throne items is that they don't work unless you're in the same room as the enemy. So if you're in a hallway and you were to use that scroll, it would not hit the enemies that are hitting you from the room in front of you. And that's a key distinguishing fact to think about when you want to bring a throne item, which would work into another room, versus using something like a scroll. Now, on the flip side, the scrolls are extremely powerful. I feel like the Whirl Scroll is going to fall off in usefulness over time, but the Sleep Scroll, the fact that it could disable an entire enemy room is always going to be extremely overpowered. So she's going to give us the Kasumi's Lunch. Let's go back to the Pagon's house, and let's get some upgrades going. Actually, speaking of which, I forget if you have to take the quest first or not. Let's see if I need to take the quest first. I think the game thinks about it, and if you've already completed the quest, we'll get different dialogue. So let's see what happens if we redevelop without actually accepting the quest. Let's spend money to get the upgrade here. We do care about our equipment. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Your bonus this time will be a wider range of merchandise, as well as types of forging at Shando Retail. The ability to forge binding effects on your weapons or binding resistance on shields sounds useful indeed. That is actually pretty useful. And again, this opens up your ability to play single player. Like, the most powerful ability obviously is sleep on weapons, because you could just knock them out for multiple turns in a row. You just took away all their turns. But something like bind head, stopping somebody from using magic, or bind arms from doing massive AoE, pretty good backups. Now, I could spend more money to get yet another upgrade, but let's actually increase the eatery. That way we could get more quests. Thank you, I appreciate your support. There should be more dishes on the menu at the Amber restaurant. Let me sample a few the other day. There is a very filling somai rice, as well as the Amber curry, which bolsters resistance. Both were superb. It seems they're preparing another quest to celebrate their progress, so check back later for that. Unlock new dishes and Appreciation Fest is underway. I think the reason they say, like, the quest won't unlock right away is because you need to be to a certain chapter in order to complete it, so I think it won't give it to you until you've cleared enough dungeons. Because technically, we could have been grinding the first dungeon over and over and over again for money. I guess with that, we'll go ahead and upgrade the market one more time, because why not? I don't really need storage slots at the moment. Cannot be developed further yet. Well, okay. Well, we haven't upgraded the hotel, so I might as well do that. So we've capped 2 of the developments for now. Oh, whatever. More slots. I want to see what the next bonus is. I forget if it's like you start with more stats or something. I'm trying to recall. Thank you. I'm sure the staff at Kasumi's Inn will be pleased with the development progress of the hotel district. As a bonus for your help, you may now store more items in the inn storage. Be sure to store whatever you don't want in the inn. Inventory slots plus 10. Okay, chat. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. I was trying to remember what her other ability was. Oh, we're definitely taking that. I'm always running out of inventory slots. Thank you. We have a slightly different bonus for you this time. If you give me that bag you're using, I'll swap it for a larger one. This should let you carry more items into the dungeons. That should prove useful, I'd say. So now we basically negated all of our, I'll say, like, starting equipment to make sure we don't get doomed in an expedition. And now we could just hold up to basically 25 more items if you remove the items we're already carrying. So that's pretty solid. She'll start upgrading her dishes as well. So that was the other thing I did remember. So she's giving a Kasumi lunch, which is strong, but she'll give us even more / better variety where we go into a dungeon. So that's not too bad. We don't have enough money to increase the guild, and we should probably use our money to get other upgrades. Now let's check in on some of the quests to see if we auto-completed any. Yeah, they're still talking about the expanded registry. Yeah, we could get the medical miracle manual, which is good because we have Rob. I know that pharmacy real well. It's a husband and wife team. He makes the drugs, she runs the store. Her son used to help out until not too long ago when he told him he was going to be a medic. It was quite a shock. He probably wants to be a good son by making money adventuring, though I don't think that's going real well for him. I know, none of this has to do with you. And maybe you can develop that district. They offer good bonuses. Easy enough, chat. So there we go, we got a new ability, which is actually worth using our blast gauge on. I haven't really used the blast gauge prior to this, but I probably should do it a bit more. Especially the one where I can control each of the units. So I need to teach myself to take advantage of the game mechanics. Show it off to the chat. But now we have something that actually should be worth using. That skill manual seems less like a quest reward and more like a thank you from the client for helping the district. This helps the pharmacy. Let's see how it goes. Pharmacist's wife is a pretty bad businesswoman. Well, whatever happens there, you bums did good. Makes me happy to see the town take shape. I don't know how many he wants that to be. Technically, we expanded the number of people we have, but we'll take that last. Let's see. Anything else to take? Or no? I mean, I guess I could take this for now, just to see if we can auto-clear it. Not happy with the limit on your guild roster? I know how you feel, but try to see the guildmaster side. The guild is short-staffed. If they don't expand and hire more people, they can't handle that many adventurers. I think helping out developing the district will be a good experience for you. Plus, they say if you help develop the guild district, you'll get manuals for something called blast skills. Seems like a sweet deal to me. And we already did that, so let's get it in. So we did not need to make it go to 3-star. So that's convenient. So, you managed to beef up your roster a bit. How about that blast skill thing? Alright then, good for you. One thing we want to kind of keep in mind, chat, as we get later into the game. Like, right now I'm kind of just accepting quests and clearing, accepting and clearing. But technically, at the end of the game, it's going to be really hard to get experience, as we'll start to gradually hit a cap based off the area. We could kind of get around that limit, since quest experience is flat and does not really scale with your level. So we could use that to bypass the fact that maybe a kill would only give us like 50, but then like a quest reward might give 1,000 still at that same point in time. We'll keep that in mind as another alternative. Every district offers goodies in exchange for helping it develop. I wouldn't kill you to help the eatery district too. What are you talking about? You're a 3-star. Get out of here. I promise you won't regret it. Okay, so we have some solo challenges. I think next time we'll probably do that, because we'll be looking for money and we'll be looking for probably a secondary team, because we could see there's a weakness with the current team we need to resolve somehow. Whoever drew those pandas on the sign had a good time. I like that there's a lot of little details here and there. Happy pandas, chat. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 solo adventures. 2 of them require us to go into the 3rd dungeon, though. So this is an example of if we just had a ton of light scrolls, we would do this to just look for enemies, and then as soon as we got it, we'd be out of here. So the third dungeon right now might be a little too dangerous to solo, unless we level this, unless we level Kirk a bit more. Lone Gunner versus 3 Claw Moles, maybe. Fire Bulbs are pretty easy, we could do that one immediately, and definitely Rune Master has been absorbing experience this entire time, so he's probably level 7 right now. I don't think there's anything else I really want to do, but I suppose I can accept this quest just to accept it. This came from a trader who sells me fresh fish. Monsters have been appearing at the Ravine Fork. I think it's become a dungeon. Sarah said that might happen. Also that any place that did turn into a dungeon probably wouldn't be too deep. If I don't take care of this, I'll have less fish for my meals. So you bums had better get this done. Oh, this is actually a completely new optional area. Interesting. It is not required to complete the game, but it's nice that we unlock this area by taking in more quests. So absolutely worth taking, chat. I think we'll also do the 3 fire bulbs as a lone protector. We could definitely do that right now. And by right now, I mean next time. Since chat, as much as I enjoy streaming for you, I should probably take a food break at some point. I think we've been going since about 9:30. I'm having a good time though, don't get me wrong. But I should eat eventually. So anyway, she's saying that there's the letter for us to look at. There's no backing down when someone calls you like that, especially not for the sake, especially not for the sake of your guild's honor. Okay. So we're given a letter of challenge and we have to prove ourselves. That's fine. We don't need to do anything else here. Well, we should take a look to see what other customers are here. Belly Dancer Sisters. I'll have the usual. And you, sis? The usual for me too, how about you? Oh, same here. The usual for all of us. Is that gonna keep you going tonight? True, belly dancing burns energy, but I wouldn't go on stage if I got pudgy. But Neralda will worry if you don't eat. The other dishes are too big, though. Yeah, just dancing alone wouldn't keep you slim. Like anything here would make you fat. You can't know that. Well, the amber boosts your metabolism. Yep, which is why I always get meat. Always on top of the food chain, eh? Totally, in food and in love. Shut up. Ugh, I hate that you're right. You should get yourself a quiet man. Yeah, gentle soul. Ugh, like Magan. What? Seriously? Oh, like you don't... Oh, wait, really? I was gonna go after Mr. Magan. Does that mean we have to fight for him? Oh, come on. I won't back down. Top of the food chain. Sis, I love you, but there are limits. You guys, not my Magan. He's not yours yet. That's right, and he is pretty popular. Great, more rivals. That can wait. First, let's eat. Can't fight or love on an empty stomach. No, I don't want to fight over love. That was quite a conversation, chat. Also kind of confusing who to read because there were 3 characters and I could tell generally when it's 2 different people talking, but who the third person is? Tricky, chat, tricky. So I think for now we are done with this place. We have one more conversation to view. We will not go to the Skyport yet. But we should check in on the retail to see what other things we've unlocked. We've enhanced the forges. So we could increase this dagger, which is okay to have more abilities. Hand cannon has 1 slot, but it's not worth upgrading. Round shield has 2 free slots, but we don't have teak wood, so that's not worth doing anything with it. Let's check out the weapons. To begin new weapons, we got a pickaxe. Pickaxe that can dig through walls, breaks after being used for a while. So here's where we're gonna start coming across dungeons with hidden rooms. I don't think we've seen a layout that would potentially have one, but it's something to keep in mind. We'll see that there's hidden rooms when we use the light scroll, because we'll see rooms that don't have any clear hallways to reach them. Like you'll see like maybe a little bit of a hallway, but then it ends at a wall. But coming up, we'll be needing a couple of those if we don't have characters that can do that. Ooh, this weapon would be so good for us. Oh, A sleep rapier? The Verdun? A rapier with a focus on ease of use. It could be wielded either one or both hands. Oh, chat, this would be such an upgrade for us. Ugh. We're 1,000 shy, though. Modfa automatically causes leg binding, which is pretty useful. That's another way to kind of stall for all eternity. I usually do leg bind plus sleep, just to have 2 chances of making sure an enemy can never reach me. Got something called half armor, which increases our health, so this should be a pretty big defense increase. It's weaker than ring mail, though. Huh, surprising. But it is an upgrade for Rob. But he loses healing power. We might leave it as is for a bit, then. Oh, is that all we got? Seriously? That's it? Huh. A little disappointing. Accessory. Don't care about those. Just looking to see if we have any new items. I think that's all we have access to. I suppose I should sell some of our stored armors. Not for now. Regular knife, we definitely don't. Clear the junk. Don't need 2 Kodachis. It's fine. We need another weapon. Crushing Club will leave, because we don't really have many weapons of that type. Don't need a regular wand. That's kind of a waste of time. We'll leave 1 of each for the other characters. But other than anything here, no accessories to sell. Well, let's see what the Explorers Guild has to say, and then I think we'll save. Ah, you've returned safe. I'm sorry for causing all the trouble with my disappearance. You needn't apologize, Doctor. I blame myself for putting you in harm's way. I'm sorry that your escorts were subpar. Do let the Provost know that you're safe. He'll be pleased to hear it. As for you there, well done. Look at that, Chad. He acknowledged us. We did well, Chad. Despite how close that was at the end, we did manage to pull it off. The Kirk was not in the party, but he managed to hit level 8 due to passive experience. So we might be able to sub him in again really soon. We've been leveling the Gunner, as we will be using him for an upcoming challenge in a little bit. We have Kajel, the Rune Master, who's level 8. So actually, funny enough, it looks like the passive experience gain was more than us playing a 4-player party. I do remember it not being super great to play with a 4-player party, just from like the experience standpoint, but I mean, this just goes to show the Magician has basically caught up to Rob in levels, despite Rob having like a 3-level head start. And Yantos, who has not been in the party once yet, is now level 9 and is on par with Rob in terms of medic status. Bernardo is an amazing level 8, and our Hexer's level 7. This is actually pretty good news for us, because the Hexer is going to start being able to mass poison or mass disable. So we have some options open to us. We have a couple more character slots, so it might be prudent at some point to add more people. Makes sense, I get stronger sitting on my butt than I'm doing things, too. Yeah, I think at some point we'll probably send some of the party over to a fort. Especially if we're looking to find a new party to deal with bosses. Because you will still show up in the dungeon, and we will still take advantage of your abilities. Because as I said before, we're going to be coming up to mini-bosses on our way to the main bosses. So it is important to have some spare party members sitting here. But it appears the place we went to did not have any big FOE coming to fight us. Or I believe they call them DOEs in this game, actually. Is there any other character I think we should get passive experience on? I mean, we don't have a Sovereign. I guess we can make a Sovereign character at some point. So, yeah, chat, I think we'll make 2 more characters just so that we have 4 people each. Either 4 in a team or 8 in a fortress. That way we could kind of get the experience well-rounded. I don't think we need another Gunner, but we could use another Elementalist or another Hexer, maybe. Also, we don't even have a Sovereign. So at some point, we should make a Sovereign, chat. Needs a Steve. You were briefly in the game, Steve, but we will let you create your own character based off the classes here. It is okay to have repeat classes, as they will potentially be either guarding a fortress or will be doing them as backups, so each character will have a different purpose. So because there are skill trees in this game, it is kind of nice to be able to swap every now and then. So if we need purely exploring characters, it will help to have some backups. Let's see, right now I think we have exactly one fighter kind of character who's good at dealing with massive amount of enemies. I think we have exactly one protector at the moment, which, as you saw, pretty much carried us through that boss fight. Protector, medic, like the one true pair. Like, they can make you beat a lot of things you probably shouldn't be able to beat. And we have a gunner. I think we have one person kind of sitting on the sidelines. We can always rename him. We have the elementalist. And we have, I think, one male elementalist. So if we did another elementalist, I'd probably prefer female. Dancers. Not a big fan of the female sprite, so I'm okay with the 2 males for that. Got 2 medics at the moment. Hexers, could always use another Hexer, because they're just useful for tying down fortresses. Ninjas, OP. Can have as many ninjas as you want. Sovereign, we haven't even seen yet, so we'd probably need something to be a Sovereign. And then we have the Wanderer. So I think what we should start with, while Steve thinks about what character he should make, unless he wants to be the Sovereign, we should probably make one. Thinking about which one I like the most, if we want to have another female Sovereign or male Sovereign. I think I went with this one, as I said before, because I like the color contrast. So I'm leaning towards that one. Does the chat have any opinions before I go to create this character? I'm gonna hit. Steve says he'll take one for the Sovereign team, but a very ninja. I mean, it's up to you, Steve. If you want to be the ninja more than the Sovereign, you can have Team Ninja. I'm telling you, it is a completely legit team. At some point, we'll probably have a Wanderer Ninja duo team cleaning up every item possible from every dungeon, because both of them have tools that the other wants, like wall break and water walking. So between the 2 of them, it would be pretty monstrous. So it's up to you, Steve. You're saying Nin Nin? Okay, so then we need to figure out a name for the Sovereign. Well, I guess if I can't think of a name, chat doesn't have a name for the character. You love water walking personally. It is pretty neat. It is very useful in this game. Not only for cheesing enemies, but also the fact that it does lead to extra dungeon tiles that usually have bonus treasure, much higher in rank and or rarity than you would find in the normal dungeon. I was gonna say, I guess I could put myself into the game just because we don't have a name. And it would be like Prince Ziggy, just to fill up a name slot. And I'm like, I'm not the best character whatsoever, but we'll take it. It's fine. Oh, and then I need to make a character for Steve. Steve, you get to choose your color. Right now, this is the default ninja outfit of the blue and red with slightly purple hair. I like the scarf that's on fire. We have the purple variant of the same one. We have one that is a blue scarf with the red sleeves and a little bit of the dark armor. Or we have more of a blonde hair with red. Or pizza colory, I suppose. Very subtle ninja, needs more bright colors. Which one strikes your fancy, Steve, will be incorporated. The last one's calling out to you. Fair enough, Steve. We will add you in. So I think Steve will end up being more of our... not our damage dealer, but I feel like we need Steve for mining, water walking. We're going to be using him as definitely a really fast speedster with water walking, I think is what I have in mind for this character. So I'm not sure I'll use him in like the boss party, but when we're looking for small exploration teams, the less characters we have, the better. So we'll probably end up doing Steve for one. There we go. So I think we now have one of every class at least, so this is a pretty good spread of characters. And now we have the Sovereign, so we should probably take a look at what the Sovereign actually grants, since we haven't even seen their skills at all. Oh, we can't see it while we're in this menu. Let's try that again. Let's go to Edit Party, or Manage Party, and then take a look again. Let's see. Recovers TP every time you receive a buff. Sovereign plus I think the Dancer are a pretty good combo because they just constantly buff each other, and the Sovereign's not bad. We have Nobility Proof, restores TP whenever one of user buffs ends. Sure. More importantly, we have Attack Order, which is just another strength up. And also have Do Guard Order to make everybody tanky. That would actually be kind of useful. And I believe you can buff yourself with it, so Proficiency, I think, does recover every time you use it. And this one also gets some resistances. So this character's kind of like a pseudo mix of the Protector plus the Dancer, where I could give you Elemental Immunity, or some regen, or some damage ups. But I'm not a strong fighter by myself. Dispel all buffs from the enemy in front of you, dealing untyped damage to it. So I can even debuff. I can remove like a boss's buffs, for example. That could be interesting. Let's see. I think I'll do, for now, Attack Focus, but the next time the character levels, we'll do Guard Order. So we're going to focus Steve on being the Speedster, so I want to make sure we get Water Beetle, so he just needs to hit level 10 as soon as possible. Then I'll probably be focusing on Hawk Strike for mobility, since it's faster to do this from an enemy perspective than to actually move tiles. And I believe we should have a... Yeah, and then we just straight up get a teleport later. So this whole tree is probably of interest to how Steve will end up being played. Yeah, this one's also kind of nasty, because anytime anybody tries to hit you, you just teleport behind them. So this also helps for just getting through a room quicker. So it looks like most of our abilities focus will end up being in the Veteran Tree and the Master Tree. We won't worry so much about things like Beheading or Recover TP when you dodge. Those are a bit less important. Also, the one where you increase your dodge rate for 3 turns at the cost of health is so nasty due to the fact that you get more passive dodge when you have lower health. The proficiency is only 1 point. But we should always put a point towards it. Inpo Divert. Yeah, we'll have Steve as like the distractor, I think. I want Shadowbind, but yeah, we'll do Shadowbind. We'll probably max Concealment. Make sure Steve never gets hit. Or anything else we should be touching? I mean, Fernardo should be able to basically max his skills. I have no reason to not level this. At least 1 point. I can do one where every time I get attacked, I can counterattack. But honestly, I don't really like this character as like a dodge damage dealer. Don't enjoy it. Fan Dance in general, massive skill, increases dodge. I guess that's okay. We'll put 1 point in here. Anything that stops Fernardo from exploding instantly upon being looked at funny would be nice. Blind Chance up, that is what we're using it for. Affliction rate up, that's what we're using it for. Enemy attack down, affliction rate up, awesome. So we could really debuff any boss that comes up to us. Deal untyped damage to a target. I don't think if that's worth it. Recover TP when hit with an ailment. Situational. So we're gonna wait for her to unlock more abilities. We're gonna wait for every other character, I think, to hit level 10. So we'll leave everybody where they are. Oh, Refresh is already mastered. That's kind of a shame. I wish we didn't sort that. I think the character came like that. I think otherwise, there's else I really want to level here. This is probably okay. But yeah, the Gunner could be learning new abilities. Yeah, let's teach him more snipes. That way, no matter who he's with, he should be able to complement them pretty well. And there's no reason not to get Gun Mastery, because this is free damage. And he does a lot of normal attacks. So now he has 2 different ways to bind, so if we end up going with other people, it should be good. And finally, is it worth leveling this? Probably not. We'll do 1 TP boot. Steve is like, go eat. I'll eat in a little bit, Steve, don't worry. Just making sure our other characters at least have some capability of doing something. Melee bash that paralyzes the target on hit. Ooh, what's treat? Undoes debuffs for a selected ally. Yeah, that would be helpful to have. I think the rest will leave for now. But at least they're a little stronger in case they end up in the forts. We don't have to worry about them having no abilities, for example. We are looking pretty good. The only other thing I can think of is if we can equip things in our storage. We'll give Steve some hand-me-downs. Better than nothing. Yeah. Oh, there's a knife. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, this character can actually use all weapon types? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, I mean, that's useful. This character could be kind of the switch damage type for us. I think that's about it in terms of damage. I think we handed over everything we need. And the staff. Are there any other weapons we should think about? Crushing Club on Yantos might be good. He's already using a wand, so that doesn't matter. Any other mages that are sleep? Okay. I think for now, chat, we will be taking a break from the game, but we'll decide when we should be playing this. Again, this is a game I don't mind playing over and over again. I do enjoy it. I just feel like towards the end of the game, it kind of has like a little bit of a difficulty spike, and then the post game is like a really big difficulty spike, and those are going to be really challenging runs to do, as there will be gimmicks like every character starts again at level 1, or you can't use certain abilities, or other things like that. On top of dealing with curses, which could debuff our equipment. Which is more like a traditional mystery dungeon, I suppose. But I think for now, chat, that we made excellent progress. Ping is saying hello, and unfortunately, I'm about to say goodbye. So for now, let's just close out, I suppose. Oh, you've muted because D&D? Well, I do appreciate you watching. Hopefully you're doing well. I was gonna say, Ping will have to have a character at some point then. Everybody will be somebody. So for now, let's switch over to the end of the stream. But I think our testing of the 3DS went extremely well. As originally it was just meant to do some screen layouts, but we ended up getting almost a whole session in next time. So, I don't know. I think it went pretty well. We had a close call on the second boss, but we prevailed. We'll have to go back through and do some solo fights just to get some new blast manuals, which will help us with anytime we end up with an elementalist in the future. We have, I think, a new medic ability, which reminds me, we should probably take a look at what that does at some point. And I think we have a clear idea of kind of like what party members we want with whom at this point. So because we did recruit up to 12 characters, we should be able to very easily put more people in a fortress in kind of like a panic moment, and then from there on they'll gain a lot of passive experience. I was gonna say, we could talk off stream, Steve, but we could talk about the setup for the yes. No problem. I don't mind sharing the information, but it's a lot to verbally articulate when I would like to have food first. So for now, yeah, it's like, so for now, I'd just like to thank you all for joining. I hope you enjoyed the game. For those of you who haven't seen it before, hopefully it at least brings a little bit of attention to two series that I do find entertaining from time to time, but I do understand if they are quite frustrating in terms of difficulty. But hopefully if you watch this, maybe you get some ideas and tactics and how to deal with monsters. As I said before, I feel pretty comfortable with the Etrian side of things, and maybe the core mystery dungeon is like slightly too hard for me to casually enjoy. Like, I would really have to focus on it kind of thing. But I think for me, this is a very happy medium, a good balance between the two. So for now, I'd like to thank you all for joining, and hopefully you have a good day or a good night, depending on the time zone.